Get out and get paid immediately flipping houses if you come join my team.
Call 1-800-449-3149 now to get your free flipping kit. Call 800-449-3149 and you'll also get free tickets to a training workshop. That includes a free meal, a smartphone watch, and a USB flash drive loaded with Nick's powerful information as free gifts just for attending. Call 800-449-3149. That's 800-449-3149. Call now.
The Bloomberg Market Report, sponsored by Pacific Continental Bank, serving your business and community in Eugene for over 40 years.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. New home construction in the U.S. slumped more than projected in March, reflecting a broad-based retreat that showed the industry lost momentum heading into the busiest time of the year. Residential starts fell by almost 9%. And it was the lowest since October and weaker than any forecast of economists surveyed by Bloomberg. In the meantime, U.S. stock index futures are rising, indicating the S&P 500 will extend yesterday's gains. And crude oil is higher this morning, up 1.25% now at $40.27 a barrel after slipping yesterday. Shares of Johnson & Johnson are edging higher in pre-market trading after reporting earnings that beat analyst estimates on strong pharmaceutical sales. Goldman Sachs down about 1% after posting earnings per share that beat estimates, while revenue fell short. And Netflix is tumbling down about 9% after a forecast indicated weakening subscriber growth in the second quarter. Gina Cervetti, Bloomberg Radio.
Mornings are a little different with a wake-up call.
You're an embarrassment to nature. Do you know that?
Holloway and London. Yeah. On News Radio 1120 KPNW.
News Radio 1120 KPNW. Welcome into the show. All right, I didn't even get a chance to see the sunrise this morning. Was it the greatest of the year?
Okay, maybe there was some hyperbole there, but it was awfully nice. Very pretty.
It's all a part of the service here on the Wake Up Call, telling you what you just saw. That's why we're here. Anyway, it is 6:27, News Radio 1120 KPNW. Hey, look who's back. It's none other than Professor Phil.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
How are you, Bill?
Professor Phil Romero from the University of Oregon. Let's go through your bio a little bit. You, at one point or another years ago, you were the dean of the business school at the University of Oregon, dean at the business school down at Cal State. And that's among some of the other things you worked. Were you an analyst with RAND?
I was a PhD student and an economist at RAND. That's right. RAND has its own in-house PhD program. That's where I got my PhD in the 80s.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yep. And it's the world's largest producer of public policy PhDs.
All right.
And then as a result of that, in the 90s, I worked for then Governor Pete Wilson of California as his chief economist.
All right, and so, and now you're just at the University of Oregon. What are you doing over there? Just loafing? What are you doing over there now? You're not the dean anymore. So
I can't even say that I'm sucking up PERS money because I'm not a PERS member. No, I teach courses in economics and strategy to students whose goal is to get a piece of paper, not to actually get any education. And I do a lot of, I write books, including some we'll talk about today, and do a lot of consulting for both governments and companies about basically the economic impact of policies they want to pursue. So, for example, we talked on the show before about minimum wage and why I think raising the minimum wage is economically so damaging. I'll do work on things like that.
Okay. How come... and this is totally off topic, but it has to do with an email that exchange that you and I had. And I asked you the simple question. I said, why is it that we've had a $15 minimum wage in San Francisco for quite a while, also around SeaTac, $15 for quite a while.
2 years ago.
And so we have these examples of it. Why have no economists gone out, kicked some doors down, and actually done some sort of substantial work about it? Because the only thing that I could find, and still is about the only piece that you can find, is some brief research that was done in, I believe it was up in Seattle, dealing with restaurant personnel. And that's it. Other than that, nothing. chirping birds.
This is great. So I ducked Bill's question by email, and so he ambushes me in the air.
Yeah.
No, I mean the short answer is that this sort of applied work, where you basically check to see if the theory is accurate by checking to see if reality plays out as you predict, is done often in soon after the policy change is done by think tanks like a Heritage Foundation or a Cato or RAND. It takes academics several years to collect enough data before they're willing to make any strong statements. So you'll probably see around the end of this decade some studies that look at the effects of minimum wage hikes in various places like L.A. and SeaTac and California and Oregon now also. But those will take several years because economists will want to collect a lot of data before they make strong statements.
And somebody has to hire them first.
Well, the nice thing about academia is if the academic finds it a worthy question, they've already been hired. They don't need a client for that. Academics exist to write journal articles that only other economists read, but that theoretically expand the frontiers of knowledge in their field. That's why universities exist, basically. Otherwise, you're right. I mean, a lot of the work I do is for a client, and the client hires me in large part because they think that we are philosophically aligned, and although they don't influence my findings directly at all, they chose me in part because they think that my basic orientation is going to align closely with theirs.
So they're not buying objectivity?
Well, no analysts, academic or otherwise, would have credibility if they didn't have some level of objectivity. But the issue is, it's essentially how do you filter and from what perspective you view the data. So take minimum wage as an example. Okay. If you minimum wage as let's give everybody a raise and not consider the side effects, i.e., a liberal perspective, then and you want that perspective, you'll hire an economist with that orientation. If you want to say, yeah, minimum wage increases sound like a great idea in the short run, but in the long run they're a disaster for the following three reasons, then you're going to want to hire somebody more like me.
All right. And where do you find these people? Craigslist?
Some of the work, that's probably not right. Typically, if you're going to a new issue completely cold, then you go to things like associations of people who are qualified in that area, so the American Economic Association or things like that. Quite commonly, though, what happens, of course, is you develop a reputation, and in my case, I get word of mouth referrals from past satisfied clients or media outlets who've heard me speak and think that I'd be a qualified source to talk about something.
Okay. Speaking of qualified sources, let's talk a little bit about, you said that you thought it might be interesting to do a little entitlements 101 conversation. So let's do that. You've been, I guess, working on at least something dealing with entitlements. What have you been working on?
Yeah, sure. So for first, what's an entitlement? Entitlement is federal budget speak for the following kind of program. Most of the budget, once upon a time, was discretionary. Every year you could change how much you spent. So you don't want to spend as much in defense. You shut down a couple of aircraft carriers or a couple of Army divisions. You spend less. That's called discretionary spending. Starting really in the 1930s, we began to create programs, and Social Security was the first, whereby once you're eligible for it, the government essentially has to continue to provide it to you. So you're entitled to it. I like that word because it has a double meaning. One meaning is it's not discretionary, as I said, and the other meaning is eventually you feel like you don't really need to earn it.
You feel like you're entitled to it. That it's
precisely.
Supposed to be given to you.
It's got exactly. I mean, that meaning is exactly how a parent thinks their typical teenager views a lot of things. And so today, entitlement or non-discretionary spending, what Congressional Budget Office calls it, is about half the budget. We could shut down everything else and in some years still run a deficit because entitlements are so large. So it's they're a massive budgetary challenge. And then secondarily, as we said a moment ago, part of that budgetary challenge is because there aren't really any performance criteria attached to them to become eligible for them. And so, for example, the number of people collecting food stamps has exploded substantially. For demographic reasons, the number of people collecting Medicare and Social Security is going up a lot. And these are going to be real budget busters in the next decade. What I've worked on is essentially, with all this in mind, and everything I just said is pretty well known to budget wonks, what does it mean for individuals and their investments? And of course, we have talked before about a book I wrote a couple of years ago called Your Macroeconomic Edge, which is
investing strategies for executives in the post-recession business or post-recession world. That's a catchy title.
I want that on tape. Thank you.
Yeah.
And the point there essentially was that as these entitlements mushroom in size, government is going to try to rectify its budget by raising taxes. And what that will do is that will slow down the economy and reduce investment returns. So if you're if you're planning for retirement in the future, counting on the high rates of growth in stock markets that we've had over the last 20 years don't count anymore. And so that's been my basic focus, is not so much the entitlements crisis, because that's pretty well covered already, but what it means for individuals.
Professor Phil Romero joining us on the Wake Up Call this morning. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back on the other side with more discussion with the Prof here on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
It's spring, and you're excited for that next great shooting trip. Your first stop should be Tannerite Sports Outlet in Eugene. You know Tannerite Sports Outlet's your local source for Tannerite binary rifle targets, but there's so much more. Tannerite's got reloading supplies, tactical gear, magazines, and accessories. And if ammo supply is a worry, don't, because Tannerite has bulk quantities of the most popular calibers that'll keep you shooting affordably. No question, Tannerite's the home for exploding targets. But from tactical gear to ammo, it's the Tannerite Sports Outlet just off I-5 across from LCC.
Whether it's new or recycled office furniture, Oregon's most respected office furniture dealer is Office Furniture Direct in Portland, selling furniture throughout the state. Office Furniture Direct has clients up and down I-5 and is making trips into Eugene every month and can be your source for the best price and finest installation. Save money on quality office furniture at Office Furniture Direct at ofd-pdx.com.
All direct hit, all direct fit. Office Furniture Direct.
Tired of long wait times and high prices at your local boat repair shop? The Boat Dock LLC Marine Repair in Springfield has the fastest turnover. With state-of-the-art test equipment and on-site test tank, the jobs are done right the first time. From simple tune-ups and water pumps to complete repowers on all types of marine power boats, the Boat Dock LLC is the shop to visit at 1252 30th Street in Springfield, a Better Business Bureau accredited business. Visit their website at eugeneboatrepair.com. That's eugeneboatrepair.com.
What is it about buying a mattress that leaves you feeling violated? Pushy salespeople, fake sales, the walk of shame out of the mattress store? Those days are over. Hi, I'm Christian von Rickenbach, co-founder of Helix Sleep, where you can buy a mattress online, customized for you, for hundreds of dollars instead of thousands. Go to helixsleep.com, answer a few simple questions, and we build you the most comfortable mattress you'll ever sleep on. Shipping is free, and you have 100 nights to try it out. Go to helixsleep.com/go and get $50 off your order. That's helixsleep.com/go.
I've been teaching organic chemistry for the last 17 years, so I'm pretty good with complex calculations. But when I started thinking about my retirement, I was pretty stumped. Luckily, I have TIAA as my financial partner. Together, we retrosynthetically analyzed my financial future, which is organic chem speak for we figured it out.
See how we're helping those who do good do well at the new TIAA.org. TIAA, created to serve, built to perform.
Let's say you have plans for the perfect camping trip with your son and daughter, but even if your gear ends up on the highway, then your campground is near a beehive, it can still be the perfect trip. Because kids don't always see things the way you see them.
Best trip ever, Dad!
You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. There are thousands of siblings in foster care who'll take you just as you are. For more information on how you can adopt, go to adoptuskids.org. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt Us Kids, and the Ad Council.
KPNW weather brought to you by Ram Jack West. Do you have foundation problems? Ramjack can fix that. Get your free quote at ramjackwest.com.
Good morning to you and yours. Today's shaping up to be another scorcher out there, but if you're headed out in the next few minutes, we look to be in the mid to upper 40s. Mostly clear skies, light winds out of the southwest at 5 to 10, and some very light haze fog out there, but I expect that to burn off by 10 a.m. The high pressure that's given us unbelievably warm temps and clear skies the last couple of days will be in full effect today as well. That means the highs will be in the mid 80s to a couple of low 90s out there, but this should be the end of the heat and the mostly clear skies as this high pressure will begin to move off to the north. Now we're tracking two storm systems. The first will start to push in Wednesday afternoon, bringing a few isolated thunderstorms that'll fire in the Cascades and then roll down into the hills into the valley. The other system off the edge of Alaska arrives Thursday night into Friday, bringing showers and mostly cloudy skies right into the weekend before Sunday another system pulls in to bring even more showers. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation, the NBC 16 Weather Center, hoping you enjoy this last fantastic warm and sunny day.
Holloway in London and the Wake Up Call. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
News Radio 1120 KPNW. Sunny and mid-80s in the forecast today. Currently 52 degrees at the wake-up call.
And we're back with Professor Phil Romero. So we were discussing just a couple of minutes ago while we were in commercials there about income equality, and we decided, well, let's talk about that because that's a fun issue that both the Democrats and the GOP are talking about leading up to the general election in the fall.
And I'll just interrupt to say, right, New York primary today, and it is the core dividing issue between Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders in that primary.
Okay, and so core issue dividing them how?
Well, I mean, if it is factually correct to say that the broad prosperity that America enjoyed in a couple of decades, it's basically after World War II, where a rising tide really did lift all boats, is no longer true. Half of the bottom half of the income distribution has slid backwards over the last couple of decades. Really, only the top 10% have done very well at all. Not 1%, but about 10%. Those are there's plenty of data to establish that, and so. Conservatives like me, who used to say, look, if you just get economic growth going again, everybody will be better off, have a lot of explaining to do. It's just not true. Liberals then say, okay, let's treat the symptoms. Let's force raises like minimum wage. Let's offer paid leave. Let's do a variety of other things so that basically employers, the 1%, let's redistribute through the income tax code so that the 1% pay, supports the other 99% more income redistribution. Conservatives quite reasonably argue that is not sustainable. I mean, if you increase the taxes on me, then I'll just work less, essentially. So,
I working less.
Well, they haven't raised my taxes yet. So this is a battle between left of center and left of center in the Democratic Party to see who's going to outbid each other to redistribute more. And the problem is, of course, that will essentially just magnify the problem. It won't reduce the problem. Quantitative easing, which we were talking about on the break, the Federal Reserve expanding the money supply is a great example. The whole idea was to stimulate the economy generally. What is mainly done is stimulate Wall Street and anybody rich enough and smart enough to own stocks. The stock market has done very, very well. It's done very little for everybody else. And that is what tends to happen with many, many policies that are intended to deal with income inequality. What they really end up doing is harming exactly the people they're intended to help.
Okay, so where does the GOP stand on this?
There are sort of Republican candidates, and I put Ted Cruz in this category, who are basically using mimeos from the 1976 Reagan campaign, which is just cut taxes and it'll all solve itself. And as I said, I think that is just blinkered. That's denying the reality that we've been trying that for 30 years and it hasn't worked very well. Then there are Republicans in name only, like Donald Trump, and I don't know where he stands on this. I don't know where he stands on lots of things. But this, I don't think a sensible Republican has emerged from this campaign on this issue.
All right.
I thought Jeb Bush had a chance. But
what's sensible?
Yeah, great question. Sensible is realizing that, for example, part of the reason why the bottom quarter of the income distribution in the U.S. do so poorly is because they have such crappy schools. They don't get educations that prepare them for the 21st century economy. Clearly, any serious income inequality effort has to involve a very substantial reform of especially urban school systems. Democrats won't touch that because they're in the pocket of the teachers' unions. Republicans won't touch that because they just assume that all the teachers' unions will oppose them and always vote for Democrats anyway. Serious education reform, and I'm no expert about that, but that means things like a much greater expansion of charter schools, much more school choice, basically bringing competition into urban schools, I think is essential. The catch is, of course, that things like that don't happen quickly. It takes a generation, if the education reforms work, to train the new students so that they can actually be equipped for the 21st century. Another big issue is trade. To the degree that freer trade allows foreign competitors to take on occupations that Americans used to take on, that takes low-skilled American occupations away. Economists would say that's just fine because that liberates those people to do higher-skilled, more productive work.
But if you have crappy education,
precisely,
precisely, right? So
yeah,
you've got a feedback loop.
Yeah, I mean, it's not as if people can just be moved around at will quite easily. If they got a crappy education, they have very few options. So I just think we've been kind of stuck in a 1970s, 1980s era debate for 30 years that we really haven't broken out of. And I'm not here to tell you that I know what the answer is. I am writing more and more about what the key question should be. And I've touched on one or two of them here today. But I think that both the Democrats and the Republicans are basically repeating mantras that had worked for them in nomination campaigns back to the 70s, or sometimes the 30s in the case of the Democrats. And they're denying the fact that this is a new reality that needs new solutions.
Well, some people are going to balk where you're saying, cut taxes, people will have more to spend. They will balk at that.
Sure.
And say, what is he talking about? How does he mean that doesn't work? It worked during the 80s. Are you suggesting that it really didn't work during the 80s, or it worked during the 80s, but it just doesn't apply now?
Yeah, no, good. I'm glad you said that because you're right. I was not clear what I was saying there. No, I'm very much a supply sider. I'm very much one who believes that broad-based tax cuts in the 80s were very effective at rising at increasing economic growth in general. No question about it. The issue, though, is that when you start to look at how was that growth distributed among different classes of income, you find most of it went to people in the top roughly quarter of the income distribution. The middle didn't do very well, and the bottom quarter fell behind. So the glib phrase "a lot rising tide lifts all boats" just did not appear to be true then. Understanding why that was, so that we can design new policies to do it better and different in the future, is something Republicans should be heavily invested in, but they're not.
When you talk about the bottom quarter, and this is going to sound really cold, but how much of the bottom quarter's financial problems is based on the fact that they are supported as much as they are with welfare, with food stamps, with a variety of other programs? I mean, the old Oregon Health Plan, a number of other things. How much of that really, does anyone know how much that is a disincentive for somebody to actually go, okay, I need to work harder to pull myself out of this?
I don't know if anybody's ever sort of rolled up all the different programs, but there's plenty of evidence that public subsidies discourage work. No question about it. I mean, just pick an example.
All right, but how, of those people in that bottom quarter,
yeah, I mean,
how many of those are actually, receiving a ton of benefits?
Well, I think right now, if I remember the numbers correctly, more than half of the American adult population pays no income tax at all. They're eligible for one kind of benefit or another. And just to pick an example, soon after the recession ended, Congress was subsidizing unemployment benefits for a number of states that were hit hard by unemployment. And there's lots of evidence of people who would not take low-paid jobs because the unemployment paid better. So I've never seen an aggregate number, Bill, but no question, most of these programs at the margin definitely discourage people from trying harder. No doubt about it.
All right. So, of the candidates that you've seen out there and the ones that you've taken a look at that are still in the race, which one or ones do you think has the strongest economic plan for the United States?
Well, the one I'm supporting personally is John Kasich. I was also...
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Why?
I think he's... Well, number one, I watched him closely when he chaired the House Ways and Means Committee in Congress in the 90s. I watched him moderately closely as governor. He's a guy who understands fiscal issues and economic issues, but also gets things done in a conservative fashion in a chief executive. He also is the only adult left in the Republican race, essentially. I was impressed with Bush and at least hopeful about Rubio also. They're no longer in the race anymore. But I'm not saying that that I like everything John Kasich is doing, but he's about the only one who I think asks the right questions and has anything like a real plan. The others don't. The others have slogans.
All right. What's your next book?
I got a book coming out in July called Financing Healthcare Without Deficits.
Financing Healthcare Without Deficits.
Right.
You are a master of the titles.
No, I'm not, so thank you.
Well, maybe you ought to hire somebody to do titles. Hire a title person. Go back to Craigslist.
Yeah, Craigslist, title person. Now, why did I think of that?
Find a title person. Always a pleasure to have you on the show. We'll have you on again here in the next few weeks.
Okay, appreciate you guys having me. Thanks.
It's always a pleasure. Professor Phil Romero from the University of Oregon on the Wake Up Call. It is 6:53.
For the all-new John Deere riding mowers, tractors, and side-by-sides, think Ramsey Waite.
Make tracks to Ramsey Waite for John Deere lawn tractors and zero-turn mowers.
There's nothing like a John Deere Gator utility vehicle. From hard-working and trail-ready to the ultimate in work capability. Get into a Gator now at Ramsey Waite.
Don't just dream about it, wait for it.
Ramsey Waite.
Open Monday through Saturday. Franklin Boulevard, Glenwood. Online at RamseyWaite.com.
Tired of expensive movie theater popcorn or standing in line or having to drive home after watching the big game at your annoying uncle's house? It sounds like you need to have the folks from TV Specialty in your life. Nobody does TVs like TV Specialty. Think a home theater system is out of the question or out of the budget? Call TV Specialty and see how close you really are. 541-688-5061. It's quality backed by service at TV Specialty. 541-688-5061.
I'm Gary Conley with today's Money Minute. Worldwide, financing exports is evolving rapidly, but not in ways helpful to American companies. Large pools of state-controlled capital in the hands of national champions like China's oil companies and sovereign wealth funds in the Middle East, among others, are changing the landscape in ways that make it difficult for mere companies, even those the size and stature of, say, Chevron or GE, to compete. We help our companies through the Export-Import Bank that finances specific deals when traditional money sources aren't available. Things like crop dusters sold in Latin America, Boeing jets to Ethiopian Airlines, or small amounts of surgical supplies for Saudi Arabia. This according to Fred Hochberg, head of the Export-Import Bank, writing in the Financial Times. Hochberg describes current export finance as the Wild West, where rules are few and those that do exist are followed loosely, if at all. So while we finance specific transparent orders, China, India, and Brazil, for instance, simply use government-run companies and wealth pools to acquire resources they need, or make deals with no specific quid pro quo. Here's the nugget. Exports mean jobs, and Washington needs a rethink about how to compete. As the world's biggest importer, we're not powerless, but we also don't want to set off a trade war in which everyone loses. I'm Gary Conley, and that's today's Money Minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing technical difficulties. Please stand by.
The Wake Up Call on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
It's radio you can watch. The Wake Up Call with live video streaming from the Widmer Brothers studio every weekday morning from 6 a.m. to 9. Go to KPNW.com and click on the Wake Up Call streaming banner. The Wake Up Call and Widmer Brothers, the local guys.
That's another home run for Oregon. Precision counts, whether it's a big game on the line or your quality of life.
I had excruciating pain in my cheek and jaw, a condition called trigeminal neuralgia. My doctor recommended Sacred Heart Gamma Knife Center.
The physicians used highly focused, precise radiation beams to target the nerve. Game over for Mary's pain in just a few weeks. If you have a brain tumor or episodes of severe facial pain, ask your primary doctor or specialist about Gamma Knife. Visit peacehealth.org/Gamma Knife to learn more.
Do you dance badly or hug in public? That's okay. You don't have to be perfect to be the perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care would love to put up with you. Call 1-888-200-4005 or visit adoptuskids.org for more information. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt Us Kids, and the Ad Council.
Adapt your home and community to wildfires and keep this from turning into this. Learn to protect your home and community. Visit fireadapted.org to get started. A public service message brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
KPNW weather brought to you by Ramjack West. Do you have foundation problems? Ramjack can fix that. Get your free quote at ramjackwest.com.
Good morning. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes, things aren't that bad. Mostly clear skies. Temps right now in the mid to upper 40s with light winds out of the southwest at 5 to 10 and a little bit of light hazy fog out there, but even that'll burn off by 10 a.m. Now, the high pressure that's cooked us the last few days and brought plenty of sunshine looks to continue this afternoon with highs in the mid 80s to a couple of low 90s out there in the south. Mostly clear skies will dominate with winds out of the south by 5 to 10 and a few gusts up to 15, but this should be the end of it as we're tracking a storm system over California that'll bring a chance of thunderstorms Wednesday afternoon, and we'll also see another storm system approach from the Alaskan region sometime Thursday night into Friday. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation, the NBC 16 Weather Center, hoping you enjoy this last day of fantastic sunshine and warm temps.
The Bloomberg Market Report, sponsored by Pacific Continental Bank, serving your business and community in Eugene for over 40 years.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Stocks are fluctuating as investors assess mixed results from corporate earnings, and crude oil rises this morning. Right now, the S&P 500 is up 5 points, or 0.2% at 2099. It's still at the highest level of the year. The Dow is ahead 41 at 18,044, and the Nasdaq is lower by 8 points at 4951. Shares of Johnson & Johnson are up 1.6% this morning after the company's earnings beat analyst estimates. Johnson & Johnson benefited from strong sales of pharmaceuticals, the company's biggest division. But shares of Netflix are down almost 9% after the company forecast slowing subscriber growth. Meanwhile, U.S. home construction plunged almost 9% in the month of March, and that was a much bigger decline than what economists were projecting. Crude oil this morning is up 1.3% at $40.29 a barrel. And the S&P 500 now up 4 points. Gina Cervetti, Bloomberg.
Fox News, fair and balanced. We report, you decide. On News Radio 1120 KPNW Eugene Springfield.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony.
And going to vote for Donald Trump.
He and a lot of other New Yorkers.
I don't think he's going to make political decisions. I think he's going to make the right decisions for this country.
But this Republican doesn't like Trump.
I think Kasich is probably my choice when it comes down to it when I step into that booth.
And the polls have given Trump a huge lead. If he gets 50% statewide and in each district, he'll get all 95 New York delegates. Democrats are also voting. Fox's Hillary Barsky is following that race live here in New York.
Hillary Clinton starting her day along with her husband, former President Bill Clinton, voting at an elementary school in Chappaqua, New York, where they have a home.
I love New York, and this has been a joy during the last 2 weeks to be here all over the state, and I hope everybody gets out to vote.
After drawing huge crowds over the past few days in New York, Clinton's rival, Bernie Sanders, is actually in Pennsylvania today. That state's primary is in a week. Clinton had a significant lead in the polls ahead of today's voting. Dave?
Many homes, Hillary, are underwater, roads, even major highways around Houston, Texas.
You feel helpless
You just feel so helpless.
That flooding's blamed for 5 deaths. It's not just Houston inundated. 9 counties in Texas declared under a state of disaster.
Here in Austin, crews have used multiple search and rescue resources. TxDOT has deployed 10 high-profile vehicles. Texas Park and Wildlife, the Department of Public Safety, as well as Austin Police Department and Starflight have used aviation to help in at least 6 cases.
That's Tanya Ortega with Fox 7 TV. The search continues in Afghanistan for up to 2 militants who were part of the Taliban's coordinated attack on Kabul that killed 28 people and injured more than 300. It started like this.
A suicide car bomber, according to police, detonated his bomb outside the gate of what's called the Directorate of Security for Dignitaries, and then several gunmen and possibly even more suicide bombers launched attacks inside that compound.
That's Fox's John Huddy. Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
I'm Jeremy.
And I'm Chris with Home Comfort. When we say the one to call,
the one means no matter what the problem.
From security lighting, generator systems, panel changeouts, service upgrades, with technicians available 24/7.
Or HVAC, from routine cleanings to breakdowns. Home Comfort's locally supported by Mitsubishi Electric. So their Mitsubishi Electric factory-trained technicians will ready your house for any season.
Make one call to 541-345-2838.
Home Comfort, the one to call.
The odds of this Alaskan-born pitcher being selected to the Major League Baseball All-Star Game 6 times? 1 in 48 million. The odds of this fast-balling philanthropist winning the World Series 3 times? 1 in 3 million. The odds of this man having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 110. Hi, I'm Kurt Schilling. Learn the signs of autism at autismspeaks.org. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Stocks are rising again this morning. Fox Business Network's Nicole Petalides live on Wall Street.
Dave, right now we're seeing the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 79 points, well above that 18,000 mark, which we crossed yesterday for the first time since July. Right now we're at 18,082. The Nasdaq's down 10 at 49.49, and the S&P 500 is up 7. So we've had some back and forth action for stocks over the last 24 hours. That said, we're watching movers. Goldman Sachs is up after profit tumbled, but it is still higher. Johnson & Johnson hits a new high, along with McDonald's, Home Depot, Visa, 3M, and United Healthcare. And Netflix is down 10%. Worries about subscriber growth slowing. Dave.
Thank you, Nicole. The price of oil is up more than $1 now, back close to 41 bucks a barrel. Gas, though, is unchanged this morning. AAA's national average for regular still $2.11 a gallon. There's news on the housing market. New home construction fell nearly 9% last month, and permits for new building, a future indicator, dropped almost 8%. Would you drink lead-contaminated water from Flint, Michigan? The state's governor will, as he deals with the crisis that led to calls for his resignation.
It's something residents of Flint, Michigan said they wanted him to do. Now Governor Rick Snyder says he will drink Flint's water for at least 30 days to show that it's safe. A team of state, federal, and independent experts determined Flint's water quality is improving and that filtered water is safe to drink. Jane Metzler, Fox News.
They rested the injured Stephen Curry, and the Warriors still won. Golden State beat Houston to go up 2-0 in their NBA playoff series. A dramatic finish in Oklahoma City.
Dropped at the rim. Adams at the buzzer. Count the basket. Adams at the buzzer.
Thunder fans, though, stopped cheering moments later when refs reviewed the replay, which showed he didn't get the shot off in time. So the Mavericks hung on to win 85-84 on FS Oklahoma, and Dallas tied the series. Toronto also even their series, beating Indiana. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News Radio.
News Radio 1120 KPNW. Welcome into a Tuesday go-around. April 19th. Going to be the last warm day ever on Earth. At least this week. Here in Eugene, Springfield. Tell you what, that Phil Romero, those chats are pretty amazing. We need to figure out a way that we can get those on our website, our Facebook page. Somehow we need to crank up to 2016 so we can get those for people that missed the opportunity.
What I like about Phil's conversations, whether you agree with him or not, and I mean, there's stuff. I mean, when he said Kasich, and we had this conversation off the air, because as soon as he said Kasich, my eyebrow cock, and like him, and you know, and from an economic standpoint, what he said makes sense. And we continued the discussion about, and as you heard, we continued the discussion off the air, and he fully, said, well, yeah, he goes, on a lot of other things, he does pretty much sound like a Democrat. He's judging him on the economic stuff. And when you get right down to it, economically, really, other than what he said was slogans, has anybody really laid out any kind of plan? Nothing I've heard. So, like I said, what I like about him is, even if you disagree with him, which, that's, part and parcel of what we do here, if you disagree with him, at least he makes you think.
And he's got history with it, where he was studying, back in the 90s, and it's not like it's a newfound, affinity for him. And he's right. He's the last adult in the room. All right, coming up, we're going to change, as we do typically, change discussion to device addiction, and also have some news nuggets coming up.
What kind of device?
What would you think? What are people addicted, 99.8% of America addicted to? Pick a device.
This is a family show.
It's nothing eccentric.
Yeah. We'll have these news stories coming up in just a matter of moments. We'll tell you about a very weird crime that the Lane County Sheriff's Office is investigating, trying to figure out, dealing with a supposed friend. We'll take a look at that. Also, some Oregon folks are headed to Ecuador after that humongous earthquake that they had there. And researchers are looking at bats because there's a bad bat disease that's going around. Well, at least it's bad for bats. Those stories and more are coming up, brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones, on KPNW. Burrito Amigos salutes the letter T. In English, T usually denotes the voiceless alveolar plosive, as in the words tap and tame, or taco, torta, and tostada, which really aren't English words, but if you're going to use examples, they should be delicious. And if they start with a T and they come from Burrito Amigos, well, they are. Now you can have your tortas, tacos, and tostadas with chicken, shredded beef, carne asada made with certified Black Angus, or adobada, an amazing, spicy, tasty grilled pork. And none of those selections have the letter T, but Carnitas does. So if you're a voiceless alveolar plosive purist, then you'll enjoy that in your Burrito Amigos torta, taco, and tostada. In case you're wondering, a torta is sort of a grilled sandwich made on torta bread. Tamales and taquitos are also delicious Burrito Amigos T words. So is tofu, which some people want in their burritos from Burrito Amigos. Burrito Amigos, they didn't invent the letter T, they just made examples using it more delicious. Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones, working their way through the alphabet, one tasty treat at a time.
When the sun comes out, the critters are up and moving. SM Gun Shop wants you to be ready. Get a head start on varmint season with huge savings on Black Hills 223 plus special wall-to-wall pricing. It's only at SM Gun Shop on River Road in Eugene, Lane County's most established gun store.
It's spring and you're excited for that next great shooting trip. Your first stop should be Tannerite Sports Outlet in Eugene. You know Tannerite Sports Outlet's your local source for Tannerite binary rifle targets, but there's so much more. Tannerite's got reloading supplies, tactical gear, magazines, and accessories. And if ammo supplies a worry, don't, because Tannerite has bulk quantities of the most popular calibers that'll keep you shooting affordably. No question, Tannerite's the home for exploding targets. But from tactical gear to ammo, it's the Tannerite Sports Outlet just off I-5 across from LCC.
We're all part of your community.
We all play a role in keeping our community safe. So protect your every day.
If you see something suspicious, say something to local authorities.
It's the big happenings in the Valley and the state. This is the Wake Up Call on 1120 KPNW with Bill London.
And good morning. This look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones, featuring great breakfast burritos and fresh brewed, locally roasted coffee for a tasty start to your morning. Here's what's going on. Well, a man convicted of rape and other charges for sexually abusing a child in Lane County has been sentenced to about 43 years in prison. 48-year-old William Isaac Parker III was sentenced Monday. He was found guilty earlier this month of rape, sodomy, sex abuse, and using a child in a display of sexually explicit conduct. Parker's accused of sexually assaulting an acquaintance's child whom he had lived with for a brief period. The alleged abuse began when the girl was 11 years old. In court, Parker accused the victim of lying and said he planned to appeal his conviction. The judge noted that Parker had initially admitted the abuse to detectives and later took back his statements. Well, with friends, this is actually from the Friends in Need and With a Friend Like This file. Lane County Sheriff's investigators are trying to figure out why a woman assaulted a friend after the friend had just done the woman a favor. Over the weekend, suspect Kayla Louise Dirks of Springfield asked a man that she's known for years to give her a ride to another friend's house in Veneta. He agreed. According to the sheriff's department, when the man arrived, Dirks hopped in the truck. They had a normal conversation all the way to Veneta. Then, when they arrived, the woman allegedly pulled a knife and slit his throat. The man suffered a 6-inch gash to his throat. He was taken to a hospital. Police say that he is recovering from non-life-threatening injuries. Dirks was charged with second-degree assault. Junction City officials have agreed to settle claims brought by a former police officer who has accused the city's former police chief and a sergeant of making defamatory statements. City Administrator Jason Knope says the city council agreed to pay Corey Mertz $10,000 in health care benefits over the next year and a half. Mertz had threatened to sue the city over comments made last year by then police chief Mark Chase, who was fired earlier this month, and Sergeant Eric Markell, according to published reports. Mertz claims Chase's comments were defamatory and slanderous, and Markell's comments, quote, attacked his qualifications as an officer. Chase's attorney declined to comment. Markell is not responding to requests for comment. Well, the temperature hit a high of 82 degrees in Eugene yesterday, falling just a tiny bit short of the record high of 84 set on the date back in 1934. According to Clinton Rocky, a meteorologist with the National Weather Service, today could be more of the same.
Looking to be in the low 80s across the Eugene-Springfield area.
The rest of the week, though, is looking to return to April norms.
Highs on Wednesday will probably struggle to get out of the 60s. Looks like we'll top it out around 70 degrees. And then we'll be about the same on Thursday. Back to normal April weather as we close the week out.
The month has started off with warmer than usual heat, with 2 hot days that matched previous record highs of 80 on April 7th. That was a record back in 1934. We matched that. We also matched a high of 73 on March 31st. That record had been set back in 1939. A report commissioned by the University of Oregon says the school's fraternity and sorority members earn social status by drinking themselves into a stupor. The report says many U of O fraternities continue to haze new members, sometimes off campus. It also found that rapes are hushed up to protect the reputations of fraternities and sororities. U of O Vice President for Student Life, Robin Holmes, says these problems need to be taken seriously and are potentially fatal practices. About 4,000 U of O students live in the school's 20 frats and 12 sororities. Holmes says the university was responding to long-standing hazing and alcohol violations when it cut its association with the local chapter of the Beta Theta Pi in March. A request for comment from the house where the former frat members lived, again, not being returned. Following up on a story we reported yesterday morning. The Lane County Sheriff has now released the name of the man who went underwater off the coast of Florence and never resurfaced. He's been identified as 20-year-old Jack O'Halloran, a U of O student. He was last seen near the North Jetty of the Siuslaw River. Friends say he was at a party and consumed alcohol and possibly drugs before he decided to go swimming in the ocean. He was several yards from shore when he went underwater and never came back up. The Coast Guard and the Lane County Sheriff's Office suspended their searches over the weekend. O'Halloran was a sophomore studying business at the University of Oregon. The U of O released a statement yesterday saying it's a difficult time and the loss would be felt by all. They further said that there are so many in the community who care about our students. We're there to help students and connect them with resources and services on campus. Americans are helping with relief efforts after the deadly 7.8 earthquake that devastated Ecuador. Brad Ford says Oregon-based Mercy Corps is sending people to assess and help out with the damage.
Mercy Corps' Christy Delafield says because of the size of the earthquake, a 7.8 magnitude, it'll take some time to understand the scale of the destruction.
What is the situation? Getting more information. Unfortunately, we expect the dust toll to rise.
Delafield says there's been a lot of rain that has caused landslides after the quake hit, shutting down roads and making access difficult. She says Mercy Corps is grateful that Oregonians want to help.
If anybody wants to be supportive of Mercy Corps' work in Latin America or around the world, they can visit our website.
After the damage is assessed, Mercy Corps will determine how many crews to send into the region. Over 200 aftershocks hit the Pacific Ocean near the coastal towns that have been the hardest hit. Brad Ford, KPNW.
Oregon Senate Republican leaders wrote to Governor Kate Brown urging her to protect struggling Oregonians by repealing the low-carbon fuel standard before passing a transportation package in the 2017 legislative session. Senate Republican leader Ted Ferrioli released a statement which says, in part, Senate Republicans are committed to working across the aisle to reduce carbon and fixing the ailing transportation system. He further says that they're committed to protecting hardworking Oregonians. Ferrioli says the partisan mandate on fuels will result in at least a 19-cent increase in gas prices across the state. He says that Republicans will not stand by as Democrats stack a hidden gas tax on top of another potential gas tax or additional vehicle fees. He says it's time they back up their rhetoric and start having realistic conversations, including repealing the LCFS to find a bipartisan solution that reduces carbon and invests in transportation. An Oregon defense contractor is admitted to bribing U.S. Army Corps of Engineers program manager to secure $171 million in contracts. The 73-year-old man goes by the singular name Sky and faces a maximum of 5 years in federal prison at his October 11th sentencing. Lawyers said that a sentence of around 2 years is more likely. Sky and his company Sky Research have been under investigation since 2010. Prosecutors say a program manager for the Corps in Omaha, Nebraska, rigged bids on 9 contracts. In exchange, Sky provided him with cash, accommodations, and entertainment. The program manager is yet to be charged for some reason. Ashland-based Sky Research specializes in aerial surveys of old military bombing and gunnery ranges to find weapons debris. Speaking of debris, radioactive waste is leaking from a tank at the Hanford Reserve in Washington. But officials say they don't think it's leaking into the environment.
An alarm sounded at the Hanford Nuclear Reserve when a mix of radioactive and chemical waste started leaking at a faster rate into the interior lining of the double-walled tank. Crews have been removing the waste that was originally 800,000 gallons. Now around 20,000 gallons remain in the tank. The process has been stopped while engineers study the problem and what can be done. They don't believe the waste has leaked into the environment. They're working to find a way to remove the material from the inner lining of the tank. There are 28 of these huge double-walled tanks on the Hanford property. Brad Ford, KPNW.
The Benton County Sheriff's Office has been seeing multiple complaints roll in regarding an asphalt paving company recently seen operating in the county. Although the company currently holds a valid license through the Oregon Construction Contractors Board, its business tactics resemble that of a typical traveling pavement scam. So what they do is they sell door to door. They claim they have leftover asphalt from another job. Then they push you to make a quick decision. They don't offer a contract, and they also request that check payments be made out to an individual instead the name of the business, and they do really lousy work. If you believe you've been victimized by any of these asphalt paving scams, well, call the police. Well, it's a mystery in Depot Bay. 2 people have disappeared in Depot Bay, both on Sunday night, but authorities are saying they don't think, at least yet, that the disappearances are related. A 22-year-old Depot Bay woman disappeared while walking home overnight. 22-year-old Katie Rowe was last seen leaving the Wah Wing restaurant around 2 a.m. Sunday morning for her home. Police in McMinnville say 22-year-old Owen Henry Woods was last seen in Depot Bay at 3:30 a.m. Sunday morning. He was driving a 1995 Toyota Tercel. Woods attended Linfield College. Investigators say Woods' disappearance doesn't appear to be connected to the disappearance of Katie Rowe, at least at this point. Well, wildlife officials in Oregon are watching for sick bats. Bradford reports they're concerned about a disease affecting other bats in other states arriving here.
There are bats throughout Oregon, but the caves here don't have the huge bat populations that are seen in other states.
Our caves generally have less than 100 bats in them.
Colin Gillen with Oregon Fish and Wildlife says they're monitoring bat populations in large caves for white nose syndrome.
It's this fungus that attaches to the bat and causes a skin infection and wakes the bat up in the middle of winter.
If you see a bat flying during the day or a bat on the ground, they want to know about it.
We're not asking people to actually pick the bats up because there is always the risk of rabies.
You can call the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife or report it on their website. The disease was confirmed in a dead bat found in Washington State. I'm Brad Ford, KPNW.
This look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones. You're up to date from KPNW.
Wake Up Call Sports on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Even without Steph Curry, who's out with a sprained ankle, the Golden State Warriors better than the Houston Rockets, winning Game 2, 115-106. A character-building win without their MVP, Klay Thompson, picking up the slack, scoring 34. Warriors up 2-0. Kevin Durant, an off night, the worst of his career shooting-wise, en route to a Dallas Maverick win, 85-84 over the Thunder, and series tied at 1 apiece after Durant's attempted game winner misses the mark. Toronto Raptors beat down the Indiana Pacers, 98-87. Pretty much set the Pacers down to earth after winning Game 1. What an inning. The Oregon baseball team down 8-2 to Oregon State at PK last night when they reeled off 6 runs, left 3 men on base in the end, and they let it slip away in the 9th. Eventual final, 11-10. 7 OSU pitchers used on the night, but used effectively. MLB 4.5 hours later, Jake Lamb is the hero for the Diamondbacks. He hit a game-tying homer in the 9th and doubled in an insurance run in the 11th. D-backs all over the San Francisco Giants, 9-7. Notes from spring practice from the Oregon football team. The pack of quarterbacks decreased from 5 to 3 as Dakota Prukop, Travis Johnson, and true freshman Terry Wilson have been designated as the 3 who will be getting the reps. Jeff Locke and Taylor Alley will be taking on different roles. And good news to report that at the Boston Marathon, all we talk about is running. It's an Ethiopian sweep as Lemmy Hale and Outseed Baya won the 120th running. Wake Up Call Sports brought to you by Max Muscle, your authority in sports nutrition since 1991 on Franklin across from Market of Choice in Eugene. News time 7:23.
KPNW weather brought to you by Ramjack West. Do you have foundation problems? Ramjack can fix that. Get your free quote at ramjackwest.com.
Good morning to you and yours. Today's shaping up to be another scorcher out there, but if you're headed out in the next few minutes, we look to be in the mid to upper 40s. Mostly clear skies, light winds out of the southwest at 5 to 10, and some very light haze fog out there, but I expect that to burn off by 10 a.m. The high pressure that's given us unbelievably warm temps and clear skies the last couple of days will be in full effect today as well. That means the highs will be in the mid 80s to a couple of low 90s out there, but this should be the end of the heat in the mostly clear skies as this high pressure will begin to move off to the north. Now we're tracking 2 storm systems. The first will start to push in Wednesday afternoon, bringing a few isolated thunderstorms that'll fire in the Cascades and then roll down into the hills into the valley. The other system off the edge of Alaska arrives Thursday night into Friday, bringing showers and mostly cloudy skies right into the weekend before Sunday another system pulls in to bring even more showers. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation, the NBC 16 Weather Center, hoping you enjoy this last fantastic warm and sunny day.
I'm not a bodybuilder.
I am not an athlete.
I'm not into health clubs.
I do not eat junk food.
I am not a young man anymore.
I am exercising daily. I am feeling great. I am loving life.
I am Max Muscle. Max Muscle Sports Nutrition, Franklin Boulevard, Eugene.
This winter, we received more rainfall than in the past 75 years. Severe weather can cause damage to your home's foundation. Ramjack can fix that. Get your free in-home evaluation at ramjackwest.com.
CCB 146906.
Hi, everybody. This is Don Essig with today's Motivational Minute, sponsored by Eugene's #1 electrical contractor, Builders Electric. A number of times in previous Motivational Minutes, I've talked about paying attention to your strengths, your past successes, and the number of positive people in your life. If you do that often, then I would definitely consider you to be a successful person. And Richard Carlson once said this: "It's extremely rare to find a successful person who whines, complains, and frets about his or her circumstance. Instead, they tend to focus more on their strengths and positive aspects of their lives, eliminating any time for the whining and complaining. So keep counting your strengths. Beats the whining and fretting that really does no good at all. This is Don Essig with today's Motivational Minute. I'll be back tomorrow. Until then, have a positive day.
This Motivational Minute was brought to you by Builders Electric, providing honest, reliable, and positive contracting throughout the Willamette Valley since 1960. That's Builders Electric, CCB number 4296.
That's another home run for Oregon. Precision counts, whether it's a big game on the line or your quality of life.
I had excruciating pain in my cheek and jaw, a condition called trigeminal neuralgia. My doctor recommended Sacred Heart Gamma Knife Center.
The physicians used highly focused, precise radiation beams to target the nerve. Game over for Mary's pain in just a few weeks. If you have a brain tumor or episodes of severe facial pain, ask your primary doctor or specialist about Gamma Knife. Visit peacehealth.org/Gamma Knife to learn more.
Good news, sleep apnea sufferers. You're finally free to sleep comfortably anywhere you travel, even while flying, thanks to Transcend, the world's first portable mini CPAP device. And here's even better news. Right now, you can try Transcend absolutely risk-free for a full 10 days. Just call minicpap.com, 1-800-700-7670. Our smallest and most advanced portable design ever, Transcend Mini CPAP is as small as a soda can and weighs less than a pound, giving you the freedom to sleep in total comfort anywhere. For even more freedom, you can add a battery that's as tiny as a deck of cards. Transcend is so small and so light, you can fit it in your briefcase or purse to use anywhere you go. It's FAA compliant too, so you can even sleep comfortably while flying. So free yourself from your big, bulky CPAP device and start enjoying the freedom to sleep anytime, anywhere you go. Call minicpap.com now for your 10-day in-home trial. 1-800-700-7670. That's 1-800-700-7670.
This is Congressman Peter DeFazio.
It's great that you're listening to the Wake Up Call here on 1120 KPNW, and I always find the show a great way to get the day started.
We'll take that, yeah, Bill?
The Wake Up Call with Holloway in London. News Radio 1120. KPNW.
.728 News Radio 1120 KPNW. Hopefully connecting up with Robert Bakke about device. He's got his messages to the parents of the world. There might be no hope for you, but just think about the kids when it comes to device addiction, whether it's smartphones, the iPads. I mean, it seems like every week that list grows. And it's a discussion that should be at least acknowledged because, I mean, if you're a parent, you don't want them to be totally defunct and devoid of technology, but how much is too much? Or they should be out enjoying a beautiful day like today. I mean, every once in a while when you have the rainy days and you have the 14th in a row, it's easy to see that, okay, maybe today's not an outdoors day.
My favorite not an outdoors day thing was we would get on the floor and play with Hot Wheels. This is when Brady was younger. Although, even in 19, I think that probably we could do that and still probably have a good time. We would get down on the floor and it would be Big Will's mania for hours. It was fun. He had a lot of big wheel or big wheels.
I was going to say it's
Hot Wheels track.
We
were it was Hot Wheels highway.
Now a Big Wheels track. I've never seen one of those.
That would be awesome too.
That would be incredible.
They make adult-sized Big Wheels, by the way.
By the way, I wonder if am I still frozen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're still in your
on the stream.
Yeah, you're ready to escape to go jump into a phone booth. And
finish the thought because it doesn't sound that.
Yeah, well, I mean,
enticing.
the look on your face is like, oh, I've got to go solve a crime, and so he's hopping into the phone booth to get into his superhero togs to go out and do whatever heroic deed that needs to be done. Of course, the only place you're going to find a phone booth is in the small town of Siletz outside of Toledo. So he's got a bit of a trip to make. That said.
But when you're the superhero, then
Right.
He's
got super speed, so he'll be there in a half.
Okay, so you didn't see. I was kind of hoping that we just had a duck with full. I mean, he was flying. Comes into the window and smacks it, and then luckily keeps his wits about him, and then flies off to the west. Any other duck, maybe he's a superhero duck, because any other duck would have probably succumbed or be at least hit the ground. He was able to keep his wits and stay in flight. I mean, he kind of vibrated the whole wall.
Yeah, that it got our attention. I thought somebody had thrown something at the window.
By the way, so if you have any questions or concerns, or you think it's all malarkey, and you think, you know what, my kid needs to be educated, I need to have something advancing his education or her entertainment in front of them, I can't be there all the time. If that's your take, maybe an email, 1120kpnw@gmail.com. Hopefully we talk.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wonder if this has to do the issue with electronic devices. I don't know if you saw this, and I don't know that they're connected. The C.S. Mott's Children's Hospital did a poll on kids' health, and more than half of American adults think kids today have worse emotional and mental health than children in previous generation. They think that they have higher stress levels, less quality family time, well, because they're on their electronic device, and poorer coping skills in personal friendships. Again, I would think rolling back to the previous discussion. U.S. News & World Report says the survey also found that 42% of adults believe today's kids have worse physical health than when the adults were children. Well, it used to be, one of the things to keep in mind, God, who was I talking to about this the other day? Oh, I remember. It was Sherry down the hall. She was talking about growing up in Depot Bay and how, as an 8 or 9-year-old, she'd hop on her bike and go tooling around Depot Bay, just by herself. And
wonder how much that happens in this day and age.
That was the discussion. She goes, I can't even imagine. I used to do the same thing.
Me too. Till 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah. Yeah, cruising around on the Stingray, going, from all over the place. And yeah, you look at it and go, well, people are at this point afraid to let their children out of the house.
Remember, I don't know if you did this as a kid. I did. And if you had to get somewhere, you would fly by yourself, and you'd always have kind of an escort. Sometimes a cute flight attendant would kind of usher you through the airport, but you'd always be kind of attended to. And then your parent or whoever was picking you up would be at the airport, and they'd hand you off. I have people asking me, does Sid fly by herself to see mom? I can't even imagine. There was no way. There's no way. Yeah, you're paying for an extra, ticket, but that seems so out of the realm of anything happening today.
When I was 14 years old, so there was this speech contest that I was involved in. I won the state competition. They flew me back to Washington, D.C. So I'm 14 years old. I flew by myself from the Portland airport, laid over at Chicago's O'Hare Airport, had to catch a connecting flight at O'Hare Airport, and then fly in to Washington, D.C., and meet somebody at the airport whom I wasn't exactly sure who it was. All I knew, I was supposed to look for them holding a sign, and completely did that by myself.
Would you have ever let Brady fly as a 14-year-old?
I don't think so. I had no problem. Actually, as a 14-year-old, I thought it was fun. I was like, this rocks. Right on. Look at me being all adult-like and being accosted by, what were they called? They used to wear the orange robes, and you would see them in airports, and they would, Hare Krishnas. Constantly being approached by Hare Krishnas. Would you like a free book? Would you like some free books? Yeah, no, not so much. And I didn't realize it at the time. And they would always, once they had hit you up, it's like, here, have a carnation. And the carnation you're carrying around was basically a signal to other Hare Krishnas that you had already been, tagged or something like that. And in one of the, it was at O'Hare, and I had a fairly long layover. There was this O'Hare, I guess, security guard cop or something like that. And I'm telling you, they were like coming out of the woodwork, I guess because I'm a young, impressionable-looking kid walking through an airport by myself. This security guy walks up to me and he goes, here. It's like, what? And he hands me this little round metal disc thing. And he goes, when they come up to you from now on, he goes, just hold this up and click. Like, okay. I mean, as you would, like, well, what? And he says, trust me on it. He goes, they will leave you alone. Well, apparently at the time that was, and they were this little metal thing, and it would flex and make this kind of annoying clicking sound. Well, I guess it was a thing in Chicago at the time, and O'Hare Airport, that was known for people that went through there, that you just do that in their face a couple of times and it would tick them off and they would leave. It was a way of just saying, get away from me. So sort of like talk to the hand, not to the face, only just this annoying clicking thing. And I tried it and it worked. You would get a dirty look and they wouldn't say anything and they would just turn around and walk off. I still, somewhere at home, have the little clicker.
Does it work for other folks?
No, but
you tried it?
For the Hare Krishnas, it certainly did. And I used that once I left O'Hare when I was at the Washington airport. I used it there. And then down by, I think it was the Washington Memorial, there were a bunch of Hare Krishnas that were working the neighborhood. And
so the security guy just had a bunch of those in his pocket.
Yeah. Yeah. He was just passing the things around. He said, here, use this. I don't know who that guy was, but I think about him occasionally. It's like, I'm glad that he did that.
I'm surprised you haven't tried it with your coworkers. All right, we got a break. 7:38. Beautiful day. 62 degrees, 1120 KPNW.
The Bloomberg Market Report, sponsored by Pacific Continental Bank, serving your business and community in Eugene for over 40 years.
The Dow up 74 points, the Nasdaq down 12, and the S&P up 7, with the Dow firmly above 18,000. Wall Street isn't rattled by a report that shows home builders losing momentum ahead of their busiest time of year. New home construction slumped by more than forecast in March. Housing starts fell nearly 9% to their lowest rate since October, worse than forecast by any of the economists surveyed by Bloomberg. Another day, another big bank reporting a big earnings decline. The worst performer on the Dow this year, Goldman Sachs, says profit tumbled 60% in the first quarter to $1.1 billion, but Wall Street had expected even worse news. If you're looking forward to cruising to Cuba on Carnival, you may have to wait a bit longer. Carnival says it may delay the start of service from the U.S. to Cuba if Cuba doesn't let people born there travel to and from the country. Carnival says it's talking with Cuba about treating its cruises the same way it treats air charters. I'm Adrienne Mitchell, Bloomberg Radio.
Pacific Continental Bank is proud to call the Eugene-Springfield area home for more than 40 years. As your local banker, partner, and neighbor, we are committed to the health and sustainability of your business and our community. We know it takes more than a loan or deposit to help you succeed. It takes people who know you, your business, and your community. Who says we can't be more than a bank? Pacific Continental Bank, the right bank. Learn more at therightbank.com. Member FDIC.
Built for business. In business, time is money. In business, money is also money. No wonder nearly 1,000 businesses choose Comcast Business Internet over DSL from the phone company every single day. Not only is it up to 5 times faster, it's actually a better value when you go with the fastest plan. So take a minute out of your busy schedule and call Comcast Business. It will be well worth your time and your money.
Switch to Comcast Business Internet. Then add voice and TV for just $34.90 a month. And ask about our 2-year price guarantee. Call 800-501-6000 or visit ComcastBusiness.com. Comcast Business. Built for business.
Offer ends 5/31/16. Restrictions apply. Limited to one voice line and private view TV for new customers. 2-year contract required. Requires Comcast Business Internet and an additional monthly charge. Equipment taxes and fees, including broadcast TV fee extra. Savings claim based on cost per megabits per second. Compares Comcast 100 megabits per second and 20 megabits per second DSL downloads.
Michelob Ultra is more than a superior light beer. It's taking in all life has to offer, like catching a wave or biking a long trail. And when you're done, you reach for a cold Michelob Ultra. Fewer carbs, fewer calories, more to look forward to. Michelob Ultra. Long live the ultra life. Enjoy responsibly. Michelob Ultra Light Beer. 95 calories, 2.6 carbs, 0.6 grams protein, and 0 grams fat per 12-ounce serving. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Are you putting your money into an IRA, pension, or 401k? Then I hope you're prepared to lose 30, 40, 50% or more of your retirement savings, because it's not a question of if the market crashes again. It's a question of when. It's going to happen. Did you know there is a way you can protect and grow your wealth safely and predictably every single year? The people using this approach didn't lose a penny when the market crashed in 2000 or 2008, and they won't lose a penny in the next crash. In fact, their money will continue to grow safely year in and year out, even when stocks, real estate, and other investments tumble. A free report detailing this savings program is now available. This free report shows how you can get guaranteed growth, safety, and wealth-building power without risking your retirement in the Wall Street casino. This is the best way to have a 100% secure retirement. It far outperforms any IRA or 401k. To get this free report, visit bankonyourself.com. That's bankonyourself.com. Bankonyourself.com.
The Wake Up Call with Holloway in London, 1120 KPNW.
News Radio, 1120 KPNW. Thanks for being with us on the Wake Up Call this morning. All right, so last week we reported on a story and told you about a letter that was sent to the Bureau of Indian Affairs by Governor Kate Brown. And in that, she was trying to urge them to not allow a new Indian casino to go down in southern Oregon. In particular, it was a casino that had been requested by the Coquille, which I found out is actually pronounced Coquille, Indian tribe. And she mentioned a number of things, that it wouldn't be good for Oregon, that it would be bad for our people, etc. To talk about that from the Coquille Indian tribe, it is the tribal chairperson, Brenda Mead, joining us on the Wake Up Call. Brenda, thanks for being with us.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Bill, for having me this morning.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. Okay, so I just kind of did a brief encapsulation of the letter. Why don't you kind of expound on that just a little bit, because there was more to it than just what I said.
Certainly. We did receive a call from the governor's last week letting us know that she was preparing a letter to submit to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, the Department of Interior, to oppose our newest project in Medford, down in Jackson County, our Cedars at Bear Creek project, and shared with us her reasons for the letter and her reasons for opposition being her concern for proliferation of gaming in Oregon, and the comments of, she didn't say one casino policy, but that's been rolling around out there, and it did mention the fact that she would support the tribe's one casino growing, but perhaps not more than one facility. So it was interesting to us. We were kind of surprised by the letter. And
okay, so the governor is complaining about the proliferation of gaming, and yet we have the Oregon Lottery that is trying to expand video poker around the state. It, to me, smacks just a tiny bit of being hypocritical.
Well, it feels that way. I have to say this is not a new message from the state of Oregon to the Coquille tribe on this project. This really mimics Kit Sauber's response to our project as well. But for the Coquille tribe, it is hard to take when we know that the Oregon Lottery is growing at a pace where I think we're third in the nation for growth and expansion in Oregon Lottery. So, yeah, that was kind of hard to take, considering our small project.
All right. And one of the things to note here, isn't one of their larger video poker arcades or something like that, isn't it actually on a reservation-run business?
Oh,
down there?
I'm not positive. We do have Oregon Lottery on the property that we operate today. I think there's, over 100 locations in Jackson County that have Oregon Lottery, though.
What you've been working on this, not you personally, but the tribe has been working on this project, trying to open this particular casino for how long?
Oh, well, it was in 2011 that I came on council, that the tribal council were looking at our needs assessments for the future planning, and we're considering the needs of our tribal membership. It's important to know that the Coquille tribe is not a per capita tribe. We support and prioritize health care for our people, education, elder care. So looking at those needs for the future, it was a decision made in 2011 to look at opportunities for other facilities for gaming. That is something that is in our Restoration Act that was approved by Congress that allows us to do that. And we also have a compact with the state of Oregon that said we wouldn't open another Class 3, which is a bigger facility, for at least 5 years from the time the Mill Casino opened, which was in 2000, so we were past that timeline. And it was really just a decision on the basis of the need for employment opportunities and for future revenues of health care, education costs for us.
How many folks typically, well, I'm sure that you've done the math on this, how many people would be expected to be employed full-time at this particular casino if and when it opens?
Yeah, we've done all the due diligence on that. We're looking at about 230 plus new jobs. That's important for us. Economic development, employment opportunities for our membership is something we hear a lot from them. So we are excited about the opportunity to have new jobs, and the hospitality industry is a good thing. We're good at it. That's what we do, and along with other things as well. But
what is the process here? I mean, can the Department of the Interior, the Office of Indian Affairs, can they actually block this? I mean, who has the authority here to say yes or no in regards to the casino?
Right. So the Department of Interior will make the decision whether we have the legitimate right to put this land into trust. What happened is we've put an application in to the federal government asking them to consider whether we have the right, whether the Congress's intentions in our Restoration Act define our right to put that land into trust. And we were forthright in saying that this land was going into trust for gaming. You can tell them economic development or whatever it is, but we were honest. We said this will be considered a gaming facility and future economic development opportunities. So this process will go through. You could actually do an EA, but we decided to go the full route and do the EIS, the Environmental Impact Statement is what we're looking at, and it's a long process. It's a long federal process. First time I heard that it might take up to 10 years, I about fell on the ground. I didn't know things took that long to start a business, but it does. So this process will look at legitimate concerns from the local government, which is the city and the county, and we will look at any concerns that are brought up as far as public safety or traffic or things like that. So, the governor was asked their opinion at the beginning of this process, which was in 2013, and Governor Kitzhaber did comment. There was a timeline to give comments in, and he did, and he opposed the project as well. But, all those things will be considered. The Department of Interior sees these things every day. They understand politics. They understand that sometimes people want to wait and see what happens.
Well, okay, so briefly, the city and county, have they been overall supportive of the effort?
No. It's been better lately now that they're getting more information. At the beginning, there was a lot of misinformation about this whole process and whether we had the right to be there, which is exactly what this process will get us to. But there was a lot of misinformation that if they didn't put a letter of opposition in, that they wouldn't be allowed to have comments or to voice their concerns, which, if you don't understand this process and you've never went through this process with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, it is hard to understand. And I feel like we're making good progress with talking about real concerns. We in no way want Medford to lose by us doing business in their area. I think that as this moves forward, a lot of their questions will get answered and their concerns will get answered, and that's part of the process. That's the good process. So, Coquille Tribe's a good partner, good community partner. We do amazing things in Coos County, and we're the second largest employer in Coos County, which we're really proud of. Hopefully we'll be the largest one day, and we look to support our communities that we live in. So we're excited.
All right, so do you have the ability to actually take the state to, or the federal government for that matter, to take them to court over this if they were to say no? I'm not sure, what kind of things are allowed in a case like this. Can you take them to court and say, you know what, we think that you were unfair about this. We think that the state is, hampering us or anything like that. Can you take them to court?
Well, we are a sovereign nation. We're a nation inside of a nation, inside of a state, and it's complicated. But our Restoration Act was approved by Congress, and we're asking the federal government to give us our process to look at all issues and allow us to mitigate any concerns or issues that there are. The state, we will recognize their position and do what we can to address any legitimate concerns. But could we sue if we felt there was unjust? Well, I think anyone can in this country, but I don't want to go there.
It's interesting, this issue of, and you brought it up briefly at the very beginning, this one tribe, one casino. In a lot of ways, the state has treated this, or at least they try to treat it, as if this is some sort of codified, either it's a law in the state or it's an actual policy. And I went back, before I even reached out to you folks, I had been doing some research about this, and I found the only time I've ever seen it was brought up in any regards in state government was a white paper that was published back in like 95 or 97 by the state of Oregon, and it was simply a suggestion that maybe there should only be one casino per one tribe, but it was a suggestion. It was never anything that was either put into law. It was never adopted by any agency in the state, and yet it seems to be talked about like it's an official policy.
Yeah, we were pretty frustrated with this too. We've really just been looking as well to try and figure this whole story out as it came out from Governor Kitzhaber. And you're absolutely right. You did good on your homework because it took us a while to find that white paper and really get a grasp on where this was coming from. But I can assure you the Coquille Tribe did not agree to any policy or agreement. I know that there are a couple tribes, 2 or 3 in Oregon, that in their compact they say that they will not open another facility. I feel for them. I'm sorry that happened. They need to work on that, not try to stop ours. One casino policy would benefit 2 people. It would benefit the tribe on the I-5 corridor, and it would benefit the Oregon Lottery, if that were true. So that'd be a sweetheart deal for those 2 folks, but I don't see where the other tribes would be too excited about that.
So do you think, or have you heard, and we're just about out of time, have you heard anyone at the state level say, we really don't want you to do this because this is cutting into our revenues?
Well, it's lots of people say it, but no one's ever telling you that. Dang it.
Yeah.
But, you know, I think, Oregon Lottery dollars are the second largest revenue source for the state of Oregon. My point is I don't think that this is going to affect Oregon. I don't think that this is really going to affect the competition, the tribe almost 100 miles away. As you know, a Class 2 facility just opened up here in Coos Bay. It's about 3.5, 4 miles away from the Mill Casino, and you know what? It just gives people another option, a place to go if they want to.
All right.
And there's just a couple things that we're not going to be able to change. We can't change people's personal beliefs that gaming is bad, and we also can't change the competition's mind.
All right, Brenda.
That's okay.
We appreciate you joining us on the Wake Up Call this morning.
Thank you, Bill, and thank you for the time.
Yeah, we'll have you back on again. From the Coquel tribe, she is the tribal chairperson, Brenda Mead, joining us on the Wake Up Call at News Radio 1120 KPNW, where it is 7:57. Coming up, we'll have some news at the top of the hour here on KPNW.
If you've dreamed of owning an RV, let the RV Corral help make those dreams come true. The RV Corral is Eugene's largest Winnebago dealer for motorhomes and lightweight travel trailers. Over 200 new and pre-owned motorhomes, fifth wheels, travel trailers, and campers. All Class A and C motorhomes are on sale now. With local owners for 28 years and all local employees, the RV Corral will be there to help you make your RV dreams come true. Easy to find on Highway 99, 1 mile south of Beltline. Buy anywhere else, you'll pay too much.
Are you putting your money into an IRA, pension, or 401k? Then I hope you're prepared to lose 30, 40, 50% or more of your retirement savings, because it's not a question of if the market crashes again. It's a question of when. It's going to happen. Did you know there is a way you can protect and grow your wealth safely and predictably every single year? The people using this approach didn't lose a penny when the market crashed in 2000 or 2008, and they won't lose a penny in the next crash. In fact, their money will continue to grow safely year in and year out, even when stocks, real estate, and other investments tumble. A free report detailing this savings program is now available. This free report shows how you can get guaranteed growth, safety, and wealth-building power without risking your retirement in the Wall Street casino. This is the best way to have a 100% secure retirement. It far outperforms any IRA or 401k. To get this free report, visit bankonyourself.com. That's bankonyourself.com. Bankonyourself.com.
Holloway in London and the Wake Up Call. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Whether it's new or recycled office furniture, Oregon's most respected office furniture dealer is Office Furniture Direct in Portland, selling furniture throughout the state. Office Furniture Direct has clients up and down I-5 and is making trips into Eugene every month and can be your source for the best price and finest installation. Save money on quality office furniture at Office Furniture Direct at ofd-pdx.com.
Fox News, fair and balanced. We report, you decide. On News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. After all the primaries and caucuses, Hillary Clinton finally gets a chance to vote.
It feels great.
She was at a school in Chappaqua, New York, near her home, while Bernie Sanders was walking around Manhattan a short time ago amid a sea of reporters.
Secretary Clinton implied that she could wrap up the whole nomination today. I'm afraid she's going to be disappointed.
Sanders says a big Democrat voter turnout could help him pull off an upset today. Now, the Republican frontrunner has just cast his ballot.
Who you voting for?
Easy decision.
Donald Trump's confidence.
I think we'll do really well. It feels really good. Great support.
Though this Republican can't support Trump, he's for John Kasich.
I think he's more moderate and kind of represents my views a little better.
Now, if Trump gets 50% of the vote statewide and in each district, he'll win all 95 New York GOP delegates. They're flooded around Houston, Texas, with water everywhere, yet
we have no running water in our neighborhood.
And that's not the only problem.
Half the neighborhood doesn't have power, so it's pretty grim.
Though some parts of Houston are returning to normal operations, 5 people died in the flooding. Hundreds needed water rescue. The U.S. Embassy in Afghanistan is calling it senseless violence, a deadly Taliban-coordinated attack. Fox's Simon Owen live in our European bureau.
Dave, a suicide car bombing and then a long gun battle. Militants targeting a compound in the capital, Kabul, belonging to a government security agency responsible for protecting VIPs. But Afghan officials say most of the 28 people killed were civilians, including children. Another 300 people have been injured. The Taliban claiming responsibility for the attack. It comes after the group announced it was to begin a so-called spring offensive. Dave?
Simon, an Ohio man accused of plotting to attack the U.S. Capitol to support ISIS can go on trial in November. A federal judge ruled this morning Christopher Cornell is mentally competent. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
This tip of the week brought to you by Neurospine Institute.
Most of us will experience some form of lower back pain in our lifetime. In fact, outside of the common cold, it's the most prevalent reason for missing work in the United States. Injuries and improper lifting can frequently cause lower back pain. But did you know that illness and infection can also cause moderate to severe discomfort? Many of the conditions can be diagnosed and treated with a visit to an orthopedic physician or pain management specialist. It's important to identify the cause of back pain before effectively treating the problem.
Are you living with chronic pain? The specialists at Neurospine Institute can diagnose the problem and develop a personalized treatment plan to address your symptoms. Their comprehensive services include clinical and surgical procedures, sports medicine, physical therapy, medical imaging, and pain management. Neurospine Institute's medical professionals will work closely with your primary care or referring physician to ensure that you receive the best care and treatment. They serve all of Western Oregon with 2 locations, the main campus in Eugene and their Roseburg clinic. Visit neurospinellc.com today and get your life back.
The case against Apple that FBI dropped when it found its own way into a dead terrorist locked iPhone did not resolve the lingering issue of privacy versus national security. There is a House hearing on that this morning. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, law enforcement officials say they're having trouble solving murder and rape cases because they can't get into dozens of encrypted iPhones. Amy Hess, the FBI's Executive Assistant Director for Science and Technology, says the agency is looking at ways for privacy and security to coexist while they investigate terrorism and other criminal cases.
So we are in this quandary, trying to maximize security as we move into a world where increasingly information is beyond the reach of judicial authority, and trying to maximize privacy in this era of rapid technological advancement.
Hess says the FBI is trying to find workarounds to keep investigative trails from going dark. Dave.
Rachel, a Colorado school district has pulled the trigger on increased security.
The security director at Douglas County Schools says his guards need more firepower if they really want to protect kids in the classroom.
Maybe the first one on scene, and I want to make sure that we're able to have the correct tools to handle the situation if something happens.
And even though most of his guards are allowed to carry handguns, Rich Payne decided to order 10 semi-automatic Bushmaster rifles, much to the surprise of board members like Wendy Vogel.
To at least have the knowledge ahead of time that it was coming rather than getting a phone call from a reporter saying, this is what's happening, what do you know about it?
She realizes her district is just a few miles away from the scene of Colorado's deadliest school shooting. Yet she points out security guards at Columbine still don't arm themselves with rifles. In Denver, Brenda Stewart, Fox News.
The FDA wants to play ball, working with minor league baseball teams in a new campaign to discourage teenagers in rural parts of America from using chewing tobacco. On Wall Street, the Dow is up 78 points. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News Radio.
11:20 KPNW 8:05, Tuesday, April 19th. They should get us on the. They should get us on those public service announcements as well. Ding! Don't do it, kids. I remember being a baseball player in 7th grade.
Yeah.
And it was 7th, 8th, and 9th. We had some 9th graders on our team. And they were shaven. And I'll recall when they would pass down the chaw, and I would just keep that going. And finally, one person put it back in my lap and said, "Nope, rookie, you got to take." So I did.
How vilely sick were you? Did you barf?
I wasn't. I don't recall being sick, but being rocked out of my gourd where I was dizzy when I went out to play second base, and then proceeded to have a ball hit line drive right at my face, and dropped, put my hand up, and just managed to catch it. And but the important part was that it didn't hit me in the noggin.
Take out your expensive dental work.
Done. Anyway, we got a beautiful day. Thunderstorms, not. We got some beautiful sunshine, and mid-80s they're talking about. More of that coming up in the news and with Chris Nation in the forecast. Later in the week, precipitation coming back. We got an accident, a crash to talk about on Beltline at milepost 12.75. Looks like it's fairly close to the I-5 changeover there. Got a crash with delays in place. Again, at the intersection with I-5 and Beltline.
Also, if you're out there on 6th and Madison, we've got a house fire, and they've had to close the road off there. That's at 6th and Madison, so avoid that area as well if you're out there cruising around in that particular vicinity.
Anything else that you see, let us know, and we'll pass it on. Julie coming up from Lucky Paws, maybe adding to the family. George Rohde from Auto House, Euro-Asian Stadium. George Rohde going to be in to talk about something probably around a service light and maybe safety and some good maintenance tips coming up. Also news.
Yeah, we'll have these stories coming up in just a matter of moments. We'll take a look at an Oregon man arrested and now awaiting sentencing for, bribing the Army Corps of Engineers to get some pretty lucrative contracts. We'll have that story ahead. We'll also take a look at a investigation going on in regards to a couple of friends, but one friend wasn't so friendly to the other friend. We'll tell you how unfriendly those actions were. Those stories and more are coming up, brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones here on KPNW.
News time 8:08.
A tasty meal can make your day. A solid breakfast puts a good spin on things at the beginning of the day. A great meal in the evening can usually salvage a lousy day. Burrito Amigos can definitely cover the bases and be first in rotation or back cleanup. Fast and hot Burrito Amigos breakfast burritos are fresh and tasty. You choose the meat. The bacon burritos have 2 types of bacon. The machaca burritos are made from certified Black Angus. Or get tasty and zesty chorizo, link sausage, huevos ranchero made with green salsa, or go meatless. On the back end of the day, let Burrito Amigos do the cooking while you enjoy other great items off the menu like quesadillas, tostadas, tamales, wet burritos, even something more unique like lengua burritos or Mexican cheesesteak burritos. Let Burrito Amigos be the beginning of a great day or the salvation to a bad one. Smiles all around from Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones in Eugene and Springfield. I'm Bill London, and I approve all the breakfast burritos and about half of the rest of the menu. The other half I haven't eaten yet. Hi, this is Bill London. Hey, guess what's coming up this Thursday? It's another Thirsty Thursday, brought to you by KPNW, Western Beverage, and Widmer Brothers. And we are going to be out at Sam's on Wilson from 4 to 7 o'clock. Besides sharing some great brews, we're going to give you a chance to win season tickets to the Cuthbert Amphitheater for all of the shows. They're going to be there this season. So it's a great way to win and a great way to have some fun with friends. It's Sam's on Wilson. It's a Thirsty Thursday with KPNW.
Looking for big savings from local businesses? Check out OregonEdeals.com and save. Right now, save on certificates from Ceramic Tile Supply Northwest and Trey Mill Border Cafe. Just go to OregonEdeals.com.
I'm hooked on OregonEdeals.com. I'm saving big.
And now, Katy Perry.
Imagine going on stage with nothing and being expected to roar. It's the same with our teachers who are using their own money so students can learn. DonorsChoose.org helps teachers and students succeed.
Join Katy Perry at MakeRoarHappen.com.
Now, this morning's wake-up call with the latest news from the Northwest and your neighborhood on News Radio 1120, KPNW.
Good morning. The This look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones featuring great breakfast burritos and fresh brewed locally roasted coffee for a tasty start to your morning. Here's what's going on. Well, a man convicted of rape and other charges for sexually abusing a child in Lane County has been sentenced to 43 years in prison. 48-year-old William Isaac Parker III was sentenced Monday. He was found guilty earlier this month of rape, sodomy, sex abuse, and using a child in a display of sexually explicit conduct. Parker is accused of sexually assaulting an acquaintance's child whom he had lived with for a brief period. The alleged abuse began when the girl was 11 years old. In court, Parker accused the victim of lying and said he planned to appeal his conviction. The judge noted that Parker had initially admitted the abuse to detectives, then later recounted the statements. Well, from the Friends in Need and with a friend like this file, Lane County Sheriff's investigators are trying to figure out why a woman assaulted a friend after another friend had just done the woman a favor. All right, so over the weekend, suspect Kayla Louise Dirks of Springfield asked a man that she has known for years to give her a ride to another friend's house in Veneta. The man said, okay. So according to the sheriff's department, the man arrived. Dirks hopped in his pickup truck. They had a normal, pleasant conversation on the way to Veneta. When they arrived in Veneta, the woman allegedly pulled out a knife and slit his throat. The man suffered a 6-inch gash in his neck. He was taken to the hospital. Dirks was charged with second-degree assault. Junction City officials have agreed to settle claims brought by a former police officer who accused the city's former police chief and a sergeant of making defamatory statements. City Administrator Jason Knope says the City Council agreed to pay Corey Mertz $10,000 in health care benefits over the next year and a half, according to printed reports. Mertz had threatened to sue the city over comments made last year by then police chief Mark Chase, who was fired earlier this month, and a Sergeant Eric Markell. Mertz claims Chase's comments were defamatory and slanderous, and Markell's comments attacked his qualifications as an officer. Chase's attorney declined to comment. Markell didn't respond to requests for comment. Well, the temperature hit a high of 82 degrees in Eugene yesterday, and it was just a skosh short of the all-time record of 84 set for this date way back in 1934. According to Clinton Rocky, a meteorologist with the National Weather Service, today is going to be more of the same.
Looking to be in the low 80s across the Eugene-Springfield area.
The rest of the week, though, we'll get back to more April norms.
Highs on Wednesday will probably struggle to get out of the 60s. Looks like we'll top it out around 70 degrees, and then we'll be about the same on Thursday. Back to normal April weather as we close the week out.
This year has started off with, or this month actually, with a little warmer than normal temperatures, with 2 hot days that matched previous record highs. One of 80 degrees on April 7th. That matched a high in 1934. And then there was a high of 73 on March 31st. That set or matched a high that was set in 1939. A report commissioned by the University of Oregon says the school's fraternity and sorority members earn social status by drinking themselves into a stupor. The report says many U of O fraternities continue to haze new members, sometimes off campus. It also found that rapes are hushed up to protect the reputations of fraternities and sororities. U of O Vice President for Student Life, Robin Holmes, says the problems need to be taken seriously, and they are potentially fatal practices. About 4,000 U of O students live in the school's 20 frats and 12 sororities. Holmes says the university was responding to long-standing hazing and alcohol violations when it cut its association with the local chapter of Beta Theta Pi in March. A request for comment from the house where former frat members lived was not returned. Following up on a story we reported yesterday morning, the Lane County Sheriff has released now the name of a man who went underwater off the coast of Florence and never resurfaced. He's been identified as 20-year-old Jack O'Halloran, a U of O student. He was last seen near the north jetty of the Siuslaw River. Friends say he was at a party and consumed alcohol and possibly drugs, and then decided to go swimming in the ocean. He was several yards from shore when he disappeared underwater. and he never came back up. The Coast Guard and the Lane County Sheriff's Office suspended their searches over the weekend. O'Halloran was a sophomore studying business at the University of Oregon. Well, Americans are helping with relief efforts after a deadly 7.8 earthquake that devastated Ecuador. Brad Ford says Oregon-based Mercy Corps is sending people to assess the damage.
Mercy Corps' Christy Delafield says because of the size of the earthquake, a 7.8 magnitude, it'll take some time to understand the scale of the destruction.
What is the situation? Getting more information. Unfortunately, we expect the dust toll to rise.
Delafield says there's been a lot of rain that has caused landslides after the quake hit, shutting down roads and making access difficult. She says Mercy Corps is grateful that Oregonians want to help.
If anybody wants to be supportive of Mercy Corps' work in Latin America or around the world, they can visit our website.
After the damage is assessed, Mercy Corps will determine how many crews to send into the region. Over 200 aftershocks hit the Pacific Ocean near the coastal towns that have been the hardest hit. Brad Ford, KPNW.
The Oregon Legislature's longest-serving member is responding to the prospect of a recall. A recall petition was filed in February against Senate President Peter Courtney, a Democrat from Salem, by Matt Geiger. Geiger was a two-time candidate for House District 22. In a press release announcing the recall petition, Geiger attacked Courtney on 4 positions: his support of the Clean Fuels Bill, the minimum wage, veterans issues, and also transit. If you recall, Courtney was angry because a transit bill failed in the city of Salem. So he decided to come up with a bill that would be statewide, that would allow transit districts to unilaterally raise their own taxes. Courtney says that in regards to the contents and the idea that he says that it's unfair that Geiger, or on clean fuels, Geiger said that Courtney allowed unfair procedural maneuvers when the legislature passed a controversial clean fuel bill. Well, Courtney said he supports the clean fuel law because, quote, climate change is a threat to public health. He also says that the Oregon legislature didn't rush to pass the minimum wage law and called the effort a good faith attempt at helping workers, even though it was rammed through the short session of the legislature. And in regards to transit, Courtney said that he would just bring up his history in support of public transit. He said that he was in the 1970s called the bus boy of public transit. He says he lives by the motto, nobody works harder. Oregon Senate Republican leaders also wrote a letter to Governor Kate Brown urging her to protect struggling Oregonians by repealing the low-carbon fuel standard before passing a transportation package in the 2017 legislative session. Senate Republican leader Ted Ferrioli released a statement that says, in part, Senate Republicans are committed to working across the aisle to reduce carbon and fix ailing transportation, but that we're also committed to protecting hardworking Oregonians. He says the partisan mandate on fuels will result in at least a 19-cent a gallon increase in gas prices around the state. He also says the Republicans will not stand by as Democrats stack a hidden gas tax on top of a potential gas tax or additional vehicle fees. He says it's time they back up their rhetoric and start having actual realistic conversations, including repealing the LCFS to find a bipartisan solution that reduces carbon and invests in transportation. An Oregon defense contractor admitted to bribing the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers program manager to secure $171 million in contracts. The 73-year-old man goes by the singular name Sky. He faces a maximum of 5 years in federal prison during his sentencing October 1st. Lawyers said Monday that a sentence of around 2 years is more likely. Sky and his company Sky Research have been under investigation since 2010. Prosecutors say a program manager for the Corps of Engineers in Omaha, Nebraska, rigged bids on 9 contracts. In exchange, Sky provided him with cash, accommodations, and entertainment. The program manager is yet to be charged. Radioactive waste is leaking from a tank at the Hanford Reserve in Washington. Brad Ford says officials don't think it's leaking into the environment.
An alarm sounded at the Hanford Nuclear Reserve when a mix of radioactive and chemical waste started leaking at a faster rate into the interior lining of the double-walled tank. Crews had been removing the waste that was originally 800,000 gallons. Now around 20,000 gallons remain in the tank. The process has been stopped while engineers study the problem and what can be done. They don't believe the waste has leaked into the environment. They're working to find a way to remove the material from the inner lining of the tank. There are 28 of these huge double-walled tanks on the Hanford property. Brad Ford, KPNW.
Say 20, this look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones. You're up to date from KPNW.
Wake Up Call Sports on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
So even without Steph Curry, who's out with a sprained ankle, the Golden State Warriors better than the Houston Rockets, winning Game 2, 115-106. A character-building win without their MVP. As Klay Thompson picks up the slack, scoring 34, Warriors up 2-0. Kevin Durant had to fight, off the bad shooting, the worst shooting night of his career. En route to a Dallas Maverick win over the Thunder, 85-84, and series tied at 1 apiece after Durant's attempted game winner off the mark. Toronto Raptors beat down the Indiana Pacers 98-87 to score that series and bring the Pacers down to earth after winning Game 1. What an inning of baseball. The Oregon baseball team down 8-2 to Oregon State when they reeled off 6 runs, even left 3 men on base. Let it slip away in the 9th, though, as OSU comes out with an 11-10 win at PK. 7 OSU pitchers used on the night. I think 4 or 5 in the 6th inning alone. MLB 4.5 hours later, Jake Lamb, the hero for the D-backs. Lamb hit a tying homer in the 9th and doubled in an insurance run in the 11th. Diamondbacks beat the Giants 9-7. Notes from spring practice for Oregon football. The pack of quarterbacks has decreased from 5 to 3. Dakota Prukop, Travis Johnson, and true freshman Terry Wilson have been designated as the 3 who will be getting the most reps. Jeff Locke and Taylor Alley will take on different roles. And by the way, this word in on Vernon Adams' workout with the Rams, very impressive. Wake Up Call Sports brought to you by Max Muscle, your authority in sports nutrition since 1991. On Franklin, across from Market of Choice in Eugene. News time, 8:22.
KPNW weather brought to you by Ramjack West. Do you have foundation problems? Ramjack can fix that. Get your free quote at ramjackwest.com.
Good morning. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes, things aren't that bad. Mostly clear skies. Temps right now in the mid to upper 40s with light winds out of the southwest at 5 to 10 and a little bit of light hazy fog out there, but even that'll burn off by 10 a.m. Now, the high pressure that's cooked us the last few days and brought plenty of sunshine looks to continue this afternoon with highs in the mid 80s to a couple of low 90s out there in the south. Mostly clear skies will dominate with winds out of the south by 5 to 10 and a few gusts up to 15, but this should be the end of it as we're tracking a storm system over California that'll bring a chance of thunderstorms Wednesday afternoon, and we'll also see another storm system approach from the Alaskan region sometime Thursday night into Friday. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation, the NBC 16 Weather Center, hoping you enjoy this last day of fantastic sunshine and warm temps.
Ramjack leads the way in foundation repair. Protect your investment. Get your free in-home evaluation at ramjackwest.com. Check out our exceptional online reviews, then choose Ramjack.
CCB 146906.
For the all-new John Deere riding mowers, tractors, and side-by-sides, think Ramsey Waite.
Make tracks to Ramsey Waite for John Deere lawn tractors and zero-turn mowers.
There's nothing like a John Deere Gator utility vehicle. From hardworking and trail-ready to the ultimate in work capability. Get into a Gator now at Ramsey Waite.
Don't just dream about it, wait for it.
Ramsey Waite.
Open Monday through Saturday. Franklin Boulevard, Glenwood. Online at RamseyWaite.com.
You are a business owner.
I am a business owner.
You want to grow.
That's true. I do want to grow my business.
But you need help.
Especially with how I'm going to grow my business.
So you call U.S. Bank.
Good idea. They'll know how.
Our custom solutions give you what you need to expand.
That's just what I need to expand.
Add a production line.
Wow. Can you believe that production line?
Give you operating capital.
Can't operate without operating capital.
And help your business grow even more.
I think I'm going to need a bigger office.
With a business banker there by your side every step of the way.
Maybe I should start another business.
Visit your local U.S. Bank branch or usbank.com/quickloan today. U.S. Bank, the power of possible. Equal housing lender. Credit products offered by U.S. Bank National Association and are subject to normal credit approval and program guidelines. See your banker for details. Deposit products offered by U.S. Bank National Association, member FDIC.
Max Muscle Sports Nutrition is more than a nutrition store. Tom here at Max Muscle. If you want to make changes to your overall health, lose weight, build muscle, or if you just want to feel better, stop by, talk to a certified nutritionist. Max Muscle, Franklin Boulevard, across from the Market of Choice.
Hi, Mike here with some info on West Eugene. Did you know there are over 400 businesses on West 6th, 7th, and 11th? Yeah, 400. And lots of them are there to help you care for your furry friends. Whether your pet needs a bath, a trim, a treat, or a toy, or even that necessary operation, you'll find the right place for all your pet's needs on West 6th, 7th, and 11th in Eugene. Hear that? That's my buddy. He's saying it's time for a new toy. Go West, pet lovers. Go West.
Hey, Dad, how do you throw a curveball? How do you build a fort? How do refrigerators run? How do fish learn how to swim?
Kids ask a lot of questions.
How high can you jump?
But you don't have to know every answer.
How many phone numbers are there?
Because you don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent.
How do cell phones work?
There are thousands of children in foster care who don't need every question answered.
What's electricity?
They just need you.
What's the moon made of?
For more information on how you can adopt, go to adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Holloway in London. Your Infomaniacs on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
I think we need like a isolated camera for the stream just on the floor. So we can get down there with today Charles or Charlie and have him just kind of play around where people can check him out online. If you're streaming, if you need to see Charlie, a potential new family member, go to kpnw.com and you can check him out right now. How come we don't hear you?
There you go.
There we go. He's a little camera shy. He's trying to turn away.
He needs
Poor
to warm
Charlie.
up.
He does.
One of those puppies that's going to take a little while.
Yeah, and that's probably why we still have him, unfortunately. So Charlie has now gone to a few adoption events, and he is the sweetest dog ever. Like, you know, people are always coming in looking for a companion dog where they need a like, I need a doctor's note to have a dog. This is it. This is not a dog anybody could ever say is not a good companion.
This is him.
It's him. He's a little nervous in here, but it's a new place, something strange.
Well, he's all over you.
Yeah, he is just the sweetest little dog.
He's so cute. Julie from Lucky Paws, by the way, in with Charlie.
Well, and if you're not sure, this little guy needs a foster home because he's been having to stay at our store.
What?
So, yeah, if he had a foster home, he could probably get out more and maybe not be so shy when he comes out each time. But he's 2 years old.
I need to get out of the house more.
$200 adoption fee. He's neutered. Comes with 2 vet exams just for peace of mind to make sure he's healthy for you. And
he's
a little
cuddler.
He is a cuddler. When I put him in the car, because it's the first time I've taken him just free in the car, no crate or anything, he just jumped in the back seat and cuddled up and went to sleep.
So he's okay in the car.
Yeah.
Not so good in the studio. Not. I'll just say he's a little awkward.
He's not bad. He's just
He was
doesn't
good.
want to have anything to do with us.
He doesn't want to come in.
By
and
the way,
ruin
is not something that's out of the question.
Probably a
for
good judge
studio
of character.
guests.
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah.
He was fine coming down the hall. It's going through doors. It's something new.
I have the same problem with doors.
You could totally see him in like a couple of months with somebody that knows how to just kind of give him some hugs, and he's going to be a totally, completely different dog in a while.
He's a silly boy. He's a good-looking dog too.
He is.
The fastest
Good coat.
Fastest way to see him would be to go to our Facebook page, and if you look at pretty much the last post that was on there was the post of all the dogs that are for adoption, and his name's Charlie, and you click on his link, it'll take you right to his ad on Pet Finder. He's a good-looking boy.
He's a rat terrier, right?
He's a rat terrier, but we have this little guy in with puppies, and he nurtures them. It's so cute. We have a camera on him so we can see what they're doing, and he cuddles up with them at night. He's got the best personality.
By the way, if you live on a farm or someplace where you're dealing with field mice, rodents or anything,
He'd probably do that too.
They are They are Armageddon when it comes to rodents.
Huh.
Seriously, we had our dog was part rat terrier.
Oh, really?
I mean, the cats did not hold a candle. Cats, look. With her, it was, I'm seeking them out. I smell something across the street. It's a mouse. See you in a minute. Have something to go kill. I'll be right back.
That is what they're bred to do.
So he's okay with puppies. How is he with other dogs?
He's actually okay with other dogs. He's not the aggressor or anything. He backs down and, very submissive.
And I imagine with
little dog.
kids, he would be brilliant.
He's an awesome little guy. He doesn't lift his leg. People are all worried about a boy because they think they lift their leg everywhere. But, that's kind of a dominant thing. And it can be stopped. But this guy doesn't even
I don't get alpha from him.
Yeah,
yet.
no, not at all.
Yet.
Not yet, no.
Yet. So,
he's had many friends come and go at the store. They all get adopted. And
What's his story? Where did he come from?
He came out of, the Bakersfield area.
Giving you kisses.
Giving kisses. I think he came out of the, I can't remember the name of the shelter. It's one of the towns outside of Bakersfield where nobody goes. So Mark brought this one. Mark from Edgewater Furniture brought this little guy up to us. And so we have a lady out there who goes around and she finds the little dogs and takes them and they foster them for a couple weeks and then they send them up to us when Mark goes out there and
how frequently does he? Because he mystery Mark, who we've never met.
I know.
We hear about this guy going down there.
Always
and picking
traveling. He
dogs.
Well, for a while he was going about every other week recently, but I don't know that he prefers to go that often.
Yeah.
So, and when he makes a trip, we're kind of one of the little stops along the way sometimes. But most of the time he goes all the way up to Vancouver or Portland, that direction, bigger cities, a lot more people. And those shelters up there.
Oh, for drop-offs.
Yeah, that's where most of the dogs go to. So we get a few here and there.
And he's based out of Eugene.
Yeah.
What furniture store?
Edgewater Furniture.
Okay.
They usually sell stuff in the back, and they'll mark that it's for rescue. And when people purchase that furniture, then the money goes to the gas and things. He doesn't charge anybody to go pick them up. So
you got to bring him in one of these times.
I keep trying.
Yeah.
I know.
What else do we need to know about Charlie?
Charlie he needs a home. Can't believe he's been passed up 2 weeks in a row now. Home, foster home. He's
got cool bat-like ears.
He does. He's got real pretty markings. He actually, a lot of the dogs we get are a lot of different mixes. I don't think he's a mix at all. He's a good-looking little dog.
How much does he weigh? Does he weigh, do you think?
Oh, I'm thinking like 12.
Okay,
maybe
so
50
I was just doing a
pounds.
quick thing here because I had a friend that had a rat terrier that was considerably bigger than him, and I'm kind of surprised at the difference in sizes. They can go anywhere between about 10 pounds to 24 pounds.
Yeah, this is a little one.
And this guy here has got probably another 15 to 16 years of companionship ahead of him. They live to be fairly old, 15 to 18 years old.
They do. They live a long time.
And the temperament is lively, inquisitive, alert, intelligent, affectionate, and loving.
We see the loving part.
The affectionate, loving, most definitely.
Every time I put my head down.
I would say he's alert.
Lick.
I don't see him as being not alert.
Yeah, he's not a huge barker either. But, any dog that comes in, is when they're scared, they're going to bark. And if you're real quick to be like, hey, settle down, you're fine. He's one of those that's real easy. He backs right off. He's a good boy.
So if he doesn't get adopted, he's going to be out at PetSmart on Saturday?
He's going to be at PetSmart on Saturday. And like I said, we need foster homes. We've got 3 other dogs, a little dachshund, Chihuahua puppy, and 2, they're like Italian Greyhound Terrier mixes that need foster homes and need adopted. They're available too. So you can see their pictures, same place, if you go on Facebook and look at that post of all the dogs for adoption.
What's a prerequisite for
So for foster home, obviously, if your apartment doesn't allow dogs, can't help you. But
Fostering 101.
yeah, these are little dogs that are at our store, and so somebody who thinks that they're maybe interested in one, but they're not sure. I mean, if you want a dog and you want to foster before it gets adopted, just understand the dog is for adoption while you're fostering. But little guys like this, I mean, they're sitting at our store, and the only time they get affection is when all of our volunteers come in and see them and stuff. And so they need more than that. Yeah, we don't like to have any that have to spend the night and stay there. We like them to go to foster homes. So get a hold of us, rescue@luckypawssite.org, and we'll send you a foster application.
What else is going on with the shelter?
Last week or last 2 weeks of our shoe drive, we're wrapping that up and bagging shoes, and we've had some fantastic donations so far, so thank you very much. And you can drop them off at Cascade Animal Clinic or PetSmart off Chad Drive. And the shoes go to help other people, obviously needy, who need them, and it's to help them to get jobs. So they can be dress shoes, tennis shoes. It doesn't matter as long as they're gently used. We had someone ask if they could be chewed up. We're like, no, they won't accept those. But and then hopefully by the end of this, we will have earned $1,000. Basically, we're doing all the work, but it all goes to a good cause. And I mentioned it last time, but it's through WoofTrax, WOOFTRAX. And if you have a dog or if you walk a lot and you haven't done so, please download their app and sign up with Lucky Paws and walk to help us out. So
so you can walk and raise money that way as well?
Yeah, so you can raise money that way as well. Just every time you walk, you sign on and say, I'm starting my walk, and it GPS, nowadays it keeps track of it, and all of that adds up into dollars that they send back to us.
And that's a good thing.
Yeah. Exactly.
How about a Facebook page?
Facebook/Lucky Paws Site. So look up Lucky Paws Rescue and just make sure it's the one in Springfield, because there's still the one in San Jose. We can't seem to get that to meld together. I don't know why. And
maybe if you aren't interested or not the perfect fit for Charlie, but you do know somebody who would be, pass a word on.
Yes, definitely. Click on his link on Pet Finder and share it. He needs a home. These little dogs are harder to find homes for him.
So it's kind of unbelievable, really.
I know. Everybody comes looking for the big dogs, and they just pass these guys up.
Little dogs are people, too.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Julie. Lucky Paws out there in Springfield doing some good things. 838 KPNW.
The Bloomberg Market Report, sponsored by Pacific Continental Bank, serving your business and community in Eugene for over 40 years.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. The Dow hit 18,000 Monday for the first time in 9 months, and it likes the view from there. The Dow up 78 points, the Nasdaq down 3, and the S&P up 9 as oil surges nearly 4%. But this investor says don't get used to this.
Trying to predict the price of oil is a little bit like trying to predict the outcome of the Republican National Convention. Both very important and both very uncertain.
Mike McQueen, managing director and partner at Hightower. When's the last time you got a new smartphone? When 2-year contracts were common, steep discounts encouraged people to replace phones often. But the Wall Street Journal reports since 2013, Verizon and AT&T have been shifting customers into plans that force them to pay the full price, so they're waiting longer to replace their phones. Chips added to credit cards were meant to increase security, but they've also resulted in longer waits. Visa says it's now offering a technology upgrade that'll cut the time people have to leave their cards in the machine to 2 seconds or less. I'm Adrienne Mitchell, Bloomberg.
Pacific Continental Bank is proud to call the Eugene-Springfield area home for more than 40 years. As your local banker, partner, and neighbor, we are committed to the health and sustainability of your business and our community. We know it takes more than a loan or deposit to help you succeed. It takes people who know you, your business, and your community. Who says we can't be more than a bank? Pacific Continental Bank, the right bank. Learn more at therightbank.com. Member FDIC.
That's another
home run for Oregon.
Precision counts, whether it's a big game on the line or your quality of life.
I had excruciating pain in my cheek and jaw, a condition called trigeminal neuralgia. My doctor recommended Sacred Heart Gamma Knife Center.
The physicians used highly focused, precise radiation beams to target the nerve. Game over for Mary's pain in just a few weeks. If you have a brain tumor or episodes of severe facial pain, ask your primary doctor or specialist about Gamma Knife. Visit peacehealth.org/Gamma Knife to learn more.
It's finally happened. The best real estate market in a decade. Low inventory coupled with low interest rates equals top dollar for your house in today's market. If you want to sell within your time frame and get the most money possible, now is the time.
Harpole Real Estate with Keller Williams will ensure a stress-free move for you. Not all agents are the same. In fact, Eric, Jeanette, and their team outsell all other agents and teams in Lane County. Since 2009, they've helped 150 more families sell and move than the number 2 agent. The reason? Better marketing and better negotiating. And unlike other agents, they offer flexible commissions. Their exclusive enhanced listing program, and if you're not happy, fire them. You are in control.
Call for a free no-pressure consultation, 541-286-3030 or at harpolehomes.com. If you live in Douglas County, Harpole Real Estate can help you too. Now you have a real estate team that can get your home sold. 541-286-3030.
What is it about buying a mattress that leaves you feeling violated? Pushy salespeople, fake sales, the walk of shame out of the mattress store? Those days are over. Hi, I'm Christian von Rickenbach, co-founder of Helix Sleep, where you can buy a mattress online, customized for you, for hundreds of dollars instead of thousands. Go to helixsleep.com, answer a few simple questions, and we build you the most comfortable mattress you'll ever sleep on. Shipping is free, and you have 100 nights to try it out. Go to helixsleep.com/go and get $50 off your order. That's helixsleep.com/go.
I've been teaching organic chemistry for the last 17 years, so I'm pretty good with complex calculations. But when I started thinking about my retirement, I was pretty stumped. Luckily, I have TIAA as my financial partner. Together, we retrosynthetically analyzed my financial future, which is organic chem speak for we figured it out.
See how we're helping those who do good do well at the new TIAA.org. TIAA, created to serve, built to perform.
KPNW weather, brought to you by Ramjack West. Do you have foundation problems? Ramjack can fix that. Get your free quote at ramjackwest.com.
Good morning to you and yours. Today's shaping up to be another scorcher out there, but if you're headed out in the next few minutes, we look to be in the mid to upper 40s. Mostly clear skies, light winds out of the southwest at 5 to 10, and some very light haze fog out there, but I expect that to burn off by 10 a.m. The high pressure that's given us unbelievably warm temps and clear skies the last couple of days will be in full effect today as well. That means the highs will be in the mid 80s to a couple of low 90s out there. This should be the end of the heat in the mostly clear skies as this high pressure will begin to move off to the north. Now we're tracking 2 storm systems. The first will start to push in Wednesday afternoon, bringing a few isolated thunderstorms that'll fire in the Cascades and then roll down into the hills into the valley. The other system off the edge of Alaska arrives Thursday night into Friday, bringing showers and mostly cloudy skies right into the weekend before Sunday another system pulls in to bring even more showers. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation, the NBC 16 Weather Center, hoping you enjoy this last fantastic warm and sunny day.
Anything but typical. Anything but cliche. Anything but routine. The Wake Up Call on News Radio 1120. KPNW.
843 News Radio 1120 KPNW. The Wake Up Call with our good friend George Rohde from Auto House Euro Asian Stadium. He's back.
Stadium Automotive. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
It is a great morning.
It's beautiful out there.
So, obviously, mentioning that the weather is beautiful and everything else, of course, summer's coming up. People are going to get on the road, and you got the hot driving, or driving in warmer climes than usual.
Yes.
I'm curious, are there suggestions that you make for folks to do certain things to their cars to kind of prep it for warmer, hotter weather?
Well, the most important thing before you travel, go to your favorite shop, and I hope I'm one of your favorite shops, and have a vehicle trip check done on it. Things like tires, brakes, wheel bearings, most important, cooling systems. 85% of major engine damage happens by overheating your vehicle. It's really, really important that your cooling system is in good shape, and the customer can really help on this. One of the things we cannot do, or any shop can do, is to be able to simulate hot freeway driving. Your radiator could be partially plugged, or more, the outside of the radiator airflow is plugged in between what you call the condenser of the air conditioner and the radiator. There's a little space in there, and hay and bugs and stuff gets plugged in there, and the symptoms are, and you need to tell your shop you have these symptoms, is you're going down the freeway and your temperature gauge is a little hotter than normal. You start climbing the Siskiyous or Sexton Pass or whatever, or Highway 58, and your temperature goes up further. That is an indication that you have either internal or external pluggage of your radiator. And so what you need to do is you need to either pull your radiator out and back blow it and flush it with water, or sometimes you can just pull it back in its spots and blow the debris out. But that's
so
really
how
important.
frequently does that need to happen on a certain car? I mean,
Well,
the same
usually
car.
somewhere around 60, 70,000 miles you see it, but a lot has to do with where you live. If you live out in Junction City, rural, and go through hay fields when they're harvesting, that is really going to affect how much debris you get in your radiator. By the way, for those people who say, oh, I put a screen in front of my radiator or in front of my condenser of my air conditioning, that in itself blocks about 20% of your airflow. Seems like a good idea. It isn't a good idea because, as I said, it blocks 20% of the airflow just putting that screen over it.
Okay, so if you have access, I'm just throwing out something here. If you have access then to the front of that radiator, I mean, can you vacuum it?
You can vacuum it. Usually your best bet is that is one possibility if you don't have air conditioning. Mm-hmm. Okay, air conditioning puts a piece in front of it, and also transmission coolers. Usually it goes transmission cooler, what you call your condenser, which is part of your air conditioning, then your radiator. And it's a space in between. You can't even see it. You have to pull your radiator back. Usually your best bet is to actually back blow it with air, or the best bet is you actually take the radiator out and you just take and back flush it with water to clean all that debris out. Sometimes you can take a flashlight and look down in between, and if you see a bunch of white hayish stuff, or the little what do you call it, the dust fairies, not the fairies,
dust bunnies
and the fairies that float in the air get caught in there too.
From dandelions.
For dandelions, right. Any kind of so that's real important.
Okay, so then I just to clarify on something you said, if you're over, like you said, in the Siskiyous, or you're over there in the Blue Mountains or whatever, and you're going up an incline and it's a hot day and your radiator is clear, and it should not go up at all. Well,
it'll go up a little bit. A well-engineered ones will tend to get it to be a little hotter, in other words, but it should not get into the red.
Okay.
And something... By the way, as long as there's liquid in the system, your system is still working. Now, how can you tell if there's liquid in the system as you're driving the car on your temperature gauge? What you do not want to ever do is open your radiator, and we'll get into that in a moment. The best way is to turn it to heat. And if heat just starts pouring out, put it on defrost. And if it starts burning your hands, it's so hot in there, then you know that there's liquid in your cooling system. And by the way, in last endeavor to cool your car, if you turn on your heater, it's going to pull some energy, that is heat, out of your cooling system, but it makes your life very miserable inside your car. But it's a good check to make sure you have liquid in your system. Keep in mind, the cooling system is pressurized. Okay, at sea level, water boils at 212 degrees. You put in a 50-50 mixture of coolant, that is antifreeze, what we call antifreeze. It takes it up to approximately 120 or 225 degrees. Okay. Then you pressurize, and by the way, this is the boiling point. Then you pressurize at 15 pounds. It takes up to about 245 degrees. So even at 245 degrees, your car is still cooling the system. what happens sometimes is people open this 240-degree system, and as soon as it hits atmospheric pressure, it will explode. It usually takes about 2 to 3 seconds, maybe 5 seconds. And I have read articles about people that open it up and they look down it as the geyser of 235-degree water scalds their face. So I say that because all of you listen to this radio show. We know you're intelligent, and I will save one face. Hopefully, yes. So don't look down your cooling system ever when it's hot, and don't even open the cap. Best way to check if there's coolant in there is just to turn on your heater and check that.
George Rohde from Auto House Euro Asian and Stadium. I'm curious, during the summer months when things are very warm, how much do you run your air conditioning?
All the time. Yes, I like air conditioning. It keeps your air cool. Now, there has been an ongoing debate whether if you roll down your windows and create more drag, or whether you use your air conditioning, which way do you get better fuel mileage? You will get a little better fuel mileage by just rolling down your windows. I'm into creature comforts. I don't like to be hot. I run my air conditioning. Air conditioning, by the way, does take 1 mile or 2 miles per gallon away from your fuel mileage because of the energy it takes to run the compressor.
I remember hearing sometime a long time ago, and I don't remember where it was, so I'm not going to, I mean, as far as the source, I don't know how reliable it is. But I had heard that it was a good idea once or twice during the winter when you're driving your car around to turn the air conditioner on. And I don't remember the reason for it, but it was supposedly good for the system.
The reason being is you have oil in the system and it redistributes the oil. But in most cars, when you turn on, by the way, all cars now come with air conditioning. For the most part. Whenever you turn on your defrost in your vehicle, it turns on the air conditioner. And you go, why during the winter do you want your air conditioning on when you put on defrost?
Doesn't it dry it or something?
Right. It dries the air so your windows will defog quicker. So for the most part, that's done automatically every time you use your defrost. But yeah, it is a good idea.
Okay.
One other summer, by the way, getting a vehicle checked out, making sure your brakes are good. Let's talk a little about gasoline. Interestingly enough, the fuel pumps are in the tank now. The old vapor locks used to be because fuel pumps are great pushers. They're not good at sucking the fuel into the system, and that's what vapor lock used to be always about. The intake side of it, the air or fuel would vaporize, turn from a liquid into a gas, and fuel pumps, no fuel pump can suck onto a gas and make it happen. The fuel pumps in the tank, there's a bunch of advantages actually. Number one is it cools the fuel pump. Number two, they have no sucking to do at all. And the gasoline actually lubricates the fuel pump. Yeah, there's electricity in your fuel pump. The big thing is, if it's really hot, if you're going down through Bakersfield, you may want to fill up a little earlier. Actually, north of Bakersfield or south of Bakersfield, that area on I-5, the most expensive gas in California you'll find, below Sacramento and above Bakersfield. So make sure you're all filled up before you go through that area. But the reason being is you want a little extra cooling for your fuel pump and lubrication.
Is it true that if you're one of those people that consistently runs your fuel down to like the yellow light coming on that says time to fuel up, that actually that can decrease the life of your fuel pump?
I'm really one to talk about that because...
You do that?
Do I do that? Boy, do I do that. It adds excitement to my life. And it actually, you get more time in life because you don't have to fill up as much. I actually, in my Subaru, it's real good about saying the light comes on with 60 miles, then it goes down to 30 miles, and then 20 miles it turns it off. So I consistently take it down. I don't think it hurts at all, particularly in town driving. Mm-hmm. But as I said, it's the longer trips. So my recommendation on the road, if you're like me, when the low gas light comes on, is the time to get gas, because most of the time you have about 2 or 3 gallons still in your tank. Other things to keep in mind on when you're traveling: keep your windshield clean, particularly in where you go through some bugs, because and particularly if you're heading into the sun west. So all of these tips will make your travels much nicer.
Auto House, Euro Asian Stadium, any specials, anything going on that people need
We
to know
still
about?
have a $59.95 alignment special at Stadium 343-5050. Let us know. We can help.
Thank you, George.
Thank you. Always a pleasure.
Take care.
Before we get out of here, we got to qualify somebody for this Cuthbert season pass.
Yeah, the way this works is we're just going to qualify a couple of people. So yesterday we kicked it off by giving away some free stuff. I think today we'll do the same thing. We'll make sure that each one of our contestants gets a free burrito from Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones. We'll just take callers 1 and 2 at 541-485-5769 or 888-576-9888. Your name will go into a drawing then, along with a number of other listeners, to win a pair of season passes to the Cuthbert Amphitheater for their big summer concert series, including, we've got Bob Dylan and Mavis Staple. Mavis
Sublime,
Staples.
Weird Al Yankovic, the string cheese incident.
Weird Al Yankovic.
Lyle Lovett, a little bit of everything.
Yeah. So callers 1 and 2, you're going to win and get into the drawing from News Radio 1120 KPNW. See you tomorrow.
How would you like to make up to $20,000 a month flipping houses with no risk? Hi, my name is Nick Vertucci, and over the last 2 years, my elite team of house flippers have flipped over 800 properties by using my 3-step flipping system that guarantees quick profits. And this year, we plan to double it. I'm growing my team in your area, and I'm looking for help. I have more cash available than deals right now, so I need you. All interested candidates, call now and take an inside peek of my flipping system. I'll rush you out a free copy of my Fortunes and Flipping CD kit that will show you how easy it is to get in, get out, and get paid immediately flipping houses if you come join my team.
Call 1-800-449-3149 now to get your free flipping kit. Call 800-449-3149 and you'll also get free tickets to a training workshop. That includes a free meal, a smartphone watch, and a USB flash drive loaded with Nick's powerful information as free gifts just for attending. Call 800-449-3149. That's 800-449-3149. Call now.
Are you living with prostate enlargement? Do you pee more often than you used to? Do you wake up to go? Be honest. Is there a drop in your romantic life? Prostate problems don't go away on their own, so you need to call for a free bottle of Super Beta Prostate, the #1 non-prescription formula for your prostate. The ingredients are natural. With Super Beta Prostate, you'll have less urges to urinate, less waking at night, and an improvement in your romantic life, guaranteed. Try it for free. Pay only shipping and handling. Just call 1-800-317-7853. Super Beta Prostate is so powerful, you'd have to take 100 saw palmetto capsules to get the same active ingredient in just one Super Beta Prostate tablet. Stop running to the bathroom and call us now for your free bottle. Hurry, this free offer won't last. Just call 1-800-317-7853. That's 1-800-317-7853. 1-800-317-7853.
Message and data rates may apply.
If you're self-employed and have not yet claimed your free trial of the money-saving software from QuickBooks Self-Employed, it's not too late. Our mission is to get this automatic mileage tracking and deduction maximizing software into the hands of every self-employed person in America as quickly as possible. That's why we're giving away these absolutely free trials. To get yours, text TRIAL10 to 67076.
It automatically tracks my trips and records my deductions so I can keep more of the money I make.
It's awesome. It gives me back my freedom, really.
QuickBooks Self-Employed is designed to help self-employed Americans keep more money in their pocket. And it's working. On average, subscribers identify $18,217 in potential annual deductions. And it's so easy, anyone can use it. If you haven't claimed your free trial yet, it's not too late. Text TRIAL10 to 67076. But hurry while we're still giving trials away for free. Again, text TRIAL10 to 67076. That's TRIAL10 to 67076.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. The Dow and S&P are heading for new highs for the year. The Dow up 57 points, the Nasdaq down 12, and the S&P up 6. Netflix is one big reason the Nasdaq isn't joining the others in positive territory. Shares are plunging 11% after it said it would add 2 million new international subscribers this quarter, a lot less than expected. The home building industry lost momentum as it began what's usually the busiest time of the year. The Commerce Department says housing starts in March fell 9% to their lowest level since October, and we may not see a change for the positive anytime soon. Building permits, an indicator of future construction, fell almost 8%. As competition grows for lower-wage workers, employees at Target are getting a raise. Reports say the department store is raising its minimum wage to $10 per hour, matching a move made by Walmart this year. The increase expected to go into effect next month. I'm Adrienne Mitchell, Bloomberg Radio.
Well, a few dozen marchers gathered in Baltimore over the weekend.
This
They marked
News
the
Radio
1-year
1120
anniversary of the death of
KPNW.
Freddie Gray,
Eugene
whose neck was
Springfield,
broken.
USA.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. The two frontrunners hoping for home turf advantage in New York, where Fox's Hillary Barsky is here live with a campaign roundup.
Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton feeling optimistic about their chances of claiming victory in today's primary, and Trump feeling good about clinching the nomination.
I think the campaign's been doing well. Many senators, governors, they're all gone. We have tremendous support.
Earlier this morning, Hillary Clinton casting her vote at a local polling place in her hometown of Chappaqua, New York.
I love New York, and this has been a joy during the last 2 weeks to be here all over the state. And I hope everybody gets out to vote.
In terms of the delegate scorecard, 247 delegates are at stake for the Democrats, while 95 are up for grabs for the GOP. Lisa?
Thanks, Hillary. Cracking one terrorist's iPhone doesn't end the FBI's problem with encryption. Another House hearing underway. Fox Radio's Rachel Sutherland is live in Washington.
Lisa, lawmakers are examining the balance between national security and privacy in the age of fast-moving technological advances. Kim Hess with the FBI says phone encryption is causing investigations to go dark.
We may not be able to identify and stop terrorists.
Tom Galati with the New York Police Department says the problem is hitting home.
We have been locked out 67 Apple devices lawfully seized pursuant to the investigation of 44 violent crimes.
Galati says those crimes include rape, murder, and police officers shot in the line of duty. Lisa.
Thanks, Rachel. Late word of deadly airstrikes on two towns held by rebels in Syria. Activists say 44 civilians have been killed, including at least 3 children, among the deadliest attacks since the ceasefire took effect nearly 2 months ago. Iraq's political crisis will continue even amid the government's efforts to force ISIS out of large areas of northern and western Iraq. Lawmakers in Baghdad today failing to vote on the fate of the country's parliament speaker. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
This is an announcement for all people who want to take a risk-free challenge to whiten their teeth in 5 minutes using clinically proven power swabs. This risk-free challenge is for people whose smile has been yellowed by coffee, tea, or smoking. It's so effective, we challenge you to try it for 5 minutes to see how white your smile could be. If lines are busy, try again. Dial 1-800-663-1592. That's 1-800-663-1592. 1-800-663-1592.
Wrong. I'll never forget how I felt when she said, "Our son has autism."
Autism is getting closer to home. Today, 1 in 68 children is diagnosed with autism. That's about a 30% increase in 2 years. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs. Early diagnosis can make a lifetime of difference. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
From the Fox Sports Studios in Los Angeles, here's Deb Carson.
Stan Van Gundy a little lighter in the wallet today. The NBA fined the Pistons coach $25,000 for comments he made during Sunday's Game 1 against Cleveland, saying the refs don't call fouls on LeBron James and let him, quote, do what he wants, end quote. Meanwhile, the Warriors beat the Rockets 115-106 last night without Steph Curry. Sat out with an injured ankle. Klay Thompson led the Warriors with 34 as Golden State took a 2-zip series lead in their playoff series. Dallas Mavericks edged the Thunder 85-84. That series is even at a game apiece. Raptors down the Pacers 98-87. That series even at 1-1 as well. On the ice, the Kings got by the Sharks 2-1 in overtime. San Jose still holds a 2-1 series lead. Dallas holds a 2-1 series advantage over the Wild, despite Minnesota beating the Stars 5-3. Capitals are up 3-0 over the Flyers. They beat Philly 6-1. I'm Deb Carson.
It's spring. The birds are singing and the flowers are blooming, but the weather can't quite decide what it's doing. For a comfortable home this season and year-round, make the decision now to talk to the specialists at Beamer Heating and Sheet Metal. They have a range of Lennox heating and cooling systems that can keep your home feeling perfect inside, no matter what's happening outside. And right now, Beamer Heating and Sheet Metal is offering up to a $1,700 rebate or no payments and no interest until 2017 on a qualifying new Lennox system. That's up to a $1,700 rebate on an innovative high-efficiency comfort system that can turn springtime into your time for enjoying perfect comfort. Call the experts at Beamer Heating and Sheet Metal right now, 541-688-5004, for great savings on a new Lennox system. That's 541-688-5004. Or visit them online, www.beamerheating.com. That's BEYMER heating.com.
If you need to sell your home, listen up. Lars here to tell you about a real estate agent right in Lane County that takes the stress out of selling a home. I'm talking about Jeremy Parmenter of Keller Williams Realty. Jeremy has a marketing system for selling homes on a whole different level than anyone you're going to talk to in Lane County. Jeremy works with the top real estate developer in Oregon, and week after week, Jeremy attracts hundreds of buyers, which creates demand and helps your home sell fast and for top dollar. That's why Jeremy offers a home sale guarantee. If Jeremy can't sell your home at a price and deadline you agreed to, he'll buy it. Plus, it's risk-free. If he isn't doing his job after one day, you can fire him. But don't worry, you won't, because he outsells the average agent 8-1. If I needed to sell my home and lived in Lane County, I'd call up Jeremy. Call Jeremy today at 541-255-5685. That's 541-255-5685. And start packing.
It's 9:06 and time for Rush. Rush Limbaugh on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Fireworks are going off out there today here, folks, about me, your beloved host. Here on the Excellence in Broadcasting. Well, fireworks might be overstating it a bit, but salient, penetrating points made by me are being aired on various cable networks, and powers that be are being asked to respond. Some of it's quite uncomfortable for them. Anyway, we'll get to that in just a moment, as well as all the rest of the program, Big New York primary today. You know, one of the fascinating things about this primary is that now get this now, 75% of the votes in the Democrat primary will come from New York City, the 5 boroughs. 75% of the votes in the Republican primary will not come from Manhattan or the 5 boroughs. They'll come from, what do you call it, outstate, upstate, places like Binghamton. Always love pronouncing it that way. But that just tells you who lives where. The Democrat primary, 75% of all votes cast will come from New York City. All the boroughs except Staten Island, which is reliably ours, but still a lot of Democrats there. But it's fascinating that the vast majority of votes in the Republican primary, there'll be some from New York City, of course, but most of them from outstate. Fascinating little stat that I had not looked at it that way before. It was upstate, outstate. Well, I just mean outside the city is what I mean. And I think everybody knows what I mean. Why are you nitpicking here? You know, look at, what do you think I'm doing? My version of New York values here? I'm not even approaching. I'm not trying to insult anybody. I'm just trying to categorize geographically various aspects of the state. Outstate, you know, out city. How about that? Out city. Outstate, upstate, whatever. Everybody knows what I mean here. Anyway, folks, 2 or 3 things here before we get into the meat and potatoes of things today. First thing I want to tell you about is Ed Morrissey has a book out. He asked me to blurb it, and I read the book, and I wrote back, Ed, this book's going to kick ass. And that's my blurb. That's the blurb on the cover of his book. Ed Morrissey is a blogger that he started his own blog, Captain's Quarters, and ended up merging with hotair.com. And it's a great blog site. It actually is. It's really diverse. But Ed is one of the intellectual leaders over there with a couple of others, and he's written a book called Going Red. And it's about how conservatives can win, and there are a lot of those books, but his take on this is fascinating, and I just wanted to mention it to you. The book is out recently. Going Red, it's not about communism, it's about red states versus blue states, but his point is that 2 million voters are going to determine who wins the presidency. 2 million voters in 7 counties across the country. I'm not going to tell you which counties. One of the counties is in Ohio, one's in Florida, one's in Colorado, but that's as far as I'm going to go. They are 7 battleground counties in swing states that the Republicans have to win if the Republicans, and more importantly conservatives, are going to win this presidential election. Every one of these 7 counties voted for Obama in one or both of the last 2 elections. But all of these 7 counties are now battleground, meaning up for grabs because of how bad the Obama administration has been. And the door is open in these important 7 counties for Republicans to win them. And if they do, it is Ed Morrissey's theory here that they will thus win the presidency. And it's important to deal a blow. I mean, if these 7 counties again went for Obama in either in 2008 or 2012, and if they go Republican, it'd be a massive slap in the face to the left. And the book is more than that. It tells you what went wrong in 2008 and 2012 and what needs to change. Virginia is one of the states where one of the counties is, obviously. But it's a fascinating read. As I say, the book is kick-ass. That ended up being my blurb. And I just wanted to mention to you, I was, Ed was named Blogger of the Year at CPAC 2 or 3 years ago, and they asked me, of course, to do the official introduction via videotape, and I did. Ed said it was one of the most impressive and meaningful days in his life, which I was very appreciative of, and I understood as well. And I think that his book is something that a lot of you, it's not just for wonks, but I mean, this is pretty specific. And by the way, don't get depressed. This is not meant to depress you that the election depends on 7 counties. It's his take on it. Sort of like the theory on the Electoral College. The Democrats start out with 200 votes in the Electoral College just because whoever their candidate is has a D next to their name, which means they automatically win New York, automatically win California. That's big. If they ever get Texas, it's over. And if they hold on to New York and California. Then you throw Trump into this mix, and presuming that if he is a nominee, what does he do? Does he upset that and put New York in play, for example? The polling data on the New York primary today, if we are to believe it, Trump is going to win in a bigger landslide than any of the polling data had suggested up till now. And that, if something like that happens, and you're talking about another momentum shift, which I think the New York media is already beginning to establish as their narrative, that the momentum, even though Cruz is just killing it with all these delegate battles, the New York media, which is Trump-centric, is trying to shift the narrative now. And like I say, we've been in a lull. We've had some days go by here where there hasn't been anything to talk about, no hard results. All we've had is theory, predictions, analysis, but now we're going to get some more hard results that are also called votes. And that will shift the coverage on a dime, and that will start tonight. 2 more things I want to mention. Another book, Pete Hegseth. You might have seen Pete Hegseth on Fox now and then. He's a contributor. He has a book coming out on May 3rd That I'll have more on that as we approach the date, because it is really good, and as they say in the book world, it's important as well. Item number 2: people continue to email me. We have a new sponsor called John Maxwell and Associates, and people are asking me what is this. And I rate the commercials, the spot announcements ought to be perfectly clear. But let me just go into a little bit more detail about this. John Maxwell he leads an organization. It's eponymous, of course, and he is the energy behind it. But don't make the mistake that this is just motivational seminars where you show up and Maxwell tells you how good you are, that you don't know how good you are, and teaches you how to reach inside yourself and find the inner you that's going to catapult you. That's part of it, but that's by no means all that Maxwell does. Maxwell has trained and coached leadership in 40 countries around the world. Maxwell, in addition to conducting annual seminars in various places all over the world, also works with government leaders in a motivational sense. But Maxwell is all about telling people how to get the best out of themselves, but more importantly, how to become leaders. And it is Maxwell's belief that a lot of people are natural leaders and don't know it. Some do know it and don't want to be because of the responsibility. And he sells it. He promotes it. Leadership is crucial, and coaching people is crucial to get the best out of any group of people, be it a corporation, a small business, a classroom, whatever it is. And in addition to Maxwell showing you how good you can be, what talents you have that you may not know, how to get more out of yourself than you otherwise could, he goes many steps beyond that in telling you how to do that with others. You become someone who is able to extract the best out of everybody you work with and everybody who works for you, that might work for you down the road. It is a phenomenal program and a track record of international success. The term coach is used a lot in the Maxwell world. It is nothing more than people being trained to do what Maxwell shows you to do. There are no secrets, really, and if you understand human nature. Maxwell's not afraid of teaching other people to do what he does. He's not proprietary about that. He's not egocentric. He's not in any way selfish. He wants everybody to be the best they can be and to tell others how to be the best they can be, how to be naturally positive and optimistic, while based in reality. It really, really is a fascinating track record that Maxwell and his company have established. We're honored to have them here as sponsors. And people, email me frequently wanting more information about it. And you can go to his website, maxwell.com. There's all kinds of places you can find it. But I wanted to tell you personally what happens and how you can avail yourself of the opportunity. But don't think of it as simply motivation seminars. There's all kinds of guys that run around and do motivational speaking and rev you up and fire you up. That's part of this, but it's much, much more. It's what you do with that after you've discovered it in yourself and how to extract it from others, how to spot it in others to get the most out of everybody. And it's really worthwhile. And the third and final thing, you remember Lieutenant Colonel Mark Hassara. Lieutenant Colonel Hassara flew tankers in the United States Air Force. And unbeknownst to me, on the day of the invasion of Iraq in 2003, he flew an American flag in his tanker. I think it was a KC-10, which is the Air Force version of the DC-10. It might have been a KC-135, now that I think, which is the Air Force version of the Boeing 707. But he flew both of them. And six of his buddies, who flew attack aircraft and bomber aircraft, they landed and they all took a run with that flag. And then none of this I knew until it all arrived at home one day. He got my FedEx address, and one day I got home, there's this package from Lieutenant Colonel Marcasara with this flag that was folded in a Ziploc bag with a letter written to me on a legal pad, handwritten, and certificates of authenticity of every aircraft and pictures of every aircraft in which that flag had flown. And needless to say, I was shocked. I mean, I was blown away. I didn't know things like that happened. Number one, it didn't surprise me when I stopped to think of it, but I was just honored beyond my ability to express it. And I remember bringing all that stuff in the next day and talking about it here on the radio, and I got to know Lieutenant Colonel Asara and his family quite well over the years. And I have told him, he's now retired, he's no longer in the Air Force. I said, if you ever have a chance, you have got to go to Normandy. You have got to see the cemetery. You've got to go to Point du Hoc. You've got to go to these famous battle sites of World War II. He's a brilliant military tactician and strategist. He's writing a book, by the way, called Passing Gas. It's a picture book, some of the most incredible pictures of refueling operations. And there's a saying they all have, nobody kicks ass without tanker gas, meaning if these guys can't refuel, they can't run their missions. So without the tankers, you got no missions. And he's on that trip. He and his family, they lost a son to cancer. It's 19 years old, Jeff. But they're on the trip, and he sent me a picture, emailed me a picture this morning of him and one of his sons standing at Point du Hoc, which, of course, is I'm Point du Hoc, what happened at Point du Hoc with the Rangers, the 2nd Battalion Rangers, rappelling straight up the cliffs down from Omaha Beach while the Germans were firing straight down on them, and the Rangers just kept coming. Reagan gave one of the greatest speeches he's ever given at an anniversary, D-Day anniversary, at the spot where the memorial is at Point du Hoc. So I sent the photo up to Coco, and I told Coco, I'm probably going to mention this. I want you to have the photo to post it at rushlimbaugh.com. He's been to the cemetery at Normandy. He had an interesting comment to me. You know, when you go to Point du Hoc and you look over those cliffs and you see what the Rangers did, I mean, it's amazing to see it from the beach, looking up. But when you're in the position the German gunners were in, and imagining these Rangers just coming and they're climbing ropes to get up these cliffs, it's almost straight up. He said, thank God we don't fight wars this way anymore, meaning that kind of warfare has been modernized, and you wouldn't need to land a battalion of Rangers to take positions at Point du Hoc. You could just drone them to death or whatever, air power, missiles, whatever technology available today. And it got me to thinking, you know, that people alive today, probably not very many know what World War I was about, and they certainly don't know the U.S. role in it. It's just that far ago, long ago. And we're approaching that period in World War II. We're dangerously near that time where many Americans will really have no knowledge of World War II, and the point is no real appreciation for the effort and what was accomplished that day. You know, the word Hitler is thrown around. We have Hitler video jokes that you can see. Hitler discovers this, Hitler learns this. And we sometimes call our politicians, it was vile. There was the things that happened that we beat back, the things that we saved the world from, just unspeakable. And the effort is on the way to being forgotten, sadly. And it's just the way things work. It's human nature, passage of time. And this photo that he sent me, and his comment about not fighting wars that way anymore, sort of hit home with me to the point that I wanted to share the observation. I've got to take a break now. We'll do that and be back after this.
Doing the work that the mainstream American media just won't do. Rush on the EIB network.
Folks, if you don't file a tax return, the IRS will estimate what you owe. Look at Maurice and Louise. Their retirement was upended when Maurice developed chronic heart problems. They didn't file taxes for 10 years. The IRS estimated their income and then billed them incorrectly for over $1 million. Tax Defense Partners reduced that. They reduced their debt by almost 90%. Hire Tax Defense Partners, and you too can permanently solve your tax problem. Call today. Get a free year of audit protection in case your 2015 return is questioned or some fraudster steals your tax refund. That's a $4,500 value in potential professional service fees. Call Tax Defense Partners now, 800-730-7777. Solve your tax problems permanently and get free audit protection for your 2015 return. Tax Defense Partners, 800-730-7777.
Hi, I'm Kyle Cox, founder and owner of Blindster.com. At Blindster.com, we offer custom-made blinds, handcrafted and delivered to your door in about 2 weeks, oftentimes at a lower price than blinds sold at home improvement warehouses. Available in a wide variety of styles and colors, our blinds are expertly crafted exactly to your specifications, and we guarantee your blinds will fit or will replace them for free, even if you make a mistake when measuring or ordering. At Blindster, we are passionate about both the quality of our products and the satisfaction of our customers. Most of our products are backed by a limited lifetime warranty, and if you need help, our team of friendly and knowledgeable window covering experts is ready to assist you every step of the way. Please give us a chance to earn your business.
Visit Blindster.com today and check out our new faux wood plantation shutters. And for a limited time only, all Rush listeners will receive 30% off any order. Just enter code RUSH at checkout. Blindster.com. That's BLINDSTER.com. Blindster.com.
Is it time to sell your house, and do you have work that needs to be done first, but you don't have the money? The bottom line is that when you improve your property, you get more money than other homeowners.
Over the years, Harpole Real Estate with Keller Williams Realty understands this better than any other agent or company because they outsell all other agents. Eric, Jeanette, and their entire team will put up their own money to make sure you get the most out of your house. Their enhanced listing will help clean up, repair, and upgrade your home to get you in the best position to maximize your home sale. Everyone's situation is different, so call for a free no-pressure consultation, 541-286-3030.
Unlike other agents, they offer flexible commissions and an exclusive enhanced listing, and you can cancel at any time. With agents in Lane, Douglas, and Lynn counties, call Harpole Real Estate, 541-286-3030. 541-286-3030, online at harpolehomes.com.
Spring is here and it's time to dust off those clubs and get out to Sandpines. They've got a new Easy Go cart fleet with USB ports, a stellar roaming beverage cart service, and their 2016 Lynx cards are on sale now. And don't forget about the Sandpines Grill and Lounge, where the food is as good as the golf. Sandpines, the jewel of Central Oregon coastal golf.
When you need painting, you want the best. Fitzpatrick Painting. Don't settle for less.
Specializing in house repaints, interior and exterior, and commercial buildings, Fitzpatrick Painting also provides a full line of carpentry services and so much more. Experience the difference. Find them at fitzpatrickpainting.com for your free estimate and more information.
Fitzpatrick Painting, unsurpassed in customer service and quality.
Sun Automotive is proud to sponsor the Northwest edition of Lars Larson. Sun Automotive with locations in Eugene and Springfield reminds you, stay safe on the road, keep your car well maintained, and don't text and drive. Sun Automotive.
Tonight at 6, catch the Lars Larson National Show. Now back to El Rushbo on KPNW.
No, Going Red is the name of Ed Morrissey's book. That's the main title. If you forget the title, just think communism. It's not about communism. I'm just thinking of ways to remind you what the title is, but you shouldn't forget Going Red. It's easy to remember. One of the lead stories, the top of the Drudge Report today, is NBC News reporter Hallie Jackson saying that a top Cruz campaign aide told her, quote, even if they come in a distant third, the Cruz campaign, even if they come in a distant third, they will still pick up more than half the delegates in New York. Now, that's kind of out there. That's the only place that I have seen this, is this NBC reporter quoting a cruise aide on this. I saw another story in this regard about how Trump could pick up all the delegates by only winning, if he only won 40% of the popular vote. It was a convoluted way of analyzing delegate apportionment in New York. It was not a prediction. It was not saying Trump's only going to win 40%. That's not what it was. It was a discussion, explanation of how even if he only won 40%, theoretically could get all the delegates. And so that's out there in the Cruz campaign saying, hey, we can finish third and get half of them. Of course, we're not going to know how this all ends up until later tonight. But we'll have more detail on this, as I just noticed a short segment, because I went long in the previous segment. You understand. Back in a second.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. A man convicted of rape and other charges for sexually abusing a child in Lane County has been sentenced to 43 years in prison. William Isaac Parker was sentenced to Monday. The alleged abuse began when the girl was 11 years old. Yesterday, Parker accused the victim of lying and said he would appeal. Oregon-based Mercy Corps is headed to help with the relief efforts after a 7.8 earthquake hit Ecuador. Christy Delafield with Mercy Corps says it'll take time to know the scale of the destruction.
At least 350 people have lost their lives. At least 2,500 are injured, and 3,000 to 5,000 people's homes were destroyed.
Delafield says there's been a lot of rain that caused landslides when the quake hit, shutting down roads. An Albany man died in an all-terrain vehicle accident. According to Lane County Sheriff's Office, the 35-year-old man crashed his ATV into a log. It happened on Shotgun Creek Road. The Lane County Sheriff's Office says the man was separated from a group he was with when he tried to drive around a gate. He died at the scene. Bill London, KPNW.
Right now at Batteries Plus Bulbs, save $10 on Duracell Ultra motorcycle batteries after mail-in rebate. Visit Batteries Plus Bulbs in Eugene and now open in Corvallis on 9th Street next to the grocery outlet. Batteries Plus Bulbs. Trust the plus. See batteriesplus.com for details.
Lane Transit District is now hiring bus operators. Candidates must have 2 years of experience providing excellent customer service and a good 5-year driving record. You don't need a CDL to apply, and LTD provides an 8-week training course when hired. Starting wage is $18.46 an hour plus an excellent benefits package including medical, dental, vision, retirement, and vacation. Work for a union with great people at a great company in the Eugene-Springfield area. Apply online at ltd.org. That's ltd.org.
Each franchise independently owned and operated. Offer good on selected Signature Series product at participating franchises only. Some restrictions may apply. Ask for details.
You're going to love this house. It just came on the market. It's gorgeous inside. Here we are.
Oh my gosh, look at this room. The window coverings are stunning. It's straight out of a magazine.
Isn't it incredible? The best part? They didn't even hire a decorator. Budget Blinds did it all.
Budget Blinds?
Yep, Budget Blinds. They'll give you a free in-home consultation, do all the measuring and installation, and give you their no questions asked warranty.
I'll take it.
The house?
No, the number for Budget Blinds.
Right now, Budget Blinds is celebrating our spring style event. Get a rebate up to $250 when you buy select window coverings, including energy-efficient treatments. Lower your energy cost without sacrificing on your home decor. Schedule your free in-home consultation, then qualify for up to a $250 rebate. Call your locally owned Budget Blinds today at 1-800-460-6242. That's 1-800-460-6242. 1-800-460-6242.
The human voice. It can be sweet as music, powerful as thunder,
and so, my fellow Americans,
cheerful as laughter. But for millions of people, it can also be a sign of COPD. This serious lung disease can make it so hard to breathe, you often can't catch a breath or finish a sentence, let alone carry a tune. And many who have COPD don't even know it. That's where your voice comes in. If you think you or a loved one have symptoms, talk with a healthcare provider. Early diagnosis can mean better treatments and quality of life. Join us in raising our voices for the millions with COPD who can't. Learn more, breathe better at NIH.gov.
Over 300,000 veterans have received the care and benefits they've earned because Paralyzed Veterans of America was there. If you need help with a claim or just navigating the system, contact us at pva.org.
Depend on us. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Folks, totally disregard what I just said about New York. I was misinformed. That was about Pennsylvania, and since this is the New York primary, I assumed I would have been informed about something happening in the New York primary. Forget it. Everything I said prior to the break in the last hour is dead wrong. It was all about Pennsylvania. The only thing I got right was that there is a story on the Trump side. Somebody suggesting it's a media person. I forget exactly who. I didn't print it out, but it's simply one of these analysis pieces showing how Trump could get all the delegates in New York with only winning 40% of the popular vote. It was just an analysis, all coming under the theme of either everything's rigged or how in the world do states, party organizations set up their processes here and how different they are from state to state. And so it's my bad. It's all about Pennsylvania. It relates to nothing. We'll save it for when the Pennsylvania primary comes around. Now, the latest on the polling data, and I mentioned that the momentum shift, some in the New York media, because there's some in the New York media who really want Trump to be the nominee because they think Trump's going to get shellacked in a landslide. Remember, no matter where you go in the media, they want Hillary Clinton to win. And it's just like with the media and McCain back in 2008, softening him up and sucking up to him, and had McCain thinking that the media was his base. And, of course, they turned on him the minute there was a nominee on the Democrat side. So even now, the media, New York-centric media, is on balance pro-Trump, but that's because they want Hillary to be elected. And there's a bit of conventional wisdom throughout the media that Trump or Cruz, either one, will lose in a landslide to Hillary Clinton. That's what they think. I, of course, have stated often and will say again, I don't think it's true. I think, Hillary Clinton had another coughing fit. There's something wrong with Hillary Clinton. There's something wrong in the Hillary Clinton campaign. She's going to win New York. Bernie's not going to even get close. If you want to talk about landslides, it looks like Hillary will have one in New York, maybe 10, 15 points, which is just, it's not going to sit well with the Bernie people. My point is that for all this talk of disjointed disunity on the Republican side, don't overlook what is happening on the Democrat side, because it's a mess there. Now, the latest polling data from thehill.com, Donald Trump now 40% nationally. NBC News, Wall Street Journal, Ted Cruz at 35%. John Kasich is at 24%. According to the poll, Trump support's up 10 points from a March poll. And in that poll, Cruz was at 27, Kasich was at 22. So Trump is up after what has supposedly been a rotten 2 weeks for Trump on the delegate side. Mitt Romney is saying that Trump's going to win this if Cruz and Kasich stay in. The explanation coming up in the audio sound bites in a moment. You'll hear why he thinks that. But let's go to the audio sound bites. Martha McCallum on Fox News this morning did something I think is kind of brave. She played an audio soundbite of me from this program that you'll hear coming up in a moment, and stood by it in a sense. She had a couple of guests. She had Rich Lowry from National Review and some Democrat that I have no idea who it was. What's his name? Matthew Littman, a former speechwriter for Biden. That's why I don't know who he is. Anyway, here's the bite. Here's how the segment opened, and you'll see what I'm talking about here as it unfolds.
Conservative radio host Rush Limbaugh argues that if either Donald Trump or Ted Cruz is the eventual Republican nominee, the party may be prepared to let Hillary Clinton win. And he explains why he thinks that is.
the Republican establishment is prepared to vote for Hillary Clinton if it means holding on to their fiefdoms. The party's primary objective is self-preservation, not winning the White House in this cycle. The dead giveaway for that is when you hear some of them openly, publicly say that they will vote for Hillary rather than Trump. And some of them have even said that they'll vote for Hillary instead of Cruz. It means they do not think the country's in crisis. They don't think anything of the sort.
There is a lot of talk about exactly what Rush is saying in that soundbite.
Now, it's one thing for me to say it on the radio, and I have no problem. It has truth. The only reason I said it is I have seen, and it's an increasing number of elected Republicans who are, some anonymously, some with names attributed, saying if it's Cruz, some saying if it's Trump, that they'd vote for Hillary. And there's only one reason why, and that is they don't think the country's in crisis. They don't consider the Democrats and Hillary to be a real threat to their way of life, to the nation at large. They don't consider the Democrats to be a threat to the Constitution. And what's more important is holding on to what they have, keeping their establishment intact and their role in it intact. And if it's undeniable that they have said it. There are now, you've seen stories of these named Republicans, elected Republicans, a lot of senators, I think 5, have said they're not even going to go to the convention. Even before we know who the nominee is, because everybody knows the nominee is going to be either Trump or Cruz, and they're not going to go. They're saying, I can do more for myself staying home with my voters. Yes, I can do a better job for myself back in my own constituency and dealing with people in my state. It's not unprecedented, but it's weird. I mean, the focus of particularly this convention, if the Republican Party knows what it's doing, you've heard Trump talk about the need for this convention to have showbiz, that it's boring otherwise. You got to have some showbiz aspects to the convention. They don't need to do anything other than let things matter. If you go to a contested convention and you have floor votes where the outcome is unknown, you're going to have tune-in factor like they've never had for a convention, not since 1976. The showbiz is built in if somebody doesn't get to 1237. The showbiz is simply drama, and the drama comes from an outcome not being known. So if the convention starts and there's not a nominee, I guarantee you, the only place you're going to want to be as an elected Republican is in Cleveland, where this convention is going to be, because that's the only thing that's going to be covered. You're not going to be covered back in your home state of Rhode Island or Maine or whatever while the action is hot and heavy in Cleveland, even if there is a nominee, even if it's Trump at 1237 before the convention. There's still going to be fireworks. The floor votes, the rules are still going to have to be written. Trump, as the nominee, is going to be fighting for control of the convention, fighting for control of the logistics and of the agenda. So I don't know what kind of planning actually needs to happen here for there to be showbiz, because it's built into this. I mean, this whole campaign has been showbiz. From that standpoint, meaning the great unknown equaling drama. I mean, why do you think NFL games are the highest rated television programs in this country? And I'm talking about regular season. Some 4:30 starts, some of the primetime starts. Not playoffs, regular season. Why do you think it is? Because NFL games, and it's true of NBA and Major League Baseball too, but the NFL right now happens to be the national pastime sports-wise. It's the drama. It's the only thing on TV where you don't know the outcome. You know how the Oprah show is going to end. Somebody's going to hug and somebody's going to cry, and their life's going to get fixed. You know how every crime drama on TV is going to end. The bad guy's either going to get caught or he's not going to get caught. The bad guy's going to get away with it and get caught the next episode, or he's going to get caught and everybody's going to be sad. There's no drama in terms of unknown. Depending on how good the program is, if the writing is really good and the stories are good, they could overcome the fact that the outcome is known. But the NFL, I mean, everything that happens in the game, it's unknown. Everything playing out is drama. And so that equals big tune-in. Republican convention has the potential to have the same draw without writing any showbiz into it. Now, that's, again, if the convention is contested. Now, anyway, back to the soundbite here. So Fox plays the soundbite here of me theorizing. You don't see this discussed on TV. We discuss it on radio. But I'm telling you, it's just one of these things where that gap, the bridge to TV, oftentimes this doesn't come up. Something as open as, are Republicans actually going to vote for Hillary Clinton rather than vote for Donald Trump or Ted Cruz? Now, I'll let you hear Rich Lowry and this Democrats' reaction to it, because there's a couple more bites to it when we get back, so don't go away.
America's beacon of freedom, Rush, on the EIB network.
There are so many reasons to send roses this time of year, including Mother's Day. Well, take my advice. Celebrate this special occasion by sending a stunning rose bouquet from 1-800-Flowers.com. Now, sending 1 or 2 dozen roses from 1-800-Flowers.com is always impressive. But imagine her reaction if you send 3 dozen roses. It's why 1-800-Flowers.com has created this offer for you. Order 36 colorful sorbet roses, just $36. But it's available this week only. Have it delivered tomorrow in advance or schedule delivery of this great price now for delivery in time for Mother's Day. To order 36 sorbet roses for $36, go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the radio microphone that you find in the upper right-hand corner. Enter my name. That's Rush. That's the promo code. That's what works the magic. 1-800-Flowers.com and enter Rush.
Is another debt crisis about to strike? Here's Kevin Demerit with the story.
Larry, some shocking news has broken. Banks around the world are planning for another debt crisis, one that could be so big it would make the last crisis look like a bad day at the nickel slots.
What are they doing?
They call it a bail-in, and the plan is in place.
What's a bail-in?
Well, I can explain it in one word: Cyprus. When the next global crisis hits, it won't be taxpayers who bail out the banks.
Well, who then?
Depositors, just like what happened in Cyprus.
Well, how do you prepare for that?
It's all in our latest report titled Countdown to Meltdown, and our listeners can get it free just for calling.
Folks, call Lear Capital today at 1-800-957-GOLD for your free Countdown to Meltdown report and free gold investor guide. The countdown is on. Banks are preparing, and you should too. Call now, 1-800-957-4653. Don't wait. The clock is ticking. 1-800-957-4653. That's 1-800-957-GOLD.
If you need to sell your home, listen up. Lars here to tell you about a real estate agent right in Lane County that takes the stress out of selling a home. I'm talking about Jeremy Parmenter of Keller Williams Realty. Jeremy has a marketing system for selling homes on a whole different level than anyone you're going to talk to in Lane County. Jeremy works with the top real estate developer in Oregon, and week after week, Jeremy attracts hundreds of buyers, which creates demand and helps your home sell fast and for top dollar. That's why Jeremy offers a home sale guarantee. If Jeremy can't sell your home at a price and deadline you agreed to, he'll buy it. Plus, it's risk-free. If he isn't doing his job after one day, you can fire him. But don't worry, you won't, because he outsells the average agent 8-1. If I needed to sell my home and lived in Lane County, I'd call up Jeremy. Call Jeremy today at 541-255-5685. That's 541-255-5685. And start packing. Hey there, it's Lars Larson. Join me at my new time for my national show, starting weeknights at 6:05 on 1120 KPNW.
Okay, so after playing the soundbite, where I say that it looks like, I've heard a Republican establishment type saying that if Trump's nominee, if Cruz nominee, they will vote for Hillary, or they will not vote. They just can't hold their nose. And whatever the explanation for that is that it's only about one thing: self-preservation. And if you can vote up, if you can vote for Hillary Clinton, if you're a Republican, establishment or otherwise, and you can vote for Hillary Clinton in this election cycle, then you can't possibly be in touch with where things are in this country. You cannot possibly understand how the vast majority of the people of this country feel and think about what has been done to their country in the past 7.5 years. You are solely into yourself. And that means all you care about is maintaining the Republican Party as it is, no matter how insignificant it is related to the Democrat Party. At least it's there, and you have your spot in it. You're in the establishment. You've got your connections and whatever it means to you. You're still in the club, and the club still exists, and that's what's paramount. And that is our problem. One of many. Here's Rich Lowry reacting when Martha McCallum said, "Do you agree with Rush?" Rich?
Yeah, there's a lot of talk like that, but that has nothing to do with voting for Hillary Clinton. And I think if Trump's the nominee, you would see the party establishment, at least as it's exemplified in the RNC and most elected officials, getting on board with Trump, even if tentatively and with a lot of hesitation. It's only as clear if Trump is going to crash and burn in a general election, then you'd see everyone scurrying for cover. And the irony of what Rush is saying, actually Trump is going to be desperate for establishment support and especially establishment money if he's the nominee, because he's not liquid enough, certainly, to fund his own campaign.
That happens to be true. And Rich's point here that, yeah, he's heard talk of people voting for Hillary, but it has nothing to do with voting for Hillary. That's precisely right. That makes it even worse. It's not that they're voting for Hillary. It's that they are voting for themselves, and voting for Hillary is what preserves themselves. You know, I'm hit with this allegation all the time. I have been hit with it for 27 years. It comes at me like, you really want the Democrats to win, don't you? You'd much rather have the Democrats in the White House so you have something to talk about every day. You'd much rather have the Democrats doing what they're doing so you can stand up and oppose it. Otherwise, if your buds are in the White House and you have to agree with them every day all the time, then you could not be farther wrong if anybody is of that opinion. When people like Obama win the White House twice, when Clinton wins it twice, I'm maybe more devastated than the average voter is. As part of me takes it personally. And then I got myself back into focus and realized that it's not that, but it's still, it bothers me to no end. It still does. What's happening in the country bugs the heck out of me. Scares me, worries me, depresses me, angers me. And that's why, folks, to me, the objective here is beating Hillary Clinton or whoever they nominate. I don't care. Beating the Democrat Party. When I tell you that I think the most destructive force in the country today is American liberalism, worldwide liberalism, it is. The evidence is abundant. It's all around us. And they have to be defeated politically. And that's why I make a big deal of this when I hear Republicans say, oh, yeah, well, if Trump's the nominee, if Cruz is the nominee, I'm voting Hillary. That just frosts me. I can't tell you how much. Now, the next bite, she talks to the Lib Democrat, the former speechwriter for Biden, Martha McCallum, says, okay, let's get to the heart of what Russia's saying. He's saying, Matt, not that they don't like these candidates. What he's saying is they're so desperate to hang on to the establishment, the cartel, as Ted Cruz calls it, that they're willing to throw their lot in with Hillary because they don't like these guys. They think Cruz and Trump are going to shake up the system, and they don't want the system to be shaken up. I think that's that's a pretty courageous stand for her to take in explaining to these guys what I mean. Here's this guy's reaction to it.
Rush Limbaugh is not the first person to say that anybody who disagrees with him must have nefarious motives. We hear that a lot on both sides right now. But Rush Limbaugh's wrong. There are a lot of people who think that Donald Trump would be terrible for America. A lot of those people are in office, that's true. Some of those people are on the Democratic side. A lot of those people are on the Republican side. They do not want Donald Trump to be president because of the things that Donald Trump says. That seems very reasonable. The other thing I would say is, why are people still listeing to Rush Limbaugh?
There's plenty of people listening to Rush Limbaugh, I can assure you.
But let me tell you, the point he says here about the Rush Limbaugh is not the first person to say anybody who disagrees with him has nefarious. It's not because they disagree with me. And listen to this. Here's a guy saying, yeah, I can understand voting against Trump for what he says. what he says? How about voting against Hillary because what she's already done and what we know she will do more of? These guys run around. Have you seen, there's a video that's gone viral. A guy went to a college campus, I'll get the details somewhere, and he wanted to find out from students what he could do or say to make them judge him to be wrong, and he couldn't find anybody. He said, I want to tell you, he's about 5'10", 180. He says, I am a 6'5" Chinese woman. I'm telling you right now, I'm a 6'5" Chinese woman. What's your reaction? Well, I can't condemn that if that's what you think you are. If you want to be, if that's who you think, it's not for me to tell you that you're not a 6'5" Chinese woman. And he gave example after example, and they wouldn't, not a one of these students would condemn him, judge him, say he was wrong, and it has led to a great discussion on. I'm out of time here. I got to take a break here, folks. Just hang in. We'll continue.
Rush Limbaugh, simply brilliant on the EIB network.
Say, folks, one of the largest and most profitable fields in business today is corporate training, executive coaching, and speaking. It has become an $11 billion annual industry. Now, if you've been thinking of entering this exploding corporate training market, you need to become certified by the John Maxwell team. I have seen and heard success stories of people who become certified Maxwell corporate trainers, executive coaches, and speakers, and I am impressed. Maxwell is the global authority. They've been at this for more than 40 years. Now, when you become Maxwell certified, you'll be able to profit from this booming business. The fastest growing, largest certification program in the world, the John Maxwell team, has been certifying corporate trainers, executive coaches, and speakers for years, all over the world. Become a Maxwell certified corporate trainer, executive coach, and speaker. Visit johnmaxwellradio.com now for a special free gift. That's johnmaxwellradio.com or dial 1-800-MAXWELL. That's 1-800-MAXWELL.
Are you putting your money into an IRA, pension, or 401k? Then I hope you're prepared to lose 30, 40, 50% or more of your retirement savings, because it's not a question of if the market crashes again. It's a question of when. It's going to happen. Did you know there is a way you can protect and grow your wealth safely and predictably every single year? The people using this approach didn't lose a penny when the market crashed in 2000 or 2008, and they won't lose a penny in the next crash. In fact, their money will continue to grow safely year in and year out, even when stocks, real estate, and other investments tumble. A free report detailing this savings program is now available. This free report shows how you can get guaranteed growth, safety, and wealth-building power without risking your retirement in the Wall Street casino. This is the best way to have a 100% secure retirement. It far outperforms any IRA or 401k. To get this free report, visit bankonyourself.com. That's bankonyourself.com. Bankonyourself.com.
Sherman Brothers Trucking is looking for an experienced lowboy driver to drive regionally. Great benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and paid vacation. They're also looking for mechanics at their Harrisburg operation. Sherman Brothers has been family-owned since 1969 and offers a great work environment. Sherman Brothers prides themselves on the quality of their employees and the service the company provides. Excellent training and quality management will help you reach your goals. Check out ShermanTrucking.com for more details or call 800-457-1459 today. Sherman Brothers Trucking.
Hi, this is Brian Sutherland, owner of Amco Transmissions in Springfield. For years, Amco in Springfield has been repairing your cars and trucks' most complicated system, the transmission. So it's no wonder people come to us with all sorts of problems. Don't take any chances. Bring your car to Amco in Springfield. We'll diagnose it right, repair it for a fair price, and back it with a nationwide warranty. Whether it's your car, truck, or motorhome, call Amco Springfield, 541-726-6824, or find us on Facebook. That's AAMCO.
Online at KPNW.com and on the air right now. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Politico headline, Trump staffers face threat of blacklist. Some political operatives shying away from working for Trump for fear of being shunned by the establishment. Can anybody say, see, I told you so on this establishment stuff? I mean, they're circling the wagons here. folks. It's all, and what we're learning is that's not new. That's what's been going on the last 7 years and maybe longer.
The Bloomberg Market Report, sponsored by Pacific Continental Bank, serving your business and community in Eugene for over 40 years.
Investors have given back their gains. The Dow down a point, still just barely above 18,000. The Nasdaq falling 38. The S&P flat. It's down almost a point. IBM is the largest drag on the Dow. Shares are down more than 6%. That's helped to pull the Dow below the flat line as IBM forecasts for profits during this quarter did not meet analyst projections. To them, that signals Big Blue's efforts to become a leader in cloud products and artificial intelligence won't do much to stop its 4-year sales slump. The parent company of Cheerios is looking to invest. General Mills has created a venture capital unit, and the New York Times reports it's already led a $3 million investment in a specialty startup that makes kale and broccoli chips. And Reuters reports Bass Pro Shops has partnered with Goldman Sachs private equity arm to make an offer for its hunting and fishing rival. The partnership with Goldman Sachs could make a deal more likely. Cabela's shares are up almost 7%. I'm Joan Doniger, Bloomberg Radio.
KPNW Eugene.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. This New Yorker is voting for the Ohio governor, John Kasich, even though he's been far behind in delegates and the polls.
But I still think it's important to get out here and place my vote.
Donald Trump still the front-runner, though. Fox Radio's Gernal Scott here live in New York.
Lisa, the latest polls in New York have Donald Trump's percentage of support around the mid-50s, far outdistancing John Kasich and Ted Cruz. Trump appeared this morning on Fox and Friends before casting his own ballot and once again knocked Cruz for statements made about New York.
He's really voted against New York a lot. He does not like New York, and he doesn't like New Yorkers. That's when he brought up New York values, like in disgust.
Cruz, running third in New York, is already in Pennsylvania ahead of next week's primaries. John Kasich is in Maryland, another of next week's contested states, Lisa.
Well, Gernal, Hillary Clinton also hoping for a big home state win today.
I love New York, and this has been a joy.
Bernie Sanders hoping turnout could fuel an upset. It's a problem Congress keeps wrestling with, how to balance security and privacy, not just to fight terrorists, but in other criminal cases, including rapes and murders. Fox Radio's Rachel Sutherland, live in Washington.
Lisa, the FBI says it's up to tech companies to come up with solutions when they're asked to provide information from encrypted devices. Kim Hess is the FBI's Executive Assistant Director for Science and Technology.
When we present an order signed by an independent, neutral judge, that they are able to comply with that order and provide us with the information we're seeking.
Apple General Counsel Bruce Sewell says their users
would be made more vulnerable if we were forced to build a backdoor.
Sewell says the issue is not about privacy at the expense of security, but about maximizing safety and security. Lisa.
Rachel, the U.S. Senate just passing a bill that in part would beef up airport security by tightening the vetting process for airport employees. It still needs to be reconciled with the House version. Stocks edging higher at this hour. The Dow's up 11 points. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
The Powerball jackpot is over $200 million. Buy your ticket today and power your dreams.
How would you like to make up to $20,000 a month flipping houses with no risk? Hi, my name is Nick Vertucci, and over the last 2 years, my elite team of house flippers have flipped over 800 properties by using my 3-step flipping system that guarantees quick profits. And this year, we plan to double it. I'm growing my team in your area, and I'm looking for help. I have more cash available than deals right now, so I need you. All interested candidates, call now and take an inside peek of my flipping system. I'll rush you out a free copy of my Fortunes and Flipping CD kit that will show you how easy it is to get in, get out, and get paid immediately flipping houses if you come join my team.
Call 1-800-449-3149 now to get your free flipping kit. Call 800-449-3149 and you'll also get free tickets to a training workshop. That includes a free meal, a smartphone watch, and a USB flash drive loaded with Nick's powerful information as free gifts just for attending. Call 800-449-3149. That's 800-449-3149. Call now. When you need a new battery, look for the big X, as in Battery Exchange. Battery Exchange has batteries for phones, laptops, cordless tools, toys, hunting scopes, flashlights, even electric fences, and almost any kind of vehicle. Battery Exchange in Eugene, Springfield, Salem, Albany, Corvallis, and more. Battery Exchange.
The Belly Flattener Nubiotics is in an epic battle with the competition to be the best belly flattening product on the market. To prove they're the best, they're giving away free trials to everyone who calls in the next 10 minutes. 1-800-900-8381. New Biotics has what it takes to win. It's scientifically formulated to flatten bloated bellies fast by cleansing pounds of rotting food and toxic sludge from your body. Made with natural ingredients, it even combats periodic heartburn and acid reflux. But to win, New Biotics can't just be the best. It's got to prove it's the best. That's why they're giving away free trials to anyone, male or female, who's looking for maximum belly flattening in minimum time. Again, New Biotics is in an epic battle to be the best belly flattening product on the market. To win, they're giving away free trials to everyone who calls in the next 10 minutes. So hurry. Call now for details. 1-800-900-8381. If lines are busy, try again. 1-800-900-8381. That's 1-800-900-8381.
Are you getting rid of an old camper or trailer or remodeling your home? Campers, trailers, and homes can have asbestos in the flooring, insulation, popcorn ceilings, window putty, and hundreds of other construction materials. Before doing any demolition or remodeling, call Lane Regional Air Protection Agency at 541-736-1056 or visit elrapa.org for information about the removal and proper disposal of asbestos-containing materials. Remember, there is no safe exposure to asbestos. This message is brought to you by El Rapa in association with EARS.
We asked kids what it took to be a dad. This is what they had to say.
A father is always present. I mean, what real father figure can you have if they're not there?
In order to be a good dad, you need to love your son. You need to put gas in your car so you don't break down in the middle of nowhere. And you need to make them breakfast. Yep.
I mean, just to maybe play like a board game with me, or to just stay home and play some video games with me. Just to do like that one little thing is what I really look forward to.
I'm not asking him to be a perfect dad, but he should try. He's just a constant force in my life.
There's no other type of love like a dad's love because it's not comparable to anything else.
Take time to be a dad today. Call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
It's 10:06, and Rush is back. Rush Limbaugh on News Radio 1120, KPNW.
Greetings and welcome back, America's real anchorman and America's truth detective and the doctor of democracy. Rush Limbaugh, having more fun than a human being, should be allowed to have it. Phone number, if you want to be on the program, 800-282-2882, and the email address, lrushbaugh@eibnet.com. Let me finish up the audio soundbites from the segment on Fox this morning, because it's fascinating as the discussion actually took place on television about the possibility of Republican establishment types crossing over and voting Hillary rather than Cruz or Trump. And there can only be one reason for it. Now, the reason why I'm making a deal of this, because frankly, folks, being honest, in most cases, this soundbite of mine would be ridiculed, laughed at, mocked, and they would bring guests on to describe how over the top I am, how out of control, how crazy this is, how wacko this is. And they'd bring a couple of guests in. Oh, yeah, I think Limbaugh's losing it. This is such an absurd thing to believe. That didn't happen here. They play the soundbite. It is supported, not mocked. And the guests are asked to actually address it substantively, which is why I've categorized, I think it's a brave thing to do. I mean, normally sound bites of me, even some of them on Fox, are used to fire up opposition and to mock the things that I believe in. In this case, it was the exact opposite, which is why I'm spending so much time on it. So, the next bite, and it's the last one, just to close the loop on this, Martha MacCallum says That's what Rush is saying. He's saying that it has nothing to do with who the candidates are. It has to do with the establishment and what they stand for. They want the Washington establishment to be broken up, meaning the candidates, Cruz and Trump. They want the career politicians who count on going back there time and time again and living a nice life. They want them to have to fight. They want them to have to defend what they have. And that's why they would vote for Hillary and not for these other two individuals. And here's what Lowry said, closing it out.
I actually think it's Cruz rather than Trump that represents the biggest threat to the Washington establishment, because Trump actually isn't talking about cutting government or reforming government. He's talking about running it better and cutting better deals. And deal making is what the Washington establishment is all about. It's Ted Cruz who all along has been a missile directed at what he calls the Washington cartel. I'm biased, I'm a Cruz supporter, but Ted Cruz is potentially the most unifying figure in the Republican Party at the moment, because regular Republicans could get on board with Ted Cruz, and Cruz is the best suited of anyone to reach out to Trump voters and try to keep them in the tent.
Now that leads to, have you heard the scuttlebutt going around that Cruz and Trump could unite? And that if they did, that it would be unbeatable. If Cruz and Trump united, of course, this talk comes with the assumption that Trump be a top ticket. But if it happened, it would be unstoppable. The establishment couldn't stop him. That the the Republican voter population, the voting public would unite behind it and so forth. I don't know about that. Stranger things have happened. And by the way, politics, conventions, the rule of thumb is that there is unity in the opposition under the pretext that they want to beat the opposition. That's what's different here. With either Cruz or Trump, you have Republican establishment types making it clear that either one of these guys threatens their existence. Now, Lowry's point is that Trump threatens them less because he's a deal maker. He doesn't talk about reducing Washington in size, government in size or anything, but that Cruz really is a guided missile aimed right at what they have, what they stand for, what they believe. I think they think the same of Trump, precisely because he speaks of them with such disdain, calls them stupid. But Trump does want to come in and run everything, and he wants to be in charge of who's in the club and who's not, and what connections there are, and who benefits from them. So I think either one of these guys threaten the establishment as is. Lowry may have a point that it might be mostly Cruz who does that, but it still doesn't negate the point. I mean, look, folks, has there been any opposition to Obama in the last 7 years, 7.5? There hasn't been, not from the Republican side. Most of the Republican establishment has tended to want to appear to be agreeing with Obama, in fact. At least on the big issue, Obamacare. They don't really, they give lip service to opposing it, but it just keeps rolling on while it's disintegrating, in fact, in front of our eyes. It's falling apart. United Health is the latest example. Details on that coming up. And then there's immigration, where you can't tell the difference in the two parties. And I guarantee you the establishment types, they look at Trump and what he's talking about, and they have to assume he means it. And there isn't any common ground there. Not just the wall and not just the southern border immigration, but, putting limits on the Muslims that come into the country and this sort of thing, which leads to the first call I want to take. This is a good question, if I'm interpreting it right. It's from Levin in Edison, New Jersey. Hey, Levin, great to have you. You're up first today. Welcome to the program.
Thank you very much, Russ. Just before I get to my point, you just mentioned the Trump-Cruz ticket, and you said yesterday about the impeachment. I could tell you if there's a Trump-Cruz ticket, they're definitely not going to impeach Trump. But just to get to my question...
you mean because that would lead to Cruz being the president?
Exactly.
Yeah. But just wait a minute. Since you bring that up, stop and think of that now. You've already got people talking about impeaching Trump, and he's not even a nominee yet. So what do you think that's all about? It's another point for me in the point that I make. Anyway, back to you now, Levin. Why did you call?
Yes, my question is, Rush, you've been analyzing the Trump phenomenon for months, giving it real full thought. And just to close the circle, I have a question here. Assuming Trump becomes the nominee and he wins, the question is Trump is supposed to be the great closer, and he hasn't closed the deal in Wyoming or with the delegates or the ground game. And instead of his supporters saying, hey, this guy's supposed to be the closer, they're just cheering him on.
Okay, let me ask you about that. I'm going to double back and answer your question, but about that, let me ask you your opinion on something. When it comes to the rules in Colorado or Wyoming or wherever Cruz happens to be shellacking Trump in these state convention delegate fights, are you of the opinion that Trump has never known what the rules are, that he never took the time to learn them, that nobody on his staff knew how Colorado runs, and so when he found out last week he had a natural explosion? Or do you think he knew the rules all along and is just strategically treating this as rigged and cheating, and he's being victimized because it benefits him in a perception way? Which of those two do you think is true?
Rush, I think he took a script right out of Rahm Emanuel, don't let a crisis go to waste. And he knew he was going to lose anyway. He figured, why show up? Just don't show up and then claim that the system's rigged.
Okay, but wait, that's not the question. No. You're letting your prejudice answer the question. There's no trick here. I just want to know. I can tell you're a Cruz guy.
I think he knew the rules.
You think he knew the rules?
Absolutely.
And just decided, I don't care what they are because I'm not going to need them. I'm going to win this thing early. I'm going to win it in a slam dunk.
No. I think at this point, he does realize he needs them. He knew in such a contest he was going to lose. And he figured better
wait. Why assume that? The rules were published in all these states in August. At some point between August and, say, last week, Trump had to learn what the rules are. I'm asked, do you think he learned the rules last year?
I think he learned the rules
okay, then do you think that he a few months ago decided or figured out that he was going to lose Colorado and thus came up with his current strategy?
I don't know exactly when he came up with the strategy. I don't know if it was 4 months ago or when he realized...
Learn the rules because he didn't think it was going to matter. And I just, my analogy, this guy knows every zoning law, everything he's got to do to get a building built, and has a system established where he learns that stuff before he even starts developing a project. I just can't imagine Trump going into this willfully blind about it. But some people think that he did.
Right. You're 100% right. Of course he knew the rules.
Now, let's back to your question.
Back to my question.
Trump gets elected. Trump gets elected, and everything he stands for, many of the things bomb. Nothing happens on trade, no changes. What will his supporters do then? Let's take him.
Start blaming the Chi-Coms. That's why we voted him in. That's why these people voted him in to seal the deal. I mean, this is what he is.
Well, no, wait a minute. Now you're kind of jumping the gun. If the trade deals don't happen, if his people blame the Chi-Coms, there will eventually be saying that the Chi-Coms outsmarted Trump, and Trump was going to be the one to outsmart them. But I don't want to go with
Ted Cruz. Did Ted Cruz outsmart Trump?
Yes, fine. But I want to go at this in a different way. Okay, I'm going to take your question dead on. I'm a literalist. Let's take something Trump has said that is going to happen, that he's going to do, and let's assume it doesn't happen. And you want to know what his crowd's going to. Let's take the iPhone. Trump has said on at least 2 different occasions that I've heard that he's going to, quote, make Apple make their phones in America. I'm going to make Apple make their phones and their computers in America. His audience is cheering wildly. Now, I can tell you here, Levin, it's impossible. The iPhone cannot be made in America. Not as it is currently assembled. You would not believe, people would not believe what all is involved in manufacturing, assembling, designing the iPhone. Just the final assembly take place in factories where 300,000 to 500,000 people work. But the supply chain, the parts that go into an iPhone or any other smartphone, is impossible to even know. It is so extensive, it's so detailed, it's so deep. All the different parts in that phone come from everywhere on this planet. And a system has been developed of transportation and distribution where all those parts happen to be available in China or Japan just a day away should something be needed. To move all of that, not just the assembly, but all of that to the United States is not possible. And specifically if you want to keep the iPhone priced as it is. Okay, so let's just take that as an example. He has said he's going to make Apple bring the iPhone home. Apple will not do that. Question, what do Trump supporters think when it doesn't happen?
Oh, he was just saying that as a negotiating thing to bring pressure on.
Well, no, your question is specifically what are Trump supporters going to do? Let's that may be too complicated, but I'm just telling you the iPhone is not going to be made in America. No matter what. It can't be unless you want to pay a couple $1,000s for one. And wait, if that wall doesn't get built, and the Mexicans obviously don't pay for it, then what will Trump fans, that's what your question is, right? What are they going to do?
Exactly.
Well, the correct answer is at that point, it doesn't matter what they do because Trump's already elected.
Well, he wants to get elected again.
Maybe. We would assume so. But it still might be.
For Trump, the winner, to be a one-term president, I mean, that's almost worse than not winning the presidency at all.
No, it's not. No. You're getting off the rails. I'm trying to keep you on the rails here. That's not true. Being president for 4 years, Jimmy Carter wouldn't trade it. He was the worst ever, and he wouldn't trade it. He'd do it again. If everything was exactly the same, he'd do it again. Even having to go to the Nixon funeral and listen to people praise Nixon. That was the worst day of Jimmy Carter's presidency. Don't doubt me. Out there at the Nixon Library,
the center of the radio universe. Rush on the EIB network.
The best college professors teach students to think for themselves, to think critically. Once students learn that skill, learning becomes unstoppable. And Hillsdale College's professors make this kind of learning their mission. And you can see it in action if you sign up for the latest online course that Hillsdale College is making available free to everybody. At Hillsdale, the Constitution is the thing. Everybody has to have an understanding in it to graduate, and they want to bring the Constitution to you. The course that they're offering this spring is called Public Policy from a Constitutional Perspective. It's a new way of looking at the Constitution, one in which the Hillsdale people believe it's imperative for people to know. And it'll unlock your mind, this course, and all of the different aspects of the Constitution you can be exposed to. This is the last week for you to sign up, so do so now while you're thinking about it. It's free, it's online, at rushforhillsdale.com. That's rushforhillsdale.com. You got to do this.
Ew, get the stinky dog away from me. Bad breath and bad gas. Petey stopped eating. All his hair fell out.
Itching, licking, missing fur.
At least $5,000 in vet bill. Creams, antibiotics, sprays.
No results.
Everything we tried failed except the Dinovite. DINOVITE.com.
If you want the dog to be healthy, you got to feed it something healthy.
The omega-3 fatty acids. Flaxseed, zinc, alfalfa. The digestive enzymes that are cooked out of regular dog food. Dinovite is nutrition.
The shedding is stopped and the itching is stopped.
Her coat is now soft, it's silky, it's healthy and shiny and glossy.
She's got life, she's got energy.
Tons of energy, no more bad smell.
Dinovite's the bomb.
Dinovite is the best thing that's ever happened to my dogs, you know, besides me, of course.
859-428-1000.
859-428-1000.
Dinovite for life.
DINOVITE.com.
That's another home run for Oregon. Precision counts.
whether it's a big game on the line or your quality of life.
I had excruciating pain in my cheek and jaw, a condition called trigeminal neuralgia. My doctor recommended Sacred Heart Gamma Knife Center.
The physicians used highly focused, precise radiation beams to target the nerve. Game over for Mary's pain in just a few weeks. If you have a brain tumor or episodes of severe facial pain, ask your primary doctor or specialist about Gamma Knife. Visit peacehealth.org/Gamma Knife to learn more.
I'm Isaac Jackson at Jackson Jones Law Office. At our office, we represent people who have lost everything because of someone else's bad judgment. When someone takes something close to you, your health or a loved one, the right lawyer can help you walk through the stress, get the medical bills paid, and if needed, stand up and fight on your behalf. Our philosophy is simple. We start by meeting with you to give you a straightforward assessment of your case. Once that's done, we'll talk about what it means to hire a lawyer, whether it makes sense to try to get a settlement without a lawsuit, or whether we think it will take a fight. Our office specializes in wrongful death cases, accidents involving drunk drivers, and victims in violent car accidents. We want to help you move on, but if we need to, we will stand up and we'll fight for you. Call me, Isaac Jackson, at 541-556-9797. Let's have a conversation. At Jackson Jones Law, we understand that everything can change in a second. If that's you, let us help you walk through this difficult time. Again, call me, Isaac Jackson, at 541-556-9797 at Jackson Jones Law.
When engineering the all-new BMW 7 Series, we decided not to predict the future. We decided to create it. A future where drivers control their music, calls, and more with intuitive hand gestures. A future where performance isn't sacrificed. With 445 horsepower and a 0 to 60 time of 4.3 seconds. The all-new BMW 7 Series. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. 445 horsepower based on the 750i xDrive sedan.
Financing and leasing available by BMW Financial Services. Visit BMW of Eugene, also online at bmwofeugene.com.
With news every half hour and when it breaks. And Rush now. 1120 KPNW.
Welcome back. Rush Limbaugh, half my brain tied behind my back just to make it fair. Grab audio soundbite number 6. This was Fox News Channel, the O'Reilly Factor last night. O'Reilly speaking with Juan Williams about a recent poll on confidence in the media. And it's bad for the media. I had this story yesterday and get to it because it really isn't news. It's about how most people don't trust the media. It's worse than ever. What was it, like 70, 80% don't trust the media? Something like that. Up from 65% don't trust the media. Anyway, talking about it last night, and O'Reilly said to Juan Williams, a recent survey by the Media Inside Project, funded by the AP and other public affairs groups, asks the question, as far as the people running the press are concerned, would you say you have a great deal of confidence, only some confidence, or hardly any confidence at all? 6% had a great deal of confidence in the media barons, 52% some, and 41% hardly any confidence whatsoever. And O'Reilly said to Juan Williams, what's driving the negativity toward the press barons? Juan?
I got to tell you, people, I think, are strongly conservative Republicans who have the greatest distrust of American media. And they're not talking about the Wall Street Journal. They're not talking about Fox News. They're not talking about Rush Limbaugh on the talk radio. They're talking about ABC, NBC, CBS.
That's right. Of course they are. That's who the drive-bys are. That's who the mainstream media is. ABC, NBC, CBS, PBS, CNN, MSNBC, LA Times, Washington Post, Boston Globe, it's the same thing. And of course there's no trust. And he thinks it's strongly conservative Republicans who have the greatest. Why would that be? Maybe because they're mocked all the time? Maybe because they're laughed at all the time? Maybe because they're made fun of and impugned all the time? Maybe because the drive-by media is every bit as part of the establishment as the Democrat Party is? Maybe because these people know that the media is actually the Democrat Party? Just an extension of it? I mean, when somebody can leave the Hillary Clinton campaign and go anchor at ABC, what the hell is that? George Stephanopoulos leaves the Clinton War Room and his buddy James Carville and ends up hosting Good Morning America and This Week with George. Or take your pick of any other media person who leaves a campaign position, speechwriter or liaison, goes over to become a White House correspondent, or vice versa. Leave the media to join a campaign. Like Jay Carney left Time Magazine to go become Biden's spokesman. There wasn't enough to say there. Biden speaks for himself, doesn't shut up, so Carney goes over to the White House from Time Magazine. Why shouldn't conservative Republicans have immense distrust in the media? Because it isn't media. It's just an extension of the radical left, the Democrat Party. That's all it is.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. A man convicted of rape and other charges for sexually abusing a child in Lane County has been sentenced to 43 years in prison. William Isaac Parker was sentenced Monday. The alleged abuse began when the girl was 11 years old. Yesterday, Parker accused the victim of lying and said he would appeal. Oregon-based Mercy Corps is headed to help with the relief efforts after a 7.8 earthquake hit Ecuador. Christy Delafield with Mercy Corps says it'll take time to know the scale of the destruction.
At least 350 people have lost their lives, at least 2,500 are injured, and 3,000 to 5,000 people's homes were destroyed.
Delafield says there's been a lot of rain that caused landslides when the quake hit, shutting down roads. An Albany man died in an all-terrain vehicle accident. According to Lane County Sheriff's Office, the 35-year-old man crashed his ATV into a log. It happened on Shotgun Creek Road. The Lane County Sheriff's Office says the man was separated from a group he was with when he tried to drive around a gate. He died at the scene. Bill London, KPNW.
Hi, Mike here with some info on West Eugene. Did you know there are over 400 businesses on West 6th, 7th, and 11th? Yeah, 400. That includes plenty of motels. Maybe it's your year to host the family reunion and you don't have enough beds. Or your buddies are coming in for the weekend to cheer on the Ducks. And when were your in-laws arriving for that visit? Ugh. Well, they just may have to stay at a motel. Whatever the reason, if you've got extra people in town, take them down to West 6th, 7th, and 11th in Eugene. Go west, sleepy people. Go west.
It's finally happened. The best real estate market in a decade. Low inventory coupled with low interest rates equals top dollar for your house in today's market. If you want to sell within your time frame and get the most money possible, now is the time.
Harpole Real Estate with Keller Williams will ensure a stress-free move for you. Not all agents are the same. In fact, Eric, Jeanette, and their team outsell all other agents and teams in Lane County. Since 2009, they've helped 150 more families sell and move than the number 2 agent. The reason? Better marketing and better negotiating. And unlike other agents, they offer flexible commissions. Their exclusive enhanced listing program, and if you're not happy, fire them. You are in control.
Call for a free no-pressure consultation, 541-286-3030 or at harpolehomes.com. If you live in Douglas County, Harpole Real Estate can help you too. Now you have a real estate team that can get your home sold. 541-286-3030.
Are you putting your money into an IRA, pension, or 401k? Then I hope you're prepared to lose 30, 40, 50% or more of your retirement savings, because it's not a question of if the market crashes again. It's a question of when. It's going to happen. Did you know there is a way you can protect and grow your wealth safely and predictably every single year? The people using this approach didn't lose a penny when the market crashed in 2000 or 2008, and they won't lose a penny in the next crash. In fact, their money will continue to grow safely year in and year out, even when stocks, real estate, and other investments tumble. A free report detailing this savings program is now available. This free report shows how you can get guaranteed growth, safety, and wealth-building power without risking your retirement in the Wall Street casino. This is the best way to have a 100% secure retirement. It far outperforms any IRA or 401k. To get this free report, visit bankonyourself.com. That's bankonyourself.com. Bankonyourself.com.
The Lane Arts Council, in partnership with the City of Eugene Cultural Services Division, announces their spring professional development workshops for arts organizations. Monday, April 25th is called Financial Systems for Nonprofit Success, presented by Ann Lee, the Portable COO. Workshops are $20. To register, go to lanearts.org or call the Lane Arts Council. The series is sponsored by Pacific Continental Bank.
When news breaks, depend on us. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
United Health is going to cut back even more Obamacare exchanges and end up being in just a handful of states. United Health happens to be the nation. By the way, right on schedule. All of this, you can say mission accomplished. When the private sector insurance industry is unable to stay in business, that is Obamacare mission accomplished. Now, it's not being reported that way by the AP. It's being reported as, oh, no, this is, Obamacare not working. No, it's working exactly as designed. Here are the details. United Health, the nation's biggest health insurer, will remain in public health insurance exchanges in only a handful of states next year after expanding to 34 this year. They are cutting way back. The United Health CEO, Stephen Hemsley, told analysts just this morning that the company cannot continue to broadly serve the market created by Obamacare, due in part to the higher risk that comes with its customers. What is that? Higher risk that comes with its customers? The American people? Higher risk? What is this? Why, Obamacare was going to lower everybody's premiums, $2,500. Obamacare was going to be free for many people, so they thought. We were going to insure the uninsured. What was some of the other magic that was going to happen? Oh, if you liked your plan and your doctor, Slam Dunk City, you get to keep both, except you didn't. You couldn't. Oh, yeah. And the big one, your kids can stay on your policy until they're 26. How many of you look at your 26-year-old freeloader in the basement and think of them as your kids? But this actually is one of the most attractive aspects of Obamacare. As it turns out, I shouldn't sit here and mock it, because I'm sure many parents in this audience very much appreciate that, because their kids otherwise wouldn't have health care. Insurance. Wouldn't have insurance. I have a question, but this is just an example of a thought process I have. It seems like for the last 15 years, every so often, certainly every year, and maybe many times a year, we get stories on how things are so tight economically that more and more children, young adults, are living with their parents. Okay, no comment on that, but my question is, at what point will that become impossible because the kids are not going to have homes of their own for their kids to come back to? In other words, if you're still 35 and living at home, and you get married and have, and you have kids, you don't have to get married for that anymore, and you have kids. Okay, but at some point, mom and dad, what happens? We're reaching the point of no return here, where the phenomenon of children moving home with mom and dad won't be possible because mom and dad are not going to have homes. No, you're missing my point. Snerdley says, though, they wait for mom and dad to kick off, and then they get that. There's not a house. The 35-year-olds living at home don't ever buy houses. They don't have a home. They rent apartments or whatever. You realize for all of these kids that still move home or move back home, live with their parents, something has to happen. The parents have to have a house. The parents have to have a means of paying for the house, or they own it outright. They have to have a means of making the mortgage payment. But at some point, all these kids that move in, their parents, with their parents, they aren't going to have homes because they're... Oh, you think they'll inherit? So you're saying they are waiting for mom and pop to pass on, and they inherit the house. And now they have a house. Now they have a house, right? Well, what if the house isn't paid for? Yeah, I know, but what if the house isn't paid for? My question still stands. I mean, the progressive geometrical, the geometrical progression of this. At some point, there aren't going to be any homes to move back to. And then what are the 35-year-olds going to do? Cardboard box it? Shopping cart city? Yeah. The what market? The rental markets. Oh, it is sky. In fact, I saw a story the other day that the wealthiest of the wealthy in the United Kingdom are now renting instead of buying. I didn't have enough time to read why, but I just saw the phenomenon. Anyway, back to this Obamacare story. Stephen Hemsley, CEO of United Health, told analysts just this morning that the company cannot continue to broadly serve the market created by Obamacare because of the higher risk that comes with its customers. The state-based exchanges are a key element behind Obamacare's push to expand insurance coverage, but insurers have struggled with higher than expected claims from that business. United Health Group has estimated it could cost, or it could lose, as much as $475 million on its public exchanges. Now stop and think, folks, wait a minute now. Before you applaud an American corporation losing money, stop and wait a minute. This is an industry which supposedly benefits from a law requiring, mandating every American buy its product. So what's going on here? If every American is required to buy health insurance, how in the name of Sam Hill can United Health or any other insurance company lose money? And what they're telling us is that the customers are making these outlandish claims, many claims much higher than expected. Why would that be? Well, they can't afford it, for one thing. But many of them think that it's free, that other people are paying, so they're going to the hospital or they're going to the doctor record numbers of times. But here's the bottom line. This is mission accomplished. This is exactly what was planned. This is exactly what was intended. Precisely. And it's right on schedule. What are we now in? Obamacare was passed in 2010, and here we are 2016, so we're the 7th year. And between year 7 and 10, this was to fully implement. And part of the full implementation was to include the elimination of the private sector insurance market. Now, I realize that many of you are new listeners and may not have been around in 2010, 11, and 12 during the intense discussions of Obamacare. And you might be thinking, what's this guy talking about? This guy claims that this is supposed to happen. Obamacare is supposed to wipe it. Yes, exactly right. But no, Obama wanted to bring health insurance to everyone. No, that's not what Obamacare is about. Obamacare is not about health care. It's not about insurance. All it is a mechanism to vastly expand the government and give the government more control over your life, over what you eat, over how you live, over the decisions you make about everything, because they're going to be able to relate everything to health in terms of cost. So if you eat things they don't think you should eat, they can say, sorry, we're not going to provide treatment for this particular disease because you have made no effort to take care of yourself according to our guidelines. So this is, and they don't have an endless pile of money, bottomless pit of money to pay for every health malady in the country. So, but the whole point here was for the private sector insurance industry to be wiped out and for there to be an accompanying crisis. Because when United Health leaves the business, when they close exchanges in a whole lot of states, and they're the biggest one, and when it gets tougher and tougher and tougher to obey the law, which is that you have to have health insurance. It gets tougher and tougher and tougher to buy a health insurance policy, particularly because it's unaffordable or unavailable or there's nobody selling one. You're then, according to the plan, supposed to start panicking. Because remember, health care is a right, and if you get sick, you'll die. That's what they told you. You'll get sick, automatically means you're going to die. The objective is not to get sick, not die. Obama's in charge, and so you're supposed to panic when you can't get insurance because you can't afford to get sick. And you demand the government do something, even though the government is who screwed it up. The government, the Obama administration, are the architects of the entire breakup of the greatest healthcare system in the world. When that happens, and we're beginning to see it now, you're supposed to panic and demand the government do something. That will be music to Obama's ears. At that point, somebody will pop up and say, you know what? There's only one way to fix this. The government's just going to have to take over everything. The government will provide insurance. The government will provide and dictate the kind of health care you get. And we'll call it single payer. Maybe we'll just expand Medicare to include everybody. And people will go, yay, yay, because a crisis will have been averted. And once again, the government will be seen as having ridden to the rescue to save people from dying, by saving people from getting sick, by enabling people to get treated when they get sick. And the American population, the low information crowd, will be applauding the very people who have destroyed the healthcare system. And they will be applauding the government taking advantage of it and exerting even more control over daily life in the country under the guise of protecting people and saving people and rescuing people and so forth. And this is how the left does it. They target industries they say are capitalist frauds. They target industries and put them on the enemy's list and claim they're the reason that all the problems in the country exist. Big oil, big pharma, big retail, you name it. Government targets them, gets people hating on them, gets people despising them, gets people thinking that big corporations actually want to kill their customers. And the government comes in, devises new plans to keep these big corporations to heel, keep them in tow so they don't hurt people. The government mandates end up destroying elements of the businesses. Government swoops in to take over under the guise of saving people and caring about the average guy. In the meantime, what actually is happening is the wanton destruction of great industries, great traditions, great institutions which have made the country great. And it's now beginning to happen right on schedule with Obamacare. So United Health, encountering great financial difficulty, being unable to operate in more and more states, having to pull out of more and more exchanges, is mission accomplished.
He makes it look easy, but it's not. Rush on the EIB network.
Hey folks, a quick little pop quiz. True or false? Identity theft happens only when thieves use your credit card. That's false. This crime happens anytime somebody pretends to be you for their gain. True or false? You can't really do much to help protect yourself from identity theft. Well, that's false too. Simply join LifeLock. Their proprietary technology will help detect and alert you to a huge range of identity threats. And if you have a problem, they have a U.S.-based team of specialists who will work to fix it. Now, no one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but unlike credit monitoring, free credit monitoring, which only detects changes in credit, LifeLock helps detect and resolve identity theft problems. Membership starts $9.99 a month plus applicable taxes. Call 800-440-4833 or visit lifelock.com now. Use promo code RUSH That's Rush. Save 10%. LifeLock 800-440-4833.
Do you have a family member who is getting older and can no longer be safely left alone? Get to know Visiting Angels, America's choice in senior home care. With over 500 offices, Visiting Angels assist adults nationwide to continue living in-home and avoid moving into a nursing home. Experienced, compassionate caregivers provide assistance in hygiene, meals, and light housework. Services provided up to 24 hours a day at affordable rates. For senior home care you can trust, check out visitingangels.com. Franchise opportunities available. Visitingangels.com.
Chuck Woolery here. I don't like taking pills for minor arthritis pain, and I don't like those patches either. But I have found something that works. Australian Dream Arthritis Pain Relief Cream. It's real medicine that has no odor, and it works. And Australian Dream has an empty jar guarantee. You use the whole jar. If you're not happy, you can get your money back. But I doubt that you'll send it back because the stuff really works. Get guaranteed arthritis relief. Find Australian Dream in the little red box at Walmart or wherever you shop.
If you need to sell your home, listen up. Lars here to tell you about a real estate agent right in Lane County that takes the stress out of selling a home. I'm talking about Jeremy Parmenter of Keller Williams Realty. Jeremy has a marketing system for selling homes on a whole different level than anyone you're going to talk to in Lane County. Jeremy works with the top real estate developer in Oregon, and week after week, Jeremy attracts hundreds of buyers, which creates demand and helps your home sell fast and for top dollar. That's why Jeremy offers a home sale guarantee. If Jeremy can't sell your home at a price and deadline you agreed to, he'll buy it. Plus, it's risk-free. If he isn't doing his job after one day, you can fire him. But don't worry, you won't, because he outsells the average agent 8-1. If I needed to sell my home and lived in Lane County, I'd call up Jeremy. Call Jeremy today at 541-255-5685. That's 541-255-5685. And start packing.
Your 24-hour news, weather, and information station. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
The reason the super rich are renting in the UK is because they're trying to avoid what is called the stamp duty on expensive purchases. It's a luxury tax. It's a surcharge. And here's the way to think of it. It went up 3% on April 1st. So the tax, the levy on a £15 million home, figure $18 million home, went up $2 million. The luxury tax to go out and buy an $18 million home cost an additional $2 million in tax. So they're saying, screw it, we're going to rent. But see, leftists think, oh, the wealthy, they've got all the money, they'll pay it. No. They do not stop to think of the dynamics. They score this stuff statically, and they think the rich just have the money, they'll pay it. They won't. They'll find ways around it. So they're giving up the equity and instead renting to avoid paying a confiscatory, senseless tax. But they budget for that new tax being collected, so guess who is going to pay for it? The UK's little guy, as always. Here's Tom in Columbus, Ohio. Tom, great to have you on the program. Hello.
Hi, Raj. Thanks for taking my call.
You bet, sir.
Hey, when Obama was first elected, Mitch McConnell held a press conference, and he just suggested and said that his goal was going to be to make sure Obama was a one-term president.
Yeah.
And got lambasted for it. Everything bad that happened in the country, it was because Mitch McConnell made this promise, and the liberals and left used that as their chant for 6 years. And now everyone is promising to impeach Trump before he's even the nominee.
Yeah, it's really hypocritical and unfair, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And I'm curious as to if Pelosi and her fellow Democrats will support whatever president comes from Republican to Democrat.
No, but see, the Democrats never, ever get called on hypocritical behavior or statements. They're never held accountable. Hypocrisy only damages and harms Republicans. It's really impossible for Democrats to be hypocritical because there's an spoken, unwritten assumption about everything the Democrats do and say, and that is good intentions. Everything the Democrats do, they're trying to help people. They're trying to stop prejudice and racism and bigotry and homophobia, and they're trying to income equality and so forth. So if a Democrat now and then goes out, starts talking about impeaching Trump before he's got good intentions. He's just trying to protect the little guy. You want to talk about a rigged game? You want to talk about a rigged circumstance? That is the relationship to the drive-by media of the Democrat Party. But you know what? I didn't remember that McConnell said that until you reminded me. He obviously didn't mean it, but I had forgotten that he even said it.
The most powerful name in talk radio, Rush, on the EIB network.
Mother's Day will be here soon, and here is a great way to show Mom how much you appreciate her. Give her Sherry's Berries. Sherry's Berries is offering freshly dipped strawberries starting at $19.99 plus shipping. Or you can double the berries for just $10 more, and you'll also receive free cake truffles. Now, this is an exclusive offer for you only. These berries are dipped in milk, white, and dark chocolatey goodness, and they are topped with rich chocolate chips, chopped nuts, and the signature swizzles. I love this dessert. Now, here's how you order. Call 866-FRUIT-02, or even better, visit berries.com, BERRIES.com. Online, click on the microphone in the top right corner and type in Rush. Just go to berries.com, click on the microphone, enter my name. It's that simple. Now, folks, it's a limited time offer, so make sure that you order now.
Are you prepared for all of the changes in the Oregon marijuana laws? Northwest Alternative Health Eugene's premier medical marijuana clinic is proud to sponsor this year's Oregon Marijuana Business Conference. Learn from the industry's top experts and be ready for all of the changes in medical and recreational. Also, the first 500 tickets include a private after party with the one and only Tommy Chong. Join us Sunday, April 24th at the downtown Eugene Hilton. For more information, visit us online at OregonMBC.com.
It's radio you can watch. The Wake Up Call with live video streaming from the Widmer Brothers studio every weekday morning from 6 a.m. to 9. Go to KPNW.com and click on the Wake Up Call streaming banner. The Wake Up Call and Widmer Brothers, the local guys.
Today, my new dad and I shot off a rocket in the park.
Today, my new son and I failed to shoot off a rocket.
He knew exactly what to do.
I had no clue what I was doing.
We set up the rocket.
Hit ignition.
And then
nothing. Ha 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 ha. Sometimes I laugh when I'm frustrated.
Then out of nowhere, the rocket launched into the air.
The rocket did get into the air.
I've never seen anything fly so high.
And then crashed into a kite.
Look out! Look out!
And then the pond.
I'll never forget that day.
I'll never forget that day, even if I tried.
You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. Thousands of kids in foster care will take you just as you are. For more information on how you can adopt, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
At home and around the world, KPNW is there, covering the news that's important to you. Your 24-hour news, weather, and information station. News Radio 1120, KPNW. With the Wake Up Call tomorrow, 6 a.m. to 9, and Rush Limbaugh Now. We're 1120 KPNW.
The Mittster, Mitt Romney, has said that unless Kasich or Cruz drop out, Donald Trump will win on the first ballot. You'll hear why he believes this coming up, that and much more in our remaining busy broadcast hour when we return.
The Bloomberg Market Report, sponsored by Pacific Continental Bank, serving your business and community in Eugene for over 40 years.
stocks are fluctuating as disappointing results from Netflix and IBM weighed on in advance, led by commodity producers. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 19 points to 18,023. S&P 500 Index gaining 3. The Nasdaq is down 25 points. Retailer Target is going to raise the minimum wage for its workers to $10 an hour nationwide. Employees can expect to see a boost in pay beginning next month. CVS customers may never have to walk into a pharmacy again. CVS Health is expanding curbside pickup service nationwide this year. And even with the highest turnover in CEOs in more than a dozen years, women captured less than 3% of the new chief executive positions last year. That's according to a study by PwC. In the U.S. and Canada, less than 1% of new CEOs were women. Donna Wilson, Bloomberg Radio.
KPNW.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. While the voters are at the polls in New York,
if I'm fortunate enough to become your president, organized labor will always have a champion in the White House.
Hillary Clinton detouring to a trades convention in D.C. before heading back to New York, hoping for a victory rally tonight. She and Donald Trump looking for big home state wins. Bernie Sanders hoping for an upset, but he's already moved on to Pennsylvania, where John Kasich is also on the trail today. Overwhelming support in the U.S. Senate for a bill to boost airport security.
The bill, which passed 95-3, tightens up the vetting process for airport employees and beefs up public safety in areas before security screenings. That's in response to recent terrorist attacks, including last month's bombing of Brussels' main international airport. The bill also increases consumer protections for passengers and paves the way for tougher mental health screening of commercial pilots.
Fox Radio's John Decker in Washington. The House passed a different version, which would put FAA employees and the air traffic control system under control of an independent nonprofit corporation. Hundreds of Texans remain out of their homes after deadly flooding. Fox Radio's Evan Brown with a live update.
Alicia, at least 18 inches of rain fell on Houston over the past 24 hours, forcing officials to shut down highways as people were hoping to evacuate, leaving thousands of homes and buildings in poor shape and more than 2,500 vehicles abandoned. Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner.
We're asking people to turn off main power if wiring is wet or moldy. Have an electrician check the house electrical system before turning power on again.
Much of that rain is now swelling creeks and forcing more evacuations. 5 deaths are blamed on the weather, Lisa.
Thanks, Eben. Wall Street right now, stocks are higher. The Dow's up 44 points. You're listening to Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
This is an announcement for all people who want to take a risk-free challenge to whiten their teeth in 5 minutes using clinically proven power swabs. This risk-free challenge is for people whose smile has been yellowed by coffee, tea, or smoking. It's so effective, we challenge you to try it for 5 minutes to see how white your smile could be. If lines are busy, try again. Dial 1-800-663-1592. That's 1-800-663-1592. 1-800-663-1592.
To Fox News Radio that meets the ear. Go behind the headlines and join the conversation on the hottest stories of the day on the Fox News Radio Facebook page. Be a part of the Fox News Radio Facebook fan community. Post comment and tell us your opinions. See behind the scenes photos and videos and post your reactions to the stories that matter to you. Click the like button on Facebook and connect with breaking news and features like Fox in the Fast Lane, House Call for Help, and more. Go to facebook.com/Fox News.
KPNW News brought to you by Battery Exchange. Investigators say a body recovered from a Lapine home is that of a woman who's been dead for 5 months. The Deschutes County Sheriff confirms paramedics went to the home after the woman's sister called to report she had fallen outside. Paramedics noticed a strange smell. They contacted the sheriff's office. The woman who fell told authorities her sister had died 5 months earlier. Instead of reporting it, the woman said she became depressed and started drinking. Sheriff's Captain John Bocciolot says he believes the woman has a psychological malady. Look for more warmer than usual temperatures today. Then the rest of the week, expect a more typical April.
Highs on Wednesday will probably struggle to get out of the 60s. Looks like we'll top it out around 70 degrees, and then we'll be about the same on Thursday. Back to normal April weather as we close the week out.
Clinton Rocky with the National Weather Service says starting tomorrow it's back to clouds and the possibility of showers throughout the weekend. Police arrested a Roseburg father accused of assaulting his son after the boy didn't pitch well in a baseball game. The 14-year-old boy told police that his father grabbed him by the neck and mouth, causing him a laceration and several abrasions. Police took the 50-year-old father to jail. He was booked on a charge of fourth-degree assault. Bill London, KPNW.
How would you like to make up to $20,000 a month flipping houses with no risk? Hi, my name is Nick Vertucci, and over the last 2 years, my elite team of house flippers have flipped over 800 properties by using my 3-step flipping system that guarantees quick profits. And this year, we plan to double it. I'm growing my team in your area, and I'm looking for help. I have more cash available than deals right now, so I need you. All interested candidates, call now and take an inside peek of my flipping system. I'll rush you out a free copy of my Fortunes and Flipping CD kit that will show you how easy it is to get in, get out, and get paid immediately flipping houses if you come join my team.
Call 1-800-449-3149 now to get your free flipping kit. Call 800-449-3149 and you'll also get free tickets to a training workshop. That includes a free meal, a smartphone watch, and a USB flash drive loaded with Nick's powerful information as free gifts just for attending. Call 800-449-3149. That's 800-449-3149. Call now. When you need a new battery, look for the big X, as in Battery Exchange. Battery Exchange has batteries for phones, laptops, cordless tools, toys, hunting scopes, flashlights, even electric fences, and almost any kind of vehicle. Battery Exchange in Eugene, Springfield, Salem, Albany, Corvallis, and more. Battery Exchange.
If you're living with chronic pain, Neurospine Institute can help you get your life back. Services include clinical and surgical procedures, sports medicine, physical therapy, medical imaging, and pain management. Visit neurospinellc.com today and tune in to KPNW every morning at 8 for the Neurospine Tip of the Week.
KPNW is celebrating the upcoming concert series at the Cuthbert Amphitheater by giving away a season pass for 2. One lucky listener will get a pair of tickets to every Cuthbert Amphitheater show. Keep listening to KPNW for your chance to qualify for a season pass for 2 to the Cuthbert Amphitheater Concert Series 2016.
It's 11:06 and time for the last hour of Rush with Lars Larson coming up at noon on 1120 KPNW.
Hi, and welcome back. Great to have you with us, my friends. You are tuned to the most listened to radio program in the country, the most talked about program, and the most talked about host, a program which meets and surpasses all audience expectations every day. It's great to have you. The telephone number, if you want to be on the program, is 800-282-2882. The email address, ilrushbo@eibnet.com. The video I was referencing a couple of hours ago, an hour and a half ago, about a guy who went out to University of Washington State, and started engaging students and could not get them to say that anything he was doing or saying was wrong. And it was fascinating to watch this. You know, it answered some questions for me about the culture, what I call cultural rot or cultural decay. Some people call it cultural evolution. But there are many factors that combine to produce the phenomena where we are like students that are afraid if anybody disagrees with them. This new concept called microaggressions. We've got students afraid of the word Trump written in chalk on a sidewalk that they have to pass. And you read these stories, that this is kind of exaggerated. It has to be. It's not. Then you remember everything that has happened to college-age kids today growing up. They got trophies for just waking up. They got trophies for going to bed on time. They got trophies for participating in a sport. Didn't have to win diddly squat. Self-esteem movement told them they were excellent, superb, and special and the greatest ever when they hadn't done anything to warrant any such thing. And it's all led somewhere. It has all led. Then you add the average, ordinary, daily dose of liberalism to all of this, and you have the phenomenon, really, where nothing except Republicans and conservatives are wrong. Everything else is to be tolerated. And this whole instance of tolerance has been bastardized now into acceptance of virtually anything because it's just not right to judge anybody. I don't have the right to say that what you think or do is wrong. I don't have the right to think it. And what we end up losing is truth. When it's impossible for there to be truth. It's impossible for there to be objective right and wrong. Now, this is the first in what's planned as a series of videos from the Family Policy Institute of Washington. And in the video that I saw, the director of the Family Policy Institute has exchanges with students at the University of Washington. And the context, the reason for this taking place is a law in Washington state allowing transgender people to use restrooms and locker rooms of whatever gender they happen to identify with that moment, that day, that month. However it is they decide to present on a given day. So the guy conducting the interviews with the students on the video is named Joseph Backholm. He's Caucasian. For those of you in real, I mean, he's a white guy. He's about 5'9". And he walks up to these students and says, what would you say if I told you that I'm a... Now, remember what got this going is people who one day, you know, I feel like a woman, I'm going to go to the women's bathroom, and it's a guy. Could be a 25-year-old, 6'4" guy who wants to go to the women's bathroom because he says he feels like a woman that day. And nobody who tries to stop this, anybody who tries to stop this is ridiculed for not being tolerant. And it's all happening under the rubric of the LGBT movement, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender movement, which exactly I predicted, by the way. Once the gay community accomplished much of their agenda, they had to transfer it somewhere. They can't allow the agenda of the movement to die. So the next group of victims became transgenders. We're told 1/10 of 1% of the population. But now we are having to write law and make adjustments as a society to accommodate that 1/10 of 1% of the population. And the reason we're doing it is because nobody will condemn it. Nobody will say that it's wrong. Nobody has the guts or the time, because what happens to them when they do? As you can see happening in the state of Georgia, you can see happening in the state of North Carolina, in Indiana, whenever a society, via its elected representatives, attempts to pass legislation, which shouldn't be needed, by the way, that does not permit wanton use of opposite-sex restrooms just because you feel like, all hell comes down on you. And it's a very active movement that is very much into intimidation and threats of violence and so forth. And people who have been trained to avoid confrontation, that's bad, that's bad, we shouldn't disagree at all, we should all be getting along. Then people that avoid confrontation cave, and the aberrants triumph yet again. So that's what starts this. The guy runs around, and young male students, young female students, and he says to one female student, okay, walk up to you. I tell you right now, I'm a 6'5" Chinese male. What is your reaction? And the girl says, well, I like if you it's not for me to say that you're not. I mean, if that's how you feel, then it's not for me to tell you that that's not who you are. If that's how you feel, it's fine. And he comes up with other examples. Not just how he looks, but he just invents behavioral things that he has engaged in. Well, if that makes you happy, well, I'm just real uncomfortable. I'm just not comfortable judging you. And you can tell they get, with each example this guy gives them, they get more and more pained. But they will not, in no instance do they tell the guy he's wrong. In no instance do they tell the guy he's not who he says he is. And from this, you can learn why it is that when somebody says that they are 24 years old and they're 5'9", 5'10", 6'2", and they feel like a woman that day and want to use the women's restroom, if that's who you are, that's fine. We all have to be who we are. If that's what you have to do, it's not my job to say no. And this video is filled with example after example of this. And this takes moral equivalence and just obliterates it. This goes so far beyond moral equivalence. This is an obvious inability to stand for anything. It's an inability to condemn anything. It's an inability to have any notion of objective right and wrong. So it's bye-bye morality. It's bye-bye right and wrong. It's bye-bye value system. It's bye-bye virtue. And it's not just this one campus. This is happening more and more, and particularly in younger generations, because this is how they've been taught. And a lot of this is rooted in anti-Christianity, because Christianity has been portrayed as the premier judgmental religion, the premier condemnatory religion. That all they do is judge and condemn and put people down and deny people the freedom to be who they are. And so we're raising kids in certain sectors of the country that simply will not stand for anything. And by the same token, they use this as a license to do anything themselves, because none of their friends or colleagues or peers condemn what they do. And they sit around, they praise each other for their openness. And they praise each other for their tolerance while condemning others who are closed-minded and bigots. One of the students on the tape says, a female student says, I feel like it's not my place as like another human being to say someone's wrong. Or to draw lines or draw boundaries. It's not my place. I don't have that right. I don't have that right to say that you're wrong. Think of what breaks down. And by the way, this just didn't happen. This is not something. We have been trending in this direction for years. And I can think you off the top of my head, think of countless examples. I remember back in the 90s when the subject was condoms. And we had to make condoms available everywhere, to give them away, had to instruct people in their usage in junior high, middle school, high school, and so forth, on the theory that we can't stop kids from having sex. They're going to have sex. You can't stop them, Rush. I don't care what you do, you can't stop them. So I take calls from parents who would agree with that. No, we can't stop them. I get calls from parents in Long Island to actually say, yeah, I let my daughter and her boyfriend spend the night in one of our guest rooms because it's cleaner than the back of his car. I'm sitting here as host, incredulous at what I'm hearing. They think it's virtuous. And they can't stop them anyway. So since they're going to do it, let's make sure that they have condoms and a clean bed. So I suggested, well, how about a pack of cigarettes on the nightstand? What do you mean? Well, isn't that what everybody does? After you have sex, you light up a cigarette? No, they can't smoke. What do you mean? You think you can stop them from smoking? Damn right, they're not going to smoke in my house. Really. You can stop them from smoking. You're not going to permit it, but they can have sex like a bunch of minks, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's right, Mr. Limbaugh, that's right. So this isn't anything new. It's been trending in this direction. And by this is made to order for the left. Because the left can only survive when they're not being judged. The left can only survive and prosper when they have bullied everybody into tolerating whatever behavior they want to engage in. And good behavior doesn't require any tolerance. So we're talking about aberrant behavior to begin with. Good behavior, you don't have to have any tolerance for that. Good behavior is laudatory. Good manners, good behavior, it's becoming an exception. But in the old days, I mean, you wouldn't need tolerance for it. You would have appreciation for it, maybe, but you wouldn't have to tolerate it. It's to build up the tolerance for abnormal, destructive, any other kind of behavior you want to describe. But on this campus, University of Washington, I mean, I'm just giving you one example when he told him, I'm a 6'5" Chinese male. But he gave him a bunch of other examples about, differing types of physical appearance and things that he says that he had done or wanted to do. Some of it reprehensible stuff. Nobody would condemn it. No, and you could see they were getting tense. You could see these kids getting all stressed out at the thought of condemning it. They weren't getting stressed out at the kind of behavior. They weren't getting stressed out at the fact that they were talking to some 5'9" white guy who thought he was a 6.5 inch Chinese male. That didn't bother them. They were getting stressed out over the notion that, oh my God, I might have to say something. Come on. Bottom, folks, we're in deep doo-doo. The Limbaugh letter has raised and enlightened a generation of high-information voters. It's pure substance with humor. We take on the left in print.
Subscribe now and get one extra issue and 2 bonus reports free. That's the Limbaugh letter at rushlimbaugh.com. You're listening to the EIB Network.
Prices are for base buildings only and may not be available in some areas. This is an alert. If your business or church is building this year, you're about to pay more than you should. This could mean thousands of dollars more for your office, retail space, church, or warehouse. So call General Steel now for the quality and the price in a pre-engineered steel building that you just can't beat. That's right, General Steel can save you thousands of dollars with a pre-engineered steel building designed for your business or church. How much can you save? How about a 50 by 100 foot building for under $35,000? So don't pay thousands more than you should without calling General Steel first. Call 800-98-STEEL today and save as much as half the cost and time of conventional construction. Don't let rising steel prices put your project in jeopardy. Call now to lock in your price for 3 months. Call 800-98-STEEL. That's 800-98-STEEL. Don't spend thousands more than you should. Call 800-987-8335.
Tired of expensive movie theater popcorn or standing in line or having to drive home after watching the big game at your annoying uncle's house? It sounds like you need to have the folks from TV Specialty in your life. Nobody does TVs like TV Specialty. Think a home theater system is out of the question or out of the budget? Call TV Specialty and see how close you really are. 541-688-5061. It's quality backed by service at TV Specialty. 541-688-5061.
I'm Isaac Jackson at Jackson Jones Law Office. At our office, we represent people who have lost everything because of someone else's bad judgment. When someone takes something close to you, your health or a loved one, the right lawyer can help you walk through the stress, get the medical bills paid, and if needed, stand up and fight on your behalf. Our philosophy is simple. We start by meeting with you to give you a straightforward assessment of your case. Once that's done, we'll talk about what it means to hire a lawyer, whether it makes sense to try to get a settlement without a lawsuit, or whether we think it will take a fight. Our office specializes in wrongful death cases, accidents involving drunk drivers, and victims in violent car accidents. We want to help you move on, but if we need to, we will stand up and we'll fight for you. Call me, Isaac Jackson, at 541-556-9797. Let's have a conversation. At Jackson Jones Law, we understand that everything can change in a second. If that's you, Let us help you walk through this difficult time. Again, call me, Isaac Jackson, at 541-556-9797 at Jackson Jones Law.
Whether it's new or recycled office furniture, Oregon's most respected office furniture dealer is Office Furniture Direct in Portland, selling furniture throughout the state. Office Furniture Direct has clients up and down I-5 and is making trips into Eugene every month and can be your source for the best price and finest installation. Save money on quality office furniture at Office Furniture Direct at ofd-pdx.com.
Rush Limbaugh and breaking news when it happens. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Okay, yesterday on the David Gregory podcast website, is this the guy that used to run Meet the Press? He's got a podcast? I've seen him on CNN doing, and we found it? Well, I don't know. Anyway, Mitt Romney was there on the David Gregory podcast website. That's what I want to do when I grow up. And Gregory said to Romney, do you think that Republicans are headed to an open convention? That's an incisive question. I'm happy to be able to provide that for you. Here's Romney's answer.
I think that depends on whether or not Mr. Cruz and Mr. Kasich both stay in the race aggressively through California. I think Cruz and Kasich divide the vote, if you will, and that would make it easier for Mr. Trump to win the winner-take-all congressional districts and the winner-take-all states and get the delegates he needs, either to reach the 1237 or to get close enough to it that he could persuade the uncommitted delegates that he'd need to get the victory on the first ballot. If it remains three candidates, I think Mr. Trump gets it on the first ballot.
If it remains three, meaning Kasich stays in, and of course there's no question Cruz is going to, what was this, Kasich or Cruz, unless they drop a what? So let's run through this. He says if Mr. Cruz and Mr. Kasich divide the vote, if you will, that would make it easier for Mr. Trump to win the winner-take-all congressional districts and the winner-take-all states and get the delegates he needs to reach 1237, or to get close enough to it that he could persuade uncommitted delegates that he could get there anyway. If it remains three candidates, Trump gets it on the first ballot. Now, what do you think Kasich would say if somebody... Did you hear what... I'm sure that's happened. Do you hear what Mitt Romney said? Mitt Romney said, you staying in guarantees Trump wins. And Kasich, no, I'm the nominee. I'm going to be the nominee. You watch. People look at themselves and ask if there are any men in white coats nearby. Anyway, David Gregory had another question. He said, everybody keeps focusing on 1237 as the magic number, but if Trump gets close and he has the ability to work it a little bit, get some unbound delegates to go his way, then what?
That's the nature of the process, and my guess is some delegates might like to fly around on Air Trump or perhaps get a membership to Mar-a-Lago. I think there's a lot of way to be persuasive on the part of the people who are close. There will be quite a few uncommitted delegates that go to Cleveland, and being able to pick off 50 or 100 of them is probably not beyond the possibility of a strong campaign.
Sounds like Mitt's kind of accepting the obvious. It sounds like it's going to happen. Who was it? Rex Ryan. I just saw him. I guess he introduced Trump, upstate New York near Buffalo. The Bills, yeah. But he did it. He said he was not acting as part of the Buffalo Bills. He was just an independent guy up there. But he introduced Trump at a campaign rally. Quickly, Kathy, Kansas City, Missouri. Great to have you on the program. Hi. Glad you waited.
Russ, I've been on hold for over an hour and a half, which only proves how much I love you.
Well, thank you very much.
My husband's going to flip when he finds out I sat patiently this long, but I'll make my point quickly. I just feel like I need to call on behalf of so many of your listeners who just love you just as much as I do, but I feel like you're frustrated with us because you seem to want to put anyone who is angry and frustrated at these last few primaries as being anti-Cruz. And I would like to say on behalf of many of these people, I feel confident that I can do this and say that I am not angry at Cruz at all for the way that these primaries are unfolding. I am angry at the establishment. I am angry at the RNC. I have been frustrated by this group of people for a long time, and I will not stand. I will change my party affiliation after this election. But
Kathy,
my frustration is not.
I need to interrupt you if I can. To ask you to hold on through a break, because you said something at the outset here. You sense that I'm frustrated with many in the audience. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not at all. I did not, no way, shape, manner, or form. But don't go away. We will continue in a moment.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. A man convicted of rape and other charges for sexually abusing a child in Lane County has been sentenced to 43 years in prison. William Isaac Parker was sentenced Monday. The alleged abuse began when the girl was 11 years old. Yesterday, Parker accused the victim of lying and said he would appeal. Oregon-based Mercy Corps is headed to help with relief efforts after a 7.8 earthquake hit Ecuador. Christy Delafield with Mercy Corps says it'll take time to know the scale of the destruction.
At least 350 people have lost their lives. At least 2,500 are injured, and 3,000 to 5,000 people's homes were destroyed.
Delafield says there's been a lot of rain that caused landslides when the quake hit, shutting down roads. An Albany man died in an all-terrain vehicle accident, according to Lane County Sheriff's Office. The 35-year-old man crashed his ATV into a log. It happened on Shotgun Creek Road. The Lane County Sheriff's Office says the man was separated from a group he was with when he tried to drive around a gate. He died at the scene. Bill London, KPNW.
A chair isn't just a place to sit. It's a place to relax, a place to enjoy entertainment, or even sleep. Most of us have a favorite chair. But what if you can't get comfortable anymore, or find it difficult to get seated or stand without discomfort? What if you had a chair that was not only sized to fit you, but matched your personal style and could help you find that perfect, comfortable position, or even stand up? Gateway Medical Equipment has your solution. We offer a wide range of lift chair recliners. Available in a wide variety of sizes, styles, and colors, there is bound to be a chair that is perfect for you. We have great deals on lift chairs in our showroom at the corner of Laura and Shelley Streets in Springfield. Stop by and we can show you the many options you have for the perfect chair, or check us out on the web at gatewaymedicalequip.com to see all the chairs we carry.
Gateway Medical Equipment, the company with heart.
If you need to sell your home, listen up. Lars here to tell you about a real estate agent right in Lane County that takes the stress out of selling a home. I'm talking about Jeremy Parmenter of Keller Williams Realty. Jeremy has a marketing system for selling homes on a whole different level than anyone you're going to talk to in Lane County. Jeremy works with the top real estate developer in Oregon, and week after week, Jeremy attracts hundreds of buyers, which creates demand and helps your home sell fast and for top dollar. That's why Jeremy offers a home sale guarantee. If Jeremy can't sell your home at a price and deadline you agreed to, he'll buy it. Plus, it's risk-free. If he isn't doing his job after one day, you can fire him. But don't worry, you won't, because he outsells the average agent 8-1. If I needed to sell my home and lived in Lane County, I'd call up Jeremy. Call Jeremy today at 541-255-5685. That's 541-255-5685. And start packing.
Each franchise independently owned and operated. Offer good on selected Signature Series product at participating franchises only. Some restrictions may apply. Ask for details.
You're going to love this house. It just came on the market, and it's gorgeous inside. Here we are.
Oh my gosh, look at this room. The window coverings are stunning. It's straight out of a magazine.
Isn't it incredible? The best part? They didn't even hire a decorator. Budget Blinds did it all.
Budget Blinds?
Yep. Budget Blinds. They'll give you a free in-home consultation, do all the measuring and installation, and give you their no-questions-asked warranty.
I'll take it.
The house?
No, the number for Budget Blinds.
Right now, Budget Blinds is celebrating our spring style event. Get a rebate up to $250 when you buy select window coverings, including energy-efficient treatments. Lower your energy cost without sacrificing on your home decor. Schedule your free in-home consultation, then qualify for up to a $250 rebate. Call your locally owned Budget Blinds today at 1-800-460-6242. That's 1-800-460-6242. 1-800-460-6242.
Rush Limbaugh now. Lars Larson today at noon. Only at 1120 KPNW.
Yeah, I hope to be able to squeeze them in. We got some good sound bites and Crooked Hillary coming up here. You know that coughing spasm bit that she has? It seems to me, I could be wrong about this, I'm rare, but it could be. It seems to me that she uses that coughing spasm trick well-timed at a point in time where she gets a trick question or a tough question and doesn't want to deal with it. Or it could really be an indicator of a serious health problem, which they wouldn't want anybody to really get their arms around. Anyway, back to Kathy in Kansas City, Missouri. Before we get to your point about you and the RNC, what is it that, I must know this, what is it that's given you the idea that I am frustrated with listeners, people that listen to...
Well, no, it's okay. First of all, I know and love you, so I'm not going to go down this path and spend a lot of my time discussing it. You have been a little frustrated with us. We have been a little frustrated with you, but I know you love us.
But I'm not frustrated.
That's fine. Okay, that's fine. You don't have to be frustrated. My point is this. I have been very frustrated with the RNC for years. For the establishment, the Republicans that are actually just Democrats in slow motion. It's ridiculous. This is the same group of people who doesn't care a lick about my vote. They don't care, okay? So they are going in and they are making this a game. And they don't care about democracy. They don't care that I pay a boatload in taxes. It's a game to them.
Wait.
These primaries, the only thing that Ted Cruz is doing is playing the game. That's all he's doing. He's not to blame, but he is playing the game, Rush. And I, for one, am not going to play anymore. I'm done playing games.
Wait a second. What do you mean Cruz is playing the game? You mean he's insincere about something?
No. No, he's just playing. You want to discuss rules, and the rules have been set up, and rules this and rules that, and when did Trump know the rules, and has he not known the rules? Rules, whatever. I'm saying the RNC looks at this as a game, and for whatever reason, Trump's not playing. And that's my point. Trump is not playing, but Cruz is, okay? So they are, that's the only thing. Is my frustration is not with Cruz, and I think I can speak on behalf of a lot of people who just want whoever can be Hillary.
Okay, it would help me.
Think it's Cruz.
Kathy, it would help me to know, because I'm desperately trying to, I'm mayor of Realville here,
yes.
And I try to put things in context. What is it that inspired you to call with this? What happened that made you rush to the phone and want to call here today?
I don't know. I think just because I listen to you, you and I walk together every day. And so I just detect this I've been so frustrated.
Okay, you mentioned the rules. We talked about the rules today, and I did ask a listener a question if they thought Trump knew the rules and just ignored them, or didn't know the rules, was genuinely incompetent and ignorant about the rules.
I think he found out the rules, but if you think that put side by side Donald Trump and Ted Cruz, who could schmooze better? Are you kidding me? There's no contest. Okay?
And that would be Cruz. And you're in that comparison, Cruz is the winner hands down.
No. He's probably a very nice guy, and I would vote for him if he is the candidate.
Oh, you're a Trumpist?
I guess.
Okay, I get it now. I was missing a piece. I was unable to tell what it was driving your call here.
No, I'm not a Trumpist, okay? If he is the candidate, I'm voting for him.
You're just anti-RNC.
That's the best chance of beating Hillary.
Right. You're just fed up with the RNC because you don't think they're just gaming you.
Yes. I think the RNC is the Democratic Party in slow motion. They don't give a rip about anybody. They care about, like you keep saying, they care about their power. That is all they care about. They want to be in power. They don't care about I mean, they're pathetic. They're the most pathetic group. I cannot stand the whole establishment. And I just get very frustrated because I feel like you're making apologies for them as of late. You are very much saying, well, these are the rules. The rules are the rules. Like suddenly the people that make the rules are, this wonderful, noble group.
Okay,
so
now we're getting to it.
RNC,
Now
no
we're getting to it. See, this
at
is
all.
why I am patient, ladies and gentlemen. If you spend enough time, you'll if you can't figure it out, take the time, you'll get to what's really... You're ticked off at my supposed adherence to the rules, and the rules were written by the RNC, and that means the rules are suspect, and you're a little frustrated with me for advocating for the rules.
Yeah, because I feel like in advocating for the rules, you are suddenly cozying up a little bit to the establishment, and you've never been like that ever.
But what I was reacting to, I'm sorry, it just offends my sensibilities to hear Trump call what happened in Colorado a canceled election. There was never going to be an election, and it's been known since August that there wasn't going to be. So to run around and call it a canceled election as though the Democrat process had been thwarted here is not an accurate characterization of what happened. All I said, they had their...
You have to admit, it's brilliant, because I totally agree. He knew he didn't have a chance, and so he is spinning this...
No, that's what I don't know. I don't know if Trump never knew what the rules in the states are, or if he did and decided he wasn't going to go that route. I still don't know. Not that it matters now, but...
and decided not to go that route. And I think, side by side, you said it the other day, which is so true. Trump is probably thinking, I'll wait until the convention, then I'll swoop in and I'll swoon these people like they've never been swooned before in their lives. They won't know what hit them. But I'm not going to waste precious campaign days off the trail trying to hobnob with these people in Colorado and then going to the next state. He's just going to, if he needs to...
I posited that as a theory. You have to take all this and put it all together and keep it all in context. And it's, look, I'm being, you don't know this, probably, Kevin. I'm being ripped to shreds out there practically everywhere you go. No matter what I say, I'm either pro-Trump, always pro-Trump, or defending Trump, or pro-Cruz, but I won't come out and say so. If you don't listen to this program and you read everywhere else what happens here, you're going to be confused. And I'm not saying that's you. All I'm doing is asking questions here, or at times analyzing things as they happen. And I looked at what happened in Colorado. I looked the way you talk about a game or so forth. I mean, there are game aspects of this. There's theory, there's strategy, there's various ways to play this. And I've tried to figure out what Trump's technique and what his focus is, how he's actually trying to win this, ditto for Cruz, given their relative positions here. There's only one guy who can get 1237 right now, and that's Trump. Cruz has no hope unless it's contested. And so the only thing Cruz can do is try to get delegates pledged to him for the second and third and possibly fourth and fifth ballots, whatever. Trump, on the other hand, I just am assuming, my theory is that he thought he was just going to swarm the nation, swamp everything with a national popular vote tally that was going to dwarf everything else. I think he probably expected to be at 1237 before today, and that's why this individual state-by-state delegate hunt was not something that they thought necessary at the Trump campaign. All this is a wild guess, by the way. I don't call any of these people. I don't talk to them. I don't ask. I have my reasons. So I'm just theorizing on how all this is playing out. So when I know Trump. Here's a guy that has to know he's going to build a building in Timbuktu. Before he even makes the first phone call, he's going to know every zoning regulation. He's going to know everybody on any committee, zoning, building codes, whatever, that he has to deal with and how he's got to deal with them, and every rule that exists that he's either going to try to get around or get nullified or have to obey. And I have to think he did the same thing here. And if he didn't, then it calls other things into question. I'm just under the assumption that the RNC makes all these rules available to all the candidates, as they've said they do back in October or in August. And so Trump doesn't win Colorado. Cruz is in there sweeping all the delegates. Trump's got to do something. So start talking about how his votes are being stolen or the election was canceled or whatever, because he knows who his audience is. He knows how to play to them. So you can sit here, it's like the drive-by media constantly marveled at what a great liar Bill Clinton was. Rather than call him on it, rather than condemn it, they marvel at it. I mean, they knew he was lying to them every day. Same thing with Obama. And they marvel at it. And they think it's great. They write books on how lying is really helpful and it doesn't really hurt anybody. In fact, it might spare feelings and so forth. The Trump supporters have the same attitude about what he's doing. They're exceptionally tolerant, and he knows it, and he knows how to keep them in play and make sure the momentum doesn't shift away. I'm just sitting here marveling at it, is all, and trying to chronicle it here. But it's being interpreted as support, if I correctly analyze something. And I haven't in any way stated that one way or the other. But I'm not frustrated with anybody in the audience. No way, shape, manner, or form. I'm intrigued by it all. I think of myself, Kathy, as the preeminent communicator in America. And when I am not properly understood, I think it's got to be my fault, because this is what I've studied to be, worked hard at being. So I try to figure out different ways of communicating things, because the last thing I want is confusion about what I think among my audience. So I appreciate your call. I appreciate your patience here. But I'm now up against it. I have to go to an obscene profit timeout, which is what we call commercial break. And we'll be back and continue after this. Don't go away.
The state-controlled media stops here. Rush on the EIB network.
Say, folks, one of the largest and most profitable fields in business today is corporate training, executive coaching, and speaking. It has become an $11 billion annual industry. Now, if you've been thinking of entering this exploding corporate training market, you need to become certified by the John Maxwell team. I have seen and heard success stories of people who become certified Maxwell corporate trainers, executive coaches, and speakers, and I am impressed. Maxwell is the global authority. They've been at this for more than 40 years. Now, when you become Maxwell certified, you'll be able to profit from this booming business. The fastest growing, largest certification program in the world, the John Maxwell team, has been certifying corporate trainers, executive coaches, and speakers for years, all over the world. Become a Maxwell certified corporate trainer, executive coach, and speaker. Visit johnmaxwellradio.com now for a special free gift. That's johnmaxwellradio.com or dial 1-800-MAXWELL. That's 1-800-MAXWELL.
Something shocking just happened in a Coast Guard unit in San Diego. The old guys in the unit have turned the tables and are now destroying the young bucks in head-to-head fitness tests. How is this even possible? Turns out the old guys in this unit have been part of a special test group for a doctor-formulated fountain of youth drink called Patriot Power Greens. Patriot Power Greens has been so effective for many of the older soldiers that it's made their achy joints, stiff muscles, and lack of energy a thing of the past. Previously, this drink was only available to elite military units. But for a limited time, you can try Patriot Power Greens absolutely free. All we ask is that you chip in a few bucks to help cover shipping. But you must act fast. Due to the high demand from members of the Coast Guard, our supply is extremely limited right now. To claim your free sample packs of Patriot Power Greens, go to greens123.com. That's greens123.com. greens123.com.
If your company uses medium-duty trucks, it's not about how cool your drivers look in them. It's making sure they're keeping your drivers generating revenue for you daily. FMI Truck Sales and Service is now in Eugene. And if your business uses trucks, they've spent the last 30 years specializing on medium-duty work trucks. So, FMI knows what it takes to build the truck your company needs. Then after your truck is built, FMI will be there to support Isuzu's 5-year, 200,000-mile powertrain warranty and the 24-month, 60,000 miles of preventative maintenance that's included with your new Isuzu diesel truck. Eugene's FMI Truck Sales and Service knows your truck should be on the road working for your business, not sitting in a repair shop. Because it's all about driving revenue and not just a cool-looking truck. Give them a call at 541-393-6506 or come to the corner of West 11th and Bertelson in Eugene. FMI Truck Sales and Service, where the coffee's always on and the popcorn's always fresh.
It's spring and you're excited for that next great shooting trip. Your first stop should be Tannerite Sports Outlet in Eugene. You know Tannerite Sports Outlet's your local source for Tannerite binary rifle targets, but there's so much more. Tannerite's got reloading supplies, tactical gear, magazines, and accessories. And if ammo supply is a worry, don't, because Tannerite has bulk quantities of the most popular calibers that'll keep you shooting affordably. No question, Tannerite's the home for exploding targets. But from tactical gear to ammo, it's the Tannerite Sports Outlet just off I-5 across from LCC.
It's radio you can watch. The Wake Up Call with live video streaming from the Widmer Brothers studio every weekday morning from 6 a.m. to 9. Go to KPNW.com and click on the Wake Up Call streaming banner. The Wake Up Call and Widmer Brothers, the local guys.
There's a lot of things out there that we don't understand. It doesn't mean that they don't exist. And that's why I just love your program.
Kind of a messy job. Hey, somebody's got to do it, right? I'm George Norrie.
George Norrie on News Radio 1120 KPNW. 50,000 watts and worldwide. Catch all of your favorite News Radio 1120 KPNW shows streaming live at KPNW.com.
Looky here, if this isn't predictable, nothing is. From the New York Post, New York voters battled closed polling stations and broken machines Tuesday morning during the city's first relevant primary in decades. At PS 73 to Bushwick section of Brooklyn, residents waiting for the polls to open at 6 were furious that workers couldn't access keys to the facility. You can't vote, you can't cast any type of ballot. The keys to the building are in a locked box and nobody has the key, said Torsia Childs on Facebook. You can't even get inside the building. You're being turned away at the door. So it started here. Voting irregularities in New York. Don't know Democrat, Republican. It's not stated here in the story, just statewide. So you get a story planted like this so that no matter what the results are, you have the template laid down to suggest there might have been hijinks or fraud or what have you, if it doesn't go the way some want it. Classic. You know, folks, in the tech world, innovation is something that happens daily. It has to, or they fall behind. And what that means is that people are always inventing new ways of accomplishing something. iDrive does it. iDrive provides you with the best ways to store and back up all the data that you keep on computers, phones, and tablets. All those pictures, all the videos, the important files, the emails. It's got to be stored someplace safe. Now, you might have built into the operating system you use a backup plan, but in most cases, unless you take some extra steps, it's not backing up your passwords, it's not backing up everything. It's backing up tags, like to your photos, or tags to various things, not the hard data. You need something that's actually backed up off-site, online, that happens constantly, that's incremental. As you use your devices, everything new gets backed up. You're not even aware of it when it's happening. That's what iDrive does. And they're at it again. They've innovated a new way of protecting your data. It's an actual device, something small they ship to your home or to your office. They call it iDrive One. It gives you 3 great things you need to store your data in one device. You set it up someplace out of the way, knowing that it's got a good range, wireless range, to connect to all of your devices. And when you're ready, it'll start to back up all your data right there on the spot on that device. Not take days to back up online to a server somewhere, but actually to this device, a secure device other than your computer. And when it's done, when you download the iDrive One app, the photos and videos that you have on your mobile device will be stored locally. Now, why is this important to you? Because getting the stuff uploaded and downloaded on the internet can take days, if not weeks, particularly for the first backup, depending on the speed of connection that you have. The iDrive One device makes the transfer nearly immediate. And you can buy a 1 terabyte iDrive 1 for $99.99. It comes with a year of iDrive online backup, which most people pay $60 for. Now, the drive in this thing, by the way, is solid state. That means it is fast. And if you want, you send it off to them. They'll load it onto their server. It's all secure. Or you keep it and have your own backup on your own device. Keep it away from everything else that you use. It's really innovative and safe and secure. iDrive 1 by iDrive, the data backup company we use here. These guys, they win a lot of awards in the tech world for what they create. They're that good. They're becoming state-of-the-art. All the details are on their website at iDrive.com. Bob, I've got about 45 seconds. I want to squeeze you in if you can get to your point in limited time. Can you?
Yep.
Good. Try.
How much sympathy would the Trump real estate organization have for somebody who signed a contract with them they hadn't read? That's how much sympathy I've got for the Trump organization. It was always about delegates, and while I was on hold, I worked it out. It was 277 days between when Trump announced and when they hired what's-his-name to run the delegates.
Manafort.
That's it, Manafort, yes. That's it.
Meaning what? You don't think he took it seriously?
Well, I'm saying if he's going to hire the best people, and it's always about delegates, why did it take 277
Okay, if he's
days?
going to hire the best people, how come he didn't hire them first when the traditional first would have been? Okay, I'm glad you were quick. I got to go. Back after this. Don't go away.
Limbaugh, because we know for you, only the best will do. On the EIB Network.
There are so many reasons to send roses this time of year, including Mother's Day. Well, take my advice. Celebrate this special occasion by sending a stunning rose bouquet from 1-800-Flowers.com. Now, sending 1 or 2 dozen roses from 1-800-Flowers.com is always impressive. But imagine her reaction if you send 3 dozen roses. It's why 1-800-Flowers.com has created this offer for you. Order 36 colorful sorbet roses, just $36. But it's available this week only. Have it delivered tomorrow in advance or schedule delivery of this great price now for delivery in time for Mother's Day. To order 36 sorbet roses for $36, go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the radio microphone that you find in the upper right-hand corner and enter my name. That's Rush. That's the promo code. That's what works the magic. 1-800-Flowers.com and enter Rush.
Sun Automotive is proud to sponsor the Northwest edition of Lars Larson. Sun Automotive with locations in Eugene and Springfield reminds you, stay safe on the road, keep your car well maintained, and don't text and drive. Sun Automotive.
Are you suffering with hearing loss? Are you sick of people constantly complaining that your TV is too loud? Are you tired of asking people to speak up? Would you like to hear more clearly, but you don't want to wear a hearing aid that makes you look old? Then you need to try Listen Clear, a life-changing breakthrough precisely designed by top audio engineers to fit your ear almost invisibly. And you can adjust Listen Clear to find the perfect way to hear everything, wherever you are and whatever you're doing. And right now you can try Listen Clear absolutely free, with free shipping. We'll even give you free batteries for life. So call now, 1-800-700-5105. Listen Clear is lightweight and completely hassle-free, and it's practically invisible. Call for your 100% free home trial with free shipping and free batteries for life. For free information, call now, 1-800-700-5105. That's 1-800-700-5105. 1-800-700-5105.
We all play a role in keeping our community safe.
Every day, we move in and out of each other's busy lives.
It's easy to take for granted all the little moments that make up our everyday.
Some are good, others not so much.
But that's life.
It's when something doesn't seem quite right that it's time to pay attention.
Because only you know what's not supposed to be in your everyday.
So protect your everyday.
If you see something suspicious, say something to local authorities.
You would never forget your home address, would you? Well, no need to forget ours. Just lock it in at 1120 on your AM radio band. Depend on us. News Radio, 1120 KPNW. Depend on us for Rush Now and Glenn Beck this afternoon at 3 here on 1120 KPNW.
It's the fastest 3 hours in media for a reason. It's over. It just gets going, just gets revved up. We have to take a 21-hour break. But that means we will be back. Thanks so much for being with us today, folks, as always, and see you tomorrow.
The Bloomberg Market Report, sponsored by Pacific Continental Bank, serving your business and community in Eugene for over 40 years.
For now, at least the Dow has won its fight to stay above 18,000. It's about 26 points above that level right now on a gain of 23 points. The Nasdaq is losing 25, the S&P up 3. Part of that may be because oil futures bounced back, settling a little above $41 a barrel. Johnson & Johnson shares are rising 1.5%. The pharmaceutical end of the business grew 6% last quarter. U.S. pharmaceutical sales jumped more than twice as much, thanks to sales of the diabetes drug Invokana, a blood cancer drug, and a blood thinner Xarelto. But weak earnings reports from Netflix and IBM have been weighing on stocks and actually pulled the averages negative earlier. And the government is using Staples and Office Depot's own words against them. Reuters reports the government has told a federal court both office supply chains, the nation's two biggest, have touted the market as having just two major players, each other. The Federal Trade Commission wants an injunction to try to prevent the company's merger. I'm Joan Doniger, Bloomberg Radio.
KPNW Eugene.
Fox News Radio. I'm Lisa Brady.
This is a campaign of the people, by the people, and for the people.
Bernie Sanders in Pennsylvania looking ahead to next week's primary. They're still hoping for an upset win in New York today. But Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump still the home state favorites. Fox Radio's Gernal Scott with more live.
Lisa, the voting will continue here in New York until 9 o'clock tonight. Donald Trump, if you take into account what many folks or many polls are showing, is expected to win big. Trump said after casting his vote this morning that it meant a lot to see his name on a New York presidential ballot.
It was a great honor, really. Who would have thought? This was just a great honor, and I think it's a great honor for New York. New York is a special place.
Now, New York has 95 GOP delegates, but the winner of the state primary with more than 50% support is only guaranteed 14 of those. The fight is for the other 81, Lisa.
Gernal, a ruling on transgender bathroom rules in Virginia that could ultimately impact the high-profile debate in North Carolina. Fox Radio's Eben Brown with this live.
And Lisa, a federal appeals panel in Virginia says the Gloucester County, Virginia School Board discriminated against a transgender boy when not letting them use the student use the boy's restroom because the student was born a girl. Student Gavin Grimm sued the district over their rule mandating students use bathrooms corresponding to genders listed on birth certificates. The ruling comes as the state next door, North Carolina, deals with outcry over state legislation restricting transgender use of public restrooms, Lisa.
Eben, more flood evacuations in Texas as creeks swell after more than a foot of rain.
My goal is to try to get people out of the shelters and into some temporary or permanent housing as quickly as possible.
Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner says many evacuees need shoes and clothes, urging donations through relief agencies. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
This is an announcement for all people who want to take a risk-free challenge to whiten their teeth in 5 minutes using clinically proven power swabs. This risk-free challenge is for people whose smile has been yellowed by coffee, tea, or smoking. It's so effective, we challenge you to try it for 5 minutes to see how white your smile could be. If lines are busy, try again. Dial 1-800-663-1592. That's 1-800-663-1592. 1-800-663-1592.
1 in 23 million. The odds of having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 68. I am Tommy Hilfiger, and my family is affected by autism. I encourage you to learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs. Early diagnosis can make a lifetime of difference. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
KPNW News brought to you by Battery Exchange. Investigators say a body recovered from a Lapine home is that of a woman who's been dead for 5 months. The Deschutes County Sheriff confirms paramedics went to the home after the woman's sister called to report she had fallen outside. Paramedics noticed a strange smell. They contacted the sheriff's office. The woman who fell told authorities her sister had died 5 months earlier. Instead of reporting it, the woman said she became depressed and started drinking. Sheriff's Captain John Bocciolot says he believes the woman has a psychological malady. Look for more warmer than usual temperatures today. Then the rest of the week, expect a more typical April.
Highs on Wednesday will probably struggle to get out of the 60s. Looks like we'll top it out around 70 degrees, and then we'll be about the same on Thursday. Back to normal April weather as we close the week out.
Clinton Rocky with the National Weather Service says starting tomorrow it's back to clouds and the possibility of showers throughout the weekend. Police arrested a Roseburg father accused of assaulting his son after the boy didn't pitch well in a baseball game. The 14-year-old boy told police that his father grabbed him by the neck and mouth, causing him a laceration and several abrasions. Police took the 50-year-old father to jail. He was booked on a charge of fourth-degree assault. Bill London, KPNW.
When you need a new battery, look for the big X, as in Battery Exchange. Battery Exchange has batteries for phones, laptops, cordless tools, toys, hunting scopes, flashlights, even electric fences, and almost any kind of vehicle. Battery Exchange in Eugene, Springfield, Salem, Albany, Corvallis, and more. Battery Exchange.
NBA playoffs, your winners, the Golden State Warriors. Dallas Mavericks tied their series up, and the Toronto Raptors turned out the Indiana Pacers 98-87. Oregon baseball game with the Oregon State Beavers, a little Civil War at PK, and the Beavers ink it out 11-10. And news from the Oregon football spring practices. The pack of 5 quarterbacks has been decreased down to 3. Dakota Prukop, Travis Johnson, and freshman Terry Wilson battling it out. Sports, KPNW.
If you need to sell your home, listen up. Lars here to tell you about a real estate agent right in Lane County that takes the stress out of selling a home. I'm talking about Jeremy Parmenter of Keller Williams Realty. Jeremy has a marketing system for selling homes on a whole different level than anyone you're going to talk to in Lane County. Jeremy works with the top real estate developer in Oregon, and week after week, Jeremy attracts hundreds of buyers, which creates demand and helps your home sell fast and for top dollar. That's why Jeremy offers a home sale guarantee. If Jeremy can't sell your home at a price and deadline you agreed to, he'll buy it. Plus, it's risk-free. If he isn't doing his job after one day, you can fire him. But don't worry, you won't, because he outsells the average agent 8-1. If I needed to sell my home and lived in Lane County, I'd call up Jeremy. Call Jeremy today at 541-255-5685. That's 541-255-5685. And start packing.
It's 12:06 and time to bring it home to the Northwest with Lars Larson on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
The Lars Larson Show.
I want to make sure every American is listening today.
Broadcasting from Portland to Seattle and all of Oregon and Washington.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Lars. Now, Lars Larson.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show, and happy Tuesday from the Radio Northwest Network. Glad to be with you and glad to watch what I think is going to happen tonight in the state of New York, where I have a pretty good feeling that it's going to be Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump as the winners and Ted Cruz and old Hillary Clinton as the losers. But we've got a lot to talk about here in the Pacific Northwest. You might have heard that there has already been one school that was evacuated because of a hoax bomb threat that was called in. And one of the students has already fessed up to law enforcement that he is the one who did it, probably egged on by some of his friends. I'm sure that the nice weather outside and maybe even a test or two might have had something to do with it. You know, this may sound hard-hearted to you, but I honestly believe that when you call in a fake bomb threat and they evacuate an entire public school, that you should face the kind of criminal penalties that are there for exactly that reason. It's illegal to call in bomb threats, but I have a feeling this is what's going to happen. They're going to protect the dear young man and I think it's a young man who did it, according to law enforcement, they're going to say, we can't release his name, although I'm willing to bet by now everyone who goes to that school, every teacher and every student who goes to that school knows exactly who called in the bomb threat. It'll just be the broader community that does not know who called in the bomb threat. And I'm willing to bet that the police will probably not charge him, although if they do, I'll be happy to be proved wrong. But I think in cases like that, where you waste the public's resources, and it is not inexpensive to do public education, the average cost is $10,000 per student per year. In other words, it costs almost as much per student per year to send a kid to public school in the Northwest as it does to send them and pay in-state tuition at the major universities in the Northwest. So when you decide to waste one of those days because you have a test coming up, or because it's sunny and beautiful outside and you'd rather be out of school than in school, then as far as I'm concerned, I'd like to see you face the legal consequences and maybe feel the sting of criminal justice when you pull a stunt like that. So I made it today's quick poll. When a student calls in a bomb threat at school, should he be charged, or she, in the rare cases where it's a young lady, should they be charged with a crime? Skyview High School evacuated this morning over a bomb threat. Law enforcement says they've already identified the guilty culprit. And should that name of that student be made public? Because, as you know, if you're going to be charged with a crime like that, I think the community ought to know who you are. If you want to join the best conversation in talk journalism, it happens right here every day on the Lars Larson Show at 866-HEY-LARS. That's 866-439-5277. You can email to the Suburban Ford email box, talk@larslarson.com. Find the quick poll on the website at larslarson.com. Yesterday's poll: if new higher minimum wages take effect, will it affect your tipping? 5% said, yes, I will tip more. Kind of an odd reaction. 83%, I will tip less or not at all. And 11% said, no, wages shouldn't matter when it comes to tips. You can answer today's quick poll by just going to the website. So what's on the agenda? Have you seen parents who go crazy during their kids' sporting events? I have a great example to share with you just after the break about a man, an adult man of an age where you have no excuse for doing something stupid like this, who went crazy on his own kid because he thought his kid wasn't performing well in the game. We'll talk to the executive director of the Family Policy Institute of Washington. He and a film crew, or video crew, went down to the University of Washington. Now, the students at the University of Washington have to be darn smart just to get into that school. They decided to talk to some of these students about their idea of gender identity and transgender and all the popular topics that are going on nationally. A federal judge, by the way, has just ruled that Virginia's law that goes after transgenders or suggests that they don't have the special rights they'd like to have is now defunct. We'll talk about that. There are companies that do business with the state who owe the state lots of money in taxes, and yet the state is still doing business with them and is still writing them checks. And that's what doesn't make sense to a lot of people, that you look at this and say, hold on, this company owes the state money in taxes, but you're still writing checks to them for the services that they're providing. The state says that's because we have no way of figuring out who owes us money, but is also getting checks from us at the same time. Joe Kermansky is going to join me. He is a man who is not shy of heart. He's actually been chased by elephants in Africa. But back here in the Northwest, he runs a bicycle summer camp for kids. He has decided to cancel that camp this year due to security concerns over the so-called homeless, what I call the street dwellers, and we'll talk about that. Republicans are asking that the state of Oregon repeal the low-carbon fuel standard, the darling of the unelected governor of Oregon, Kate Brown. It's going to raise your gasoline prices, and I know gas prices are down right now, but that doesn't mean they're going to stay down. Do you think the state should give up that low-carbon fuel standard? And the brand-new minimum wage rules that are going to roll in for the Beaver State, some of the increase happens this summer, but next summer it is going to become so complicated because for any minimum wage job that involves traveling, like somebody doing deliveries or somebody who travels from one part of the state to another part of the state, they're going to have to figure out how many hours each of those employees does in each of the minimum wage regions, because it turns out that the wages are different depending on where you're doing the job. And can you imagine what a complication that's going to be for private sector employers? Oregon has now lost out on a $6 billion a liquefied natural gas terminal that was planned. And the sad thing is that the region never seems to get tired of saying no to opportunities like that. And we'll give you an example. If you remember the movie Election with Matthew Broderick, about a school administrator who got a little too crazy in affecting the election that was going on for student council and student body president. It actually seems to have played out in real life. For one major high-end school, the international school, for one student who suddenly found the administration had decided, we're not going to let this kid win the election, and we'll do whatever we have to make sure it doesn't happen. That story later on today. We'll get to all of that and your phone calls and emails. Let's start with a little bit of nonsense.
That makes a lot of sense, a lot of nonsense.
Right, you're bloody well right. You know you got a right to say.
This is the Northwest Nonsense, presented by the Ryan Group, where they guarantee to sell your house in 29 days or less, or they'll buy it. 29andgone.com.
How much longer do we have to sit for this nonsense?
No left-leaning, dead fish wrapper bias. No mega TV network liberal agenda. Just the cold, hard facts from Lars.
I've had incidents with my children where people threw bottles at us, running at us with Wolverine knives duct taped onto their hands. That's the way Joe Kermaski sums up his decision to cancel his summertime bicycle camp for kids. It's called Camp Creative, No Child Left Inside. Kermaski styles himself as Mark Twain on two wheels. He's offered the bicycle camp along with the Parks Department the past 4 summers, but not this year. Bums and druggies and street dwellers who set up camp along the Springwater Trail make it too dangerous in Kermaski's view. I think the tolerance of Northwest cities for street people puts all of us at greater risk. Human waste, drug dealing, drug use, assaults, and all the rest that go along with it. The reaction of the liberals who run the big cities, they roll out the welcome mat for the street creeps to the detriment of everyone else. And before you blame the sharp increase in housing prices lately for that street dweller problem, tell me why 10 years ago there were a couple of 1,000 so-called homeless living on the streets, and today, with gigantic jumps in rents, we still have about the same number of people living on the streets.
Insane.
Are you completely insane?
Ridiculous.
They get more and more ridiculous.
Flat out dumb.
You're even dumber than I thought.
Who deserves today's Lars Grill of the Day?
Maybe they're just really, really stupid.
Find out right now.
You might remember the name Sally Jewell. You see, Sally Jewell used to be the CEO of REI Incorporated, which is headquartered in the Seattle area. Now she's the Interior Secretary for the United States of America. And she was commenting just this week down in Eugene on the armed takeover that took place at the Wildlife Refuge in Eastern Oregon. But she sees a different kind of threat as well. Not just private citizens who do knuckle-headed things like the Bundy Bunch did a few months ago, but she also says a push by politicians to sell public lands to the highest bidder is causing public lands to disappear. She claims that natural areas of the Pacific Northwest are disappearing at the rate of a football field every 2.5 minutes. Now, it'd be interesting to find out where she got those numbers, but I think she's dead wrong. In fact, I think a lot of those lands would be better in private hands. Jana writes in with today's best email, but you can send more to the Suburban Ford email box, talk@larslarson.com. Lars, on the news this morning they were talking about marijuana use has increased with children as early as 6th grade. Instead of saying no to smoking it like they do for cigarettes, the message is wait till you're older and use it. That's nuts. All these hippy-dippy parents are against cigarettes, but it's okay to have a dope-smoking kid. Also, the pot shop about as bad as the big tobacco companies. They want to get people hooked at a young age on their product and make a profit. So when you see these young people raging against the corporations, they're just a bunch of hypocrites, because the pot shops they frequent, they want to become rich and wealthy too, just like the people that they hate. Back in just a moment. Glad to get your calls. You're listening to The Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
To find an answer, sometimes all you have to do is look in your own backyard, where you could find up to 70% savings on your heating and air conditioning bills by replacing your system with a water furnace geothermal heat pump that uses the constant temperatures in your ground. And for a limited time, in 2016, you can take advantage of a 30% tax credit on a water furnace geothermal heat pump. Geothermal heat pump technology has been around for decades, but many homeowners have never considered it. If you're using propane, heating oil, or air-to-air heat pumps, you need to learn more about water furnace, because the savings can be dramatic. Take a moment to go to Columbia Northwest Heating at ColumbiaNW.com and learn about a system that will far exceed the life of the traditional HVAC unit. If you're considering a new heating and air conditioning system, you need to consider a water furnace geothermal system. Your water furnace geothermal dealer is Columbia Northwest Heating. You can find Columbia Northwest Heating at ColumbiaNW.com. Water furnace, smarter from the ground up.
Hey there, it's Lars. I want to tell you a few things about the experts that I'd rely on to sell my home, the Ryan Group Real Estate. They just sold a house for one of my listeners in Vancouver for 105% of list price, and within 5 days of being on the market. And that's not the first time the Ryan Group has sold a home that fast. Sales happen quickly for a reason. How do they do it? They give you advice on how to price your home and the right way to stage your home. The Ryan Group even helps you figure out if you need to do anything to your home to get it market ready. Worried that your home might take a while to sell to find the right buyer? Ask about the Ryan Group's guarantee to buy your home if it doesn't sell in 29 days. The bottom line is the Ryan Group gets results for you. The real estate market can be tricky right now. Go to the people I trust. Aaron Ryan and the Ryan Group. Call him up at 503-343-1666 or go to 29andgone.com. In this kind of real estate market, you need somebody you can trust and somebody who produces results. And tell them Lars sent you.
Each franchise independently owned and operated. Offer good on selected Signature Series product at participating franchises only. Some restrictions may apply. Ask for details.
Hi, I'm Carol Greenlaw.
And I'm Mitchell Perry.
And this is a Budget Blinds Design Minute. Today we're talking about Budget Blinds energy-efficient window coverings.
Did you know about a third of a home's total energy loss occurs through windows and doors?
Insulating cellular shades can make a big difference.
Oh, plain insulating shades? Can you say boring?
Not anymore.
That's right, Carol. Budget Blinds has changed all that.
Budget Blinds has a gorgeous variety of window treatments.
Stunning, a huge selection.
That are also energy efficient.
Uh-huh. The best of both worlds. And right now, you can get them and get up to a $250 rebate during Budget Blinds Spring Style event.
And Budget Blinds sends a style consultant to your home for free to help you get the perfect look. And they do all the measuring and installation.
Call Budget Blinds today for your free in-home consultation. They qualify for up to a $250 rebate during Budget Blinds Spring Style event going on now. Call 1-800-470-7565. That's 1-800-470-7565. 1-800-470-7565.
There's a lot of information floating around out there from financial advisors who are more concerned with their retirement than yours. It's time for a new approach. Give the financial doctor a call. Chuck Price, president of Price Financial Group Wealth Management and host of Portland's longest-running financial radio show, specializes in working with people who've retired or are close to retirement. With over 30 years' experience as a conservative financial advisor, Chuck knows that there are a lot of different elements that go into retirement planning. And without the right team in place to help manage your finances, you could be headed for a personal financial crisis. In time, meant only for relaxation and comfort. So if you are retired or close to retirement, or have an investment that you feel is stagnant or going backwards, give them a call at 503-253-3000 or open your KXL app now for more information. On the web at pfgwm.com.
This is the news. This morning, we are saluting the 2.2 million women who have joined in the war effort. They now make up 37% of the workforce, changing their role forever.
The prestigious Harvard Medical School is breaking ground today, opening its doors to new female applicants.
Today, little girls all over the world look to the sky, where the first woman is now in space.
Military stereotypes are challenged today with the trailblazing promotion of a U.S. female officer to 4-star general. It was just announced that the vast majority of last year's doctorate degrees were earned by women.
We've come so far, but our news is changing for the worse. More women die from heart disease and stroke than men, even though it can be prevented. Make a change at GoRedForWomen.org today. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the American Heart Association's Go Red for Women.
There's so much to know about our H2O. Where does it come from and how does it get into our homes? How is it cleaned before we drink it? Which laws protect it? What other benefits does it offer besides public health and fire protection? Water plays a critical role in our daily lives and the quality of life we enjoy. So let's all make a commitment to learn more by getting to know our H2O. For more information, visit drinktap.org. This message brought to you by the American Water Works Association and your local water provider.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Welcome back to the program. Glad to have you on board. 866-439-5277. Let's go first to Christine, who's calling in. Hey, Christine, welcome to the Radio Northwest Network. What's on your mind?
Oh, hey, Lars. I just had a reaction to what you were talking about, juveniles doing stupid things and then getting fined for it. I have a brother.
I never, just so we're clear, I didn't say fined. I said charged with a crime.
Oh, charged with a crime?
Yeah,
but
charged with a crime.
It involves like fines and not necessarily jailing someone, though, right?
Well, there is jail. There is jail available, but let's say we're talking about a 15-year-old kid.
There is no room for minor crimes. That is not true. But anyways, that's another subject.
Well, I know. I just want you to not misquote me. I wasn't talking fines. I'd like to see a kid who calls in a bomb threat and forces the evacuation of a school should probably be put on probation so that a judge can oversee that kid, and the kid gets to experience what it's like to have mom and dad say, we're going to have to call your PO or the juvenile equivalent once a week, and if we decide we want to take a trip out of state, we may have to call your PO. In other words, a little touch of that right now might save that kid from more nonsense down the road, and it might also send a message to the other kids. But if the perception is he called in a bomb threat, everybody got a day off school, and nothing much is going to happen to him, what message are we sending to other kids who might be inclined to do the same?
You know that nothing's going to actually happen, though, because I have a cousin who started a fire when he was a juvenile, and, you know, his parents had to pay for that.
Well, but paying for something is not the same as having consequences to the kid. And I see a real clear distinction when the kid, you know, mom and dad are mad if they have to pay for something. And also, calling in a bomb threat is different than starting a fire. Starting a fire can be very dangerous, or it can be almost inconsequential, a trash fire. But if the kid calls in a bomb threat...
It's 11 crime, so arson is bad.
Yeah, it is. Depending on how old you are, you can be charged as an adult. But if you call in a bomb threat and they evacuate a school, should the kid be charged with something, not should his parents have to pay some money?
Well... That's a good question.
Well, do you have an answer?
Who else, did you ever go pull the fire, thing when you were younger?
No.
In the 80s, that's what they did in the 80s. Now when you want to get out of class, I guess
you can't seriously be defending setting off fire alarms, can you?
No, no. I'm just saying.
Then why don't you tell me an answer to the question? If you cause an entire school to be evacuated, I don't know whether they decided, at last report, they hadn't decided whether to continue with classes or not. But if they wipe out an entire day of school, that's an expensive proposition because it costs everybody class time, which the public is paying for at the rate of $10,000 per kid per year for less than 200 days in school. It works out to a lot of money that's being wasted by this stupid act. Should the kid be charged with a crime or not, Christine?
Oh, it's very possible that he could, though. You don't know if
I know it's possible he could. The laws are on the books. I'm asking you, should he be charged with a crime? Do you have an opinion?
Yes, no, I do. I do say that he should be charged with a crime. However, you're saying that it falls under the jurisdiction of the juvenile. I know what would happen in Oregon if he did something like that.
It depends. If he's 16 or 17 years old, maybe he'll be charged as an adult. I don't know. I'm not a district attorney or, in Washington's case, a prosecutor. But I appreciate the phone call, Christine. Thank you very, very much. 866, hey, Lars. That's 866-439-5277. Emails go to talk@larslarson.com. Here's the case I wanted to tell you about. Now we got kids who've gone crazy with a bomb threat that emptied out a school. How about this? Have you seen parents who went crazy because their kids' sporting activities apparently drove them crazy? This story out of Roseburg, a 50-year-old man has been arrested. He actually went to jail last night because he reportedly assaulted his own son after a baseball game. It was about 11 o'clock last night. Officers contacted the 14-year-old juvenile. The boy told officers that his father, Rodney Dean Jackson, grabbed him by the neck and mouth because he had not pitched well during the baseball game. The juvenile said that Rodney grabbed him by the mouth, caused a small laceration, grabbed him by the side and the back of the neck, causing several abrasions. After further investigation, the police arrested Rodney on suspicion of fourth-degree assault and transported him to the Douglas County Jail. Now, I've always wondered, why in the world would you encourage your kids to get involved in sporting activities, and then if they don't perform up to your expectations? In other words, the boy didn't tell, and apparently his father didn't tell the cops that the kid had done anything wrong. He just didn't pitch particularly well during a baseball game. Would you ever go out and, go after your kid for not performing well during a ball game? I'm not talking misbehavior. I'm just talking about not doing an especially good job. And I'm not even sure the kid didn't do a good job. I mean, if he didn't do a good job, I would expect that his coach would be the person to talk to about that, and that the coach would talk to him. But instead, Dad went to jail last night, and now he's going to be facing charges. And our quick poll today: if you go out and set off the fire alarm or call in a bomb threat and it causes your entire school to be evacuated, either for part of a day or for all of the day, should a child, a student under the age of 18, be charged with a crime in that case? And should he come under the supervision of the juvenile court? Or should you just say, kids do that all the time, like Christine did, pulling fire alarms and things like that? If that's your take on it, I'd love to talk to you. 866-439-5277. Emails go to talk@larslarson.com.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. A man convicted of rape and other charges for sexually abusing a child in Lane County has been sentenced to 43 years in prison. William Isaac Parker was sentenced Monday. The alleged abuse began when the girl was 11 years old. Yesterday, Parker accused the victim of lying and said he would appeal. Oregon-based Mercy Corps is headed to help with the relief efforts after a 7.8 earthquake hit Ecuador. Christy Delafield with Mercy Corps says it'll take time to know the scale of the destruction.
At least 350 people have lost their lives, at least 2,500 are injured, and 3,000 to 5,000 people's homes were destroyed.
Delafield says there's been a lot of rain that caused landslides when the quake hit, shutting down roads. An Albany man died in an all-terrain vehicle accident. According to Lane County Sheriff's Office, the 35-year-old man crashed his ATV into a log. It happened on Shotgun Creek Road. The Lane County Sheriff's Office says the man was separated from a group he was with when he tried to drive around a gate. He died at the scene. Bill London, KPNW.
Does your water stain and damage your fixtures? Does it smell or taste bad? Are you worried about what's in your water? Water quality should not be painful and worrisome. Get HydroCare water systems from Wave Home Solutions with the most advanced purification technologies. Call Wave Home Solutions today at 1-866-979-9147 or go to bestwaternow.com. HydroCare will eliminate limescale that causes hundreds of dollars in damage to pipes and appliances without using salt. Well water will no longer smell or stain your fixtures. City water will be purified of harmful chlorine, lead, arsenic, and chemicals. Wave Home Solutions provides the cleanest, healthiest water at every faucet. Satisfaction guaranteed. For more information, call 1-866-979-9147, 1-866-979-9147, or go to bestwaternow.com. That's bestwaternow.com.
Wave Home Solutions for a healthy, comfortable home.
The most accurate forecast now on News Radio 1120. KPNW.
Weather brought to you by Pacific Air Comfort, your local factory authorized carrier dealer. Keeping your home comfortable all year long. Turn to the experts at Pacific Air Comfort. KPNW.com. Well, another nice, warm, and clear day today. Look for 82 as a high. Then some clouds rolling in overnight with a slight chance of showers early in the morning with a low of about 54 degrees. Clouds, partly sunny with a chance of thunderstorms, 73 on Wednesday.
Hi, this is Brian Sutherland, owner of Amco Transmissions in Springfield. For years, Amco in Springfield has been repairing your cars and trucks' most complicated system, the transmission. So it's no wonder people come to us with all sorts of problems. Don't take any chances. Bring your car to Amco in Springfield. We'll diagnose it right, repair it for a fair price, and back it with a nationwide warranty. Whether it's your car, truck, or motorhome, call Amco Springfield, 541-726-6824, or find us on Facebook. That's AA MCO.
Tune in to Real Estate Today, weekdays at 5:30 p.m.
I'm Bob Nelson, real estate investment broker and exchange specialist. Cascade Exchange Services is my choice for completing tax-deferred exchanges. Megan McMahon, who's a CPA, is my choice of the person to handle my tax-deferred exchanges. It's a locally owned company. They do business on a nationwide basis, same-day document preparation, and she's always available for free and very excellent consultation. Contact Megan at Cascade Exchange Services.
Good news, sleep apnea sufferers. You're finally free to sleep comfortably anywhere you travel, even while flying, thanks to Transcend, the world's first portable mini CPAP device. And here's even better news. Right now, you can try Transcend absolutely risk-free for a full 10 days. Just call minicpap.com, 1-800-700-7670. Our smallest and most advanced portable design ever, Transcend Mini CPAP is as small as a soda can and weighs less than a pound, giving you the freedom to sleep in total comfort anywhere. For even more freedom, you can add a battery that's as tiny as a deck of cards. Transcend is so small and so light, you can fit it in your briefcase or purse to use anywhere you go. It's FAA compliant too, so you can even sleep comfortably while flying. So free yourself from your big, bulky CPAP device and start enjoying the freedom to sleep anytime, anywhere you go. Call minicpap.com now for your 10-day in-home trial. 1-800-700-7670. That's 1-800-700-7670.
News Radio. I'm Lisa Lacera.
Loose cannons tend to misfire.
Hillary Clinton coming out swinging against Donald Trump and Ted Cruz on this primary day in New York. Clinton speaking to union members in D.C. Donald Trump voting for himself in New York City this morning.
We're really working very hard. We want to make America great again. Such an important message.
The latest polls indicate both Clinton and Trump will come out on top. At least 5 people dead, thousands stranded in southeast Texas as floodwaters continue to rise.
Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner.
We're asking people to turn off main power if wiring is wet or moldy. Have an electrician check the house electrical system before turning power on again.
Much of that rain is now swelling creeks and forcing more evacuations.
Fox's Evan Brown, the Red Cross assisting those forced from their homes. Fox News, we report, you decide.
Lars Larson now and Rush Limbaugh tomorrow morning 9 a.m. to noon on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show. Glad to be with you. We'll get back to your phone calls in just a moment, but it is a real pleasure to welcome to the program Joseph Backholm, who's the Executive Director of the Family Policy Institute of Washington. Joseph, thanks for taking the time today.
Hey, good to be with you, Lars. Thank you.
I have to compliment you. This video that you put together at the University of Washington on the campus is absolutely brilliant. Would you mind sharing with my audience what it was you went out there to illustrate by asking a few very smart students at the UW a few very simple questions?
Well, thank you, Lars. I appreciate that. You know, and it really kind of happened spontaneously. The purpose of this was just to test the logic of this identity concept that you can choose your gender and therefore the policy around the bathroom debates. And then I started asking them if I can choose to be Chinese, and then I asked them if I could choose to be a different age, and then ultimately could I choose to be a different height. And I was really surprised to see their willingness to kind of go with their logic even when it led to absurd conclusions.
Well, I'll tell you what, Joseph, let's play a couple of clips. I can't play the whole thing, but you can also see the whole video on the Family Policy Institute of Washington's website, also on my website at larslarson.com. Here are some of the first answers you got.
If I told you that I was a woman, what would your response be?
Good for you. Okay,
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
I'll be like, what? Really?
I don't have a problem with it.
I'd ask you how you came to that conclusion.
If I told you that I was Chinese, what would your response be?
I mean, I might be a little surprised, but I would say, good for you. Like, yeah, be who you are.
I would maybe think you had some Chinese ancestor.
I would ask you how you similarly came to that conclusion and why you came to that conclusion.
I would have a lot of questions, just because on the outside I would assume that you're a white man.
Okay, so, and you went on, and I'll play some of the other clips from this, but I thought this was brilliant because we end up talking about this a lot. We've got North Carolina in the news on it today. Virginia has just been ruled on by a federal judge on this question of whether somebody can pretend to be something they clearly are not. But the answers you were getting, Joseph, this tells me why Rachel Dolezal could pretend to be black in Spokane for so long and have everybody say, oh, yeah, I guess you must be because you say you are.
Yeah, and that was what was surprising because I think that, the Rachel Dolezal situation, she was universally condemned, which is why I was surprised to see the response on the race question where people were like, no, if you want to identify as a different race, go for it.
All right, take a listen to this. This is from another part of it, because you really started out with some fairly simple things, and then as you got a little more complicated, the answers got a little more complicated.
If I told you I'm 6 feet 5 inches, what would you say?
That I would question.
Why?
Because you're not. No, I don't think you're 6'5".
If you truly believed you're 6'5", I don't think it's harmful. I think it's fine if you believe that. It doesn't matter to me if you think you're taller than you are.
So you'd be willing to tell me I'm wrong?
I wouldn't tell you you're wrong.
No, but I say that I don't think that you are.
I feel like that's not my place as like another human to say someone is wrong or to draw lines or boundaries.
Now, Joe, that's where they got into the, I guess this is a meme. I never had a problem with judging. If you're going to judge people, it used to be that if I was out, getting into some nonsense as a kid, a friend or a neighbor or people who didn't even know me say, hey, kid, stop that. That's wrong. Stop doing that, right? These days, it's all, oh, I'm not allowed to judge. It's not for me to decide whether what you're doing is right or not.
Yeah, I think that to me is the real take-home of this whole little experiment that we did. And for those who don't know, I'm far from 6'5". I'm 5'9" on a good day. And so there was no ambiguity there. But I think you're right. The inability, what I discovered, what I learned through that process, is that when given the choice to choose between being something that might be perceived to be intolerant and being irrational, we're choosing irrationality. Because they all knew, they were kind of giggling through the process. They knew that they were saying things that were absurd, but to them, the alternative of telling me, no, you're wrong, felt worse to them. And I think that's kind of the revelation in all this to me.
Do you think that's, and where is that coming from? Is it coming from all of these moves to say that if somebody says he's a man or he's a woman, even though he's clearly a man, that nobody's allowed to say otherwise, and this is now being pushed on people? Or do you think this is coming up from people saying, oh, everybody should be able to be whatever they want to be, and I'll simply take their word for it?
Well, I think it's been building a lot longer than any conversation about gender identity has been. I think it's the idea that we can't tell somebody else that what they desire is not true or not good for them. I think it's just kind of this autonomous, I get to create my own truth, I get to create my own reality as long as it makes me happy. And we have been trained so effectively, clearly, to believe that about ourselves and other people that we're not even willing to, tell a 5'9" guy that he's wrong about saying he's 6'5", which I didn't think was going to be a hard question, but clearly it is.
Take a listen to this.
If I told you that I was 7 years old, what would your response be?
I wouldn't believe that immediately.
I probably wouldn't believe it, but it wouldn't really bother me that much to go out of my way and tell you, no, you're wrong. I'd just be like, oh, okay, he wants to say he's 7 years old.
If you feel 7 at heart, then so be it. Yeah, good for you.
It sounds like they're willing to go through some real verbal gymnastics to get from whatever it is you're claiming to being willing to let you claim it and not say otherwise.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, they didn't want to tell me that I was wrong about anything. But again, the whole time they're kind of like they're snickering about this, but they're like, yeah, that's kind of what I believe, so I guess I got to go with it, even when they realized the conclusion was kind of absurd.
Joseph, did you find anybody on the UW campus when you went out to do this who simply said, no, You're not, and I'm not going to stand here and play a part in your fantasy.
That was kind of, I talked to 12 people. This whole project took a little over an hour. I talked to 12 people, and I found one who said that. And he's actually featured in the video. He was very polite and kind about it, as they all were. But he's like, I don't think you're a woman. No, I don't think you're Chinese. No, I don't think you're 6'5". It wasn't difficult for him, so it was a pretty uninteresting conversation. But I did find 1 in 12, that it just wasn't buying any of it.
Do any of them seem to realize, one of the reasons I suppose that you're asking questions like this is that Washington State now has this statewide mandate that all transgenders must be accommodated. To me, that's the tail wagging the dog, because we have a very small number of transgender in the population, and we have an awful lot of people who are conventional in how they identify their gender. But the practical effect was, just a few months ago at Green Lake Park, where a man walked into the girls' locker room and was sitting there when a girls' swim team came in, and their parents didn't like it, and they didn't like it, and they complained to the staff. But the staff, it sounds like they were UW grads, because they were all like, oh no, we have to play along with his fantasy, even if it bothers you to get undressed in a locker room with a man in it.
Yeah, I think that is the question, is where does this logic go? And we're hearing that there's this right to use whatever bathroom you have. The premise of that is whatever bathroom you want. The premise of that is that I have a right to identify as anything I want, and then you have a corresponding obligation to agree with me and modify your behavior in that way. And the purpose of this was just to find out, okay, how far does that go? And I'm honestly a little bit scared by the results. But I think ultimately they know it's absurd. They just need to be retrained into understanding that not only is it okay, it's really good to recognize that some things are bad for you, some things are good for you, and it's okay to say, if you're delusional enough to believe that you're a foot taller than you are, I'm comfortable telling you you're wrong. I can do it in a kind way. But we have, and these are, to a man and woman, they were all very kind, happy, respectful people. So you can tell that this is coming out of really good intentions. But the result of it is that I'm gonna agree with whatever you tell me, even when it forces me to deny observable reality. And this is the emperor's new clothes, playing itself out right before our eyes.
Well, see, on the practical side of it, I asked one of my supervisors the other day, I said, hey, what are you going to do the first time an employee comes to you and says, hey, there's a guy who keeps using the women's bathroom, and say it's a woman complaining, or just saying this is not comfortable for me, and you've created an uncomfortable environment for me as a woman. Is the boss going to say, well, the state law says I have to side with the transgender and against the majority? Or is the boss going to say, oh, if it's uncomfortable, then we'll tell him to go somewhere else, or her, whatever? Because I think we're setting up some time bombs that are likely to go off in the workplace at some point, and probably at school as well.
Yeah. Well, and they are, and it's going on. This mandate here in Washington State, it affects every school, it affects every business, and it's such a small percentage of the population that most people aren't going to deal with it. But the idea now that the government is going to come and run into your school or run into your business and say, no, you have to allow this person with a penis to use the women's restroom, despite the fact that every woman around here is really uncomfortable with it, that's problematic. And I think, for obvious reasons.
Joseph Backholm is the executive director of the Family Policy Institute of Washington. Joseph, congratulations. The video has been very popular so far, and if people want to see it, they can find it on your website or on my website. I appreciate you taking a few minutes.
My pleasure. Thank you, Lars.
Glad to have you on. Back in a moment with your phone calls. You're listening to the Radio Northwest Network and the Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Right now at Batteries Plus Bulbs, save $10 on Duracell Ultra RV and Marine batteries after mail-in rebate. Visit Batteries Plus Bulbs in Eugene and now open in Corvallis on 9th Street next to the grocery outlet. Batteries Plus Bulbs. Trust the plus. See batteriesplus.com for details.
When the sun comes out, the critters are up and moving. SM Gun Shop wants you to be ready. Get a head start on varmint season with huge savings on Black Hills 223 plus special wall-to-wall pricing. It's only at SM Gun Shop on River Road in Eugene, Lane County's most established gun store.
Let's go inside the mind of a 10-year-old.
I should have worn earrings today.
Buckle up, Sarah.
Michaela's got like the best earrings.
Sarah, buckle up.
I wish my name was Michaela.
We're not hitting the road until you buckle up, honey.
Oh yeah, seatbelt. I wonder if there's pizza at school today.
It can be tough getting through to kids, but it's your job to make sure they're wearing your seatbelts. Never give up until they buckle up. A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council. Visit safercar.gov/kidsbuckleup for more information.
War, poverty, and disaster have left millions of children around the world orphaned, abandoned, alone. When their parents can't be there, SOS Children's Villages is there. SOS Children's Villages is the world's largest nonprofit for orphaned and abandoned children. In 134 countries, including the U.S., SOS Children's Villages provides vulnerable children with a loving and stable family, medical care, and an education. Children in crisis are counting on you. To make a difference in the life of a child, go to sos-usa.org.
Based on actual cases, results may vary. Not a solicitation for legal services.
If you owe for back taxes, payroll taxes, or if you've not filed, the IRS will search you out. They are the most powerful collection agency in the world. One call to Wall and Associates, and your tax problems can be solved. Listen.
I was worried I would lose my house. Wall met with me in person.
I was scared. Wall and Associates got my levy released in 48 hours.
They settled my back tax debt for a fraction of what I owed.
At Wall, we solve tax problems. Call 800-285-2933. That's 800-285-2933. You always speak with a live person.
I never had to talk to the IRS again.
Wall stopped my wage garnishment.
Wall solved my back tax problems for a fraction of what I owed.
Call Wall and Associates now for a free face-to-face consultation. Call 800-285-2933. That's 800-285-2933. 800-285-2933.
Want to lose weight? Then turn your body into a furnace that literally melts the fat away. That's exactly what Thermometer does. Thermometer is uniquely formulated with patented ingredients like bitter orange, brown seaweed, and decaffeinated green tea. Their combined thermogenic properties boost up your metabolism and turn up the heat in your body so you melt the fat away without any jittery side effects. Thermometer is not available in stores. It's only available to listeners of this station. We're giving away 100 free bottles right now to anyone who enrolls in our special trial offer. Call now for your risk-free trial offer. 800-430-4467, 800-430-4467, 800-430-4467. One more time, 800-430-4467.
Hi.
Hi.
We're here doing a survey. When do you watch television?
Oh, well, sometimes in the morning.
Mostly at night.
Yeah, at night too, yeah.
Okay, and when do you listen to the radio?
Radio.
Yeah.
Well, it wakes me up.
Fine,
yeah.
and you also?
Oh, yeah, we both listen to the radio at the breakfast table.
Yeah, we get the news and the weather and the sports.
And all
thing.
our favorite music, too.
And in the car when I drive the kids to school.
Oh, yeah, when I'm driving to work also, sure.
Always all day long at the office. I know
I've got one
that.
in the sewing room.
I didn't know that.
Well, honey, I took the radio that you had in the garage.
Okay, I need that radio in the garage.
Well, folks, we just wanted to know.
You have a radio in your shop. I mean, why don't you just use that one?
Yeah, which reminds me, where's the portable with the earplugs?
Well, excuse me,
I use that for jogging along the river. You
Hey,
know
that's the one I take to the Ducks game.
Well, it's my radio.
Well, why don't you use one of the kids' radios?
Look, all we wanted to know
Are you
was...
kidding? You try to get one of the radios
come on,
away
you're
from
an
the
adult.
kids.
You're bigger than them. Just take it.
When people spend so much time with one advertising medium, isn't that what you should be advertising? Call this station or any Eugene area radio station. Radio, it gets results.
How would you like to make up to $20,000 a month flipping houses with no risk? Hi, my name is Nick Vertucci, and over the last 2 years, my elite team of house flippers have flipped over 800 properties by using my 3-step flipping system that guarantees quick profits. And this year, we plan to double it. I'm growing my team in your area, and I'm looking for help. I have more cash available than deals right now, so I need you. All interested candidates, call now and take an inside peek of my flipping system. I'll rush you out a free copy of my Fortunes and Flipping CD kit that will show you how easy it is to get in, get out, and get paid immediately flipping houses if you come join my team.
Call 1-800-449-3149 now to get your free flipping kit. Call 800-449-3149 and you'll also get free tickets to a training workshop. That includes a free meal, a smartphone watch, and a USB flash drive loaded with Nick's powerful information as free gifts just for attending. Call 800-449-3149. That's 800-449-3149. Call now.
This is News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Hey, let's get rid of some tickets because they're tickets to a really great event, the Collectors West Gun and Knife Show. A family 4-pack of tickets to caller number 5 right now at 503-733-4101. The next show coming up at the Expo Center. These are good for any show all year long. Check out the list at collectorswest.com. To your calls now. We have a good naysayer. How about that? Let's go to Bill in Vancouver. Hey, Bill, welcome to the Lars Larson Show.
Hey, Lars.
Bill, I'm going to see if we can get you a cleaner line so we can hear you over all that. It sounds like he's calling from the moon or Saturn or something. Let's go to Ryan in Springfield. Hey, Ryan, welcome to the Lars Larson Show.
Hi, I think that you're focusing on something that's not even one of the top 10 issues in schools. And if you think it takes $10,000 to educate a kid, imagine how much it costs to educate a kid that doesn't speak English or doesn't have English spoken at their home. And if we wanted to make up this lost education time, all we got to do is take away one of their 2 recesses, for like 6 days, and they wouldn't lose any education time.
Well, the kids aren't in school 6 days. They're in school for 5 days. And secondly...
so in 6 working days, in 6 school days, they don't lose any education time. If you really want to go see what's happening in a school, go spend some time and see what we put our kids through. This is a time bomb that we gave them because we've got too many kids in a class and you just can't teach.
Well, first of all, Ryan, you reject the idea of $10,000, but it's actually a little over $10,000 per kid per year.
Oh, I don't reject it. I've been there, and I know how much it costs to educate a kid that doesn't speak English. So
would you like to hear an answer for that?
Oh, that'd be great.
Okay.
A solution I'd like.
Here's the solution. Full immersion English. California did it, still does it. They put the kids in and they teach them English, and then they teach them after that. When they did that in California, it worked out great. Kids' test scores went up and everything else. Do you know how long the Oregon superintendent says it takes to teach a kid English who's a second language kid, Vietnamese or Spanish or Russian or whatever? They say 7 to 10 years. Because what they do is they don't just teach them English, they teach them in their own language and English at the same time, rather than getting them assimilated to the language that's going to mean success in this country. And there's a reason they do that. They do it because it employs a lot of teachers, and the teachers' unions give a lot of money to politicians.
Right, and that should be stopped. And the other part of the problem is that we have illegal immigration.
I agree with you, but all of those are side issues.
We need to solve the problem.
I agree with that, but let's go back to this.
They're bored out of their minds.
When a kid decides to call in a bomb threat and it forces the evacuation of a school, should the kid, even if he's 15, 16, almost an adult, should he face criminal charges for calling in a bomb threat?
When we have time to handle that issue, after we've handled the real problem...
Is that a no?
Then we need to focus on the real problem.
I guess I can't even get an answer from you. But, Ryan, I very much appreciate the call. Let's go to Michael in Seattle. Michael, thanks for listening on Talk Radio 570 KVI. What's on your mind?
Well, I want to say that there's a differentiation between pulling a fire warning system for that to be criminal, I think is wrong. I do concur that because the bomb threat means that, especially with our schools and all of the issues with handguns and kids getting shot, I think that needs to be criminalized. But on the case of the fire alarm, Lars, when you and I were kids, through the years, there was one time when a kid pulled the fire alarm, from my personal experience, and he was disciplined by the school. We had something called justice under God. It kind of tells you where I came from. But there are disciplinary actions that can be done that will replicate the problem and form the child morally. I don't think we need to get a record on it for pulling a fire alarm.
Well, let me ask you something. When you call in a bomb threat, do they evacuate the school?
On a bomb threat, I do concur with you.
No, hold on. I just asked you a question. When you call in a bomb threat, do they typically evacuate the school?
Well, I don't know, so I can't answer.
I can't get answers today.
I would think that you would.
They did. Now, when you pull the fire alarm, do they evacuate the school?
Well, I think the threat. Okay, I'm going to be forced to answer yes because you evacuate the school, but I reject.
So, do you disrupt the school day? Do you disrupt the school day for hundreds or thousands of students?
Well, hold it. In the schools that I have attended, there's not hundreds of thousands of students.
Hundreds or thousands. Many schools are a couple of hundred. Some schools, high schools, can go up as high as a couple of thousand. So now we're debating how many nits fit on the top of a pin. But the answer is yes and yes. And I think you should face some real consequences, not a slap on the wrist from a PC principal.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
The Heroes are coming this summer to historic Hayward Field for Tracktown 16 and the 2016 United States Olympic Team Trials in Track and Field. For the third consecutive time, America's heroes in track and field will compete for coveted spots on the world's greatest outdoor track and field Olympic team. Join us and watch and wonder as your heroes run, jump, and throw to the top steps of the podium. July 1st through the 10th. Single-day tickets on sale now at tracktown16.com.
Sponsored by T-Mobile. Switch to the Uncarrier today. T-Mobile.
A women's symposium called Opportunities for a Better Life is happening Saturday, April 30th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. at the Wheeler Pavilion Lane Event Center, Eugene. Health, wellness, and issues central to women will be covered. It's $15 per person, and lunch is included. For info, check out the Facebook page at Women's Symposium. It's presented by the Lions District 36R and the Oregon Lions Sight and Hearing Foundation.
The Bloomberg Market Report, sponsored by Pacific Continental Bank, serving your business and community in Eugene for over 40 years.
The Dow had lost its grip on 18,000 for a while, but in the closing moments of trading, that grip is getting a little stronger. The Dow is up 50 points at 18,054. The Nasdaq is down 17, the S&P adding 6. Netflix has tugged at the Nasdaq all day, shares falling more than 12% after the company reported fewer international customers signing up last quarter than investors thought they'd see, especially as Netflix focuses on expanding its business overseas. And China apparently can't get enough of that nation's most popular fast food company, Yum Brands. Bloomberg reports a group backed by the sovereign fund China Investment Corporation is interested in buying a majority stake in Yum China. It runs more than 7,000 KFC and Pizza Hut restaurants there. And the report says if Yum China is willing to sell its entire operation, the investor group would buy it. I'm Joan Doniger, Bloomberg Radio.
KPNW Eugene.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. The underdogs already looking ahead to next week.
You know what? I think we're going to win here in Pennsylvania next week.
Democrat Bernie Sanders and Republican John Kasich both holding events in Pennsylvania, even as voting continues today in New York, where Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump remain the favorites. Fox Radio's Jared Halpern is more live.
Both frontrunners got to vote, presumably for themselves, in the New York primary.
It feels great, and I am so excited about both campaigning here in New York, voting here in New York.
It was a great honor, really. Who would have thought?
Pre-primary polls suggest big wins tonight for Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. For Clinton, collecting the bulk of New York's 247 delegates would help cement her presumptive nominee status. Trump, on the other hand, will need to come close to sweeping all 95 Republican delegates, or it becomes even more likely the GOP race is settled in a contested convention. Lisa.
Thanks, Jared. A former New York City police officer found guilty of manslaughter in the accidental shooting death of an unarmed man has just been sentenced to 5 years probation. This just after the judge reduced the conviction to criminally negligent homicide. Prosecutors say they will appeal. The defense said Peter Liang shot his gun by accident in a darkened stairwell after being startled. He and his partner were fired after the verdict. They had blamed a lack of training for failing to administer aid to the victim while the man's girlfriend performed CPR. An emotional appeal from the husband of a missing Virginia firefighter.
Sweetheart, I love you. I am praying for you.
31-year-old Nicole Mittendorf failed to show up for work on Friday. Her car was found Saturday near a canyon trail, prompting an ongoing search around the Shenandoah Forest. The Dow up 49 points at the closing bell. On a mixed day overall, the Nasdaq dropped about 20 points. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
This is an announcement for all people who want to take a risk-free challenge to whiten their teeth in 5 minutes using clinically proven power swabs. This risk-free challenge is for people whose smile has been yellowed by coffee, tea, or smoking. It's so effective, we challenge you to try it for 5 minutes to see how white your smile could be. If lines are busy, try again. Dial 1-800-663-1592. That's 1-800-663-1592. 1-800-663-1592.
Me, what else am I supposed to do? Remember, when I quit, you quit. Sincerely, your heart.
Listen to your heart. Don't let it quit on you. Doing the minimum to control your high blood pressure isn't doing enough. High blood pressure can lead to a stroke, heart attack, or death. Get your blood pressure to a healthy range before it's too late. Find out how at heart.org/blood pressure. Check, change, control. A message from the American Heart Association, the American Stroke Association, and the
KPNW News brought to you by Battery Exchange. Investigators say a body recovered from a Lapine home is that of a woman who's been dead for 5 months. The Deschutes County Sheriff confirms paramedics went to the home after the woman's sister called to report she had fallen outside. Paramedics noticed a strange smell. They contacted the sheriff's office. The woman who fell told authorities her sister had died 5 months earlier. Instead of reporting it, the woman said she became depressed and started drinking. Sheriff's Captain John Bocciolot says he believes the woman has a psychological malady. Look for more warmer than usual temperatures today. Then the rest of the week, expect a more typical April.
Highs on Wednesday will probably struggle to get out of the 60s. Looks like we'll top it out around 70 degrees, and then we'll be about the same on Thursday. Back to normal April weather as we close the week out.
Clinton Rocky with the National Weather Service says starting tomorrow it's back to clouds and the possibility of showers throughout the weekend. Police arrested a Roseburg father accused of assaulting his son after the boy didn't pitch well in a baseball game. The 14-year-old boy told police that his father grabbed him by the neck and mouth, causing him a laceration and several abrasions. Police took the 50-year-old father to jail. He was booked on a charge of fourth-degree assault. Bill London, KPNW.
When you need a new battery, look for the big X, as in Battery Exchange. Battery Exchange has batteries for phones, laptops, cordless tools, toys, hunting scopes, flashlights, even electric fences, and almost any kind of vehicle. Battery Exchange in Eugene, Springfield, Salem, Albany, Corvallis, and more. Battery Exchange.
Built for business. Waiting. No one enjoys it. With Comcast Business, you can do less of it. Because Comcast Business Internet is up to 5 times faster than DSL from the phone company, which means less waiting for things like security backups and file downloads. Plus, it's a better value when you select the fastest plan. So do what nearly 1,000 businesses do every day and choose Comcast Business. Unless you'd prefer to wait. Switch to Comcast Business Internet. Then add 1 voice line and TV for just $34.90 a month for 2 years. And ask about their low price guarantee. Call 800-501-6000 or visit ComcastBusiness.com. That's 800-501-6000. Comcast Business. Built for business.
Offer ends 5/31/16. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees, including broadcast TV fee extra. Compares Comcast 100 megabits per second and 20 megabits per second DSL downloads.
Michelob Ultra is more than a superior light beer. It's taking in all life has to offer, like catching a wave or biking a long trail. And when you're done, you reach for a cold Michelob Ultra. Fewer carbs, fewer calories, more to look forward to. Michelob Ultra. Long live the Ultra Life. Enjoy responsibly. Michelob Ultra Light Beer, 95 calories, 2.6 carbs, 0.6 grams protein, and 0 grams fat per 12-ounce serving. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
It's 106, and Lars Larson is back at it on your 50,000-watt blowtorch. AM 1120 KPNW.
This is the Lars Larson Show.
I want to make sure every American is listening today.
Broadcasting from Portland to Seattle and all of Oregon and Washington.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Lars. Now, Lars Larson.
Let's face it,
We've all heard this.
Get out of the bike lane!
Or,
hey, can't you see the green color on the street?
And, of course, the inevitable slap of the fist on the trunk of your car.
Bicycle, bicycle.
With today's bicycle story of the day, here's Lars Larson.
Oh, we had to give Joe Kermasky that kind of introduction. The Metal Cowboy and one of the few Spandex Mafia members that I happen to like. Joe, good to have you back on the program.
Hey, I resemble that remark.
He is the man who calls himself Mark Twain on two wheels, and while he has been chased by elephants in Africa on a bicycle, something I wish I had video of, he's not exactly faint of heart, but now he's decided that the bicycle summer camp for kids that he's been running for the past 4 years is going to be canceled this year. And Joe, you've got to explain to people what is the threat that caused you to cancel the bicycle camp for kids?
Well, before we get to that, I should say there is video of me being chased by that elephant. Just go to YouTube and punch in bicyclist versus elephant.
Okay, I'll do that.
But to the subject at hand, we've been having a great time with the Parks and Rec partnership and really having a great time with Camp Creative, No Child Left Inside. But the threat is just that it's along the corridor, the transportation corridor called the Spring Water, it's just gotten too unsafe. I've had specific incidents for me. I know we've all seen in the news the rape last month and some of the assaults and problems, and it's just, for me, it's just unconscionable for me to put a precious cargo of kids that I'm responsible for as a camp director in harm's way. And I've had some incidents this winter personally with my family out there that I just couldn't let, I'd just be out of line to let the camp move forward in this conditions that the trail's in right now.
Joe, I don't want to give short shrift to an effort to get kids outside and having fun on their bikes, because a lot of us did that as kids. What are the ages of the kids that you usually have in the camp, and how many, and what are the kinds of things they get to do?
It's 9 to 14, so we're hitting that tweener group that has trouble being engaged by organized activities anyway, and it's been a real boon. We've had a blast. It's called Camp Creative because we're on bikes and we're learning bike safety and some confidence, but that's not the real fun of it all is Jello wars and art projects and found art that we pick up at Goodwill. I bring in filmmakers. I bring in other writers. We do travel journaling. We do science art at the rhododendron gardens, blueberry picking out in Gresham, all the way over to OMSI. We have a blast. It's just good old-fashioned summer camp, but we do it all on bicycles. So we leave from the community center every morning, 8 o'clock in the morning till 5 in the afternoon. Sometimes we cover 50 miles in a day, and these kids build some great confidence. But the spring water's always been a good place to do that, where we're not having confrontations with cars, and the kids are learning their skills and their safety and their proper way to bike. Mostly on the corridor rather than on surface streets. We do some surface streets, but
Joe, don't be shy about this. Who's to blame for allowing this to happen, this kind of degradation that's caused you to cancel it? Because I think, there are trails like this in a lot of Northwest cities. Eugene has them, Seattle has them, and yet a lot of them, Medford has one that's been populated by the so-called homeless, which is kind of a benign label for people that are often quite threatening because they're engaged in activities and behaviors that make them visibly threatening. So who's let this happen and who needs to fix it?
Well, I think it's a minority of criminal element down there that's causing a lot of the trouble. The people that have created this situation, it's a big complicated issue. But in my opinion, the open camping rules that have been put in place have directly correlated with the uptick for me. And I'm on the bike 100% of the time. That's my form of transportation. So I'm on that corridor personally a lot, and I've watched the escalation of intimidation and violence since November, and I put those concerns to the city and got absolutely no response to my emails and calls. And Lars, I'm not talking about. This is not a guy that's faint of heart. We talked about the elephant chasing me. I've also biked my kids across the continent with my wife twice. So I've been to India. I've been to Africa on a bike. The level of I don't frighten easy. So the things like guys with Wolverine type of sticks duct taped to their hands coming by and swiping at us, and people running full bore at my bicycle, almost pushing us right off into the river, pulling up short and throwing a bottle over my head. I can't bring other people's children out there in these conditions right now, and I think it's a failure of leadership by our public officials who need to look at some solutions that involve. I understand it all deals with the housing, it deals with the raising rents, it deals with mental health issues, and there's a lot of people that are homeless out there that are also being threatened by a minority of people. But we can't just put our heads in the sand and say, well, it's too big a problem, we're going to have to live with it.
Do you think, Joe, do you think that a lot of these public officials are afraid to do anything for fear of being accused of being, cold-hearted or mean-spirited toward people who are living on the streets?
It may possibly be. People are probably going to say that about me because they don't know me. You and I vote different tickets, Lars. That doesn't mean we can't engage in good conversation, and come up with solutions and find common ground. And you remember the Mark Twain moniker that USA Today gave me. Sometimes you got to ruffle feathers, and a leader shouldn't be afraid of criticism. They should be able to get some vision and go out there and do what they think is right and galvanize people behind them. And I think we have a big lack of that right now.
I mean, here's the thing. I don't like the kind of behavior that some of the people on the street engage in. And just simply going out, and even if all they're doing is camping and they're not shooting drugs or selling drugs or hurting each other or anything else, you've still got issues of human waste and all kinds of other things. And I'm sure that when it gets dry this summer, there's going to be issues involving fires. In fact, one of the camps already blew up not long ago, not the one on the Springwater, but somebody let a propane bottle get out of control and 20 tents burned up. Thank God nobody was hurt or killed, but you could easily imagine it happening.
And that's Lawrence. Lars, we see eye to eye on this side of things in that this is a public safety issue, and that is a public transportation corridor for all of us. I put the dignity of each individual and the safety of each individual equally, and that includes my family, the kids that we're trying to engage so that they go on to be productive people in our society. And I'm not just going to sit silently, and that's why I didn't just cancel the camp. I put it on hold, and I didn't go away silently. I want to make this an issue, a teachable moment, come up with some solutions, and see if we can't take back our community in a humane way, but not with our heads in the sand.
Okay, so Joe, what would the mayor or the police chief have to say they're willing to do to make you confident enough to say, okay, it's back on again?
Okay, I think we mentioned this earlier when you and I were chatting, but I don't have, I'm not the Messiah. I don't have any comprehensive plans, but I do have an idea that instead of spending $40,000 on a new study, we should put together, it's a bike and pedestrian trail, we should put together a team of bike patrol and advocacy people. That means some community beat like we used to have of some caring, trained police officers coupled with mental health professional, a homeless advocacy person, perhaps a social worker, and have a daily presence on the trail to really weed out the criminal situations that are going on. People with warrants, people with firearms, people with, the people that shouldn't be, that should be getting help, and then work with the mental health issues out there as well. And you mentioned the squalor and the human waste and all that. that's not good for anybody to be living in.
No, it's not. And the fact is, if you're camping out on that trail and you're, half a mile or a couple of miles from the nearest bathroom, we know where you're going to go when the call of nature comes. And we're already as a country looking at Zika virus and this and that and the other thing. The last thing we need is all the other diseases that come in third world countries when you don't take proper care of human waste. But Joe, you want to mention where your website is so people can see it? Because as I said, while you and I vote different tickets, as you put it, we can see, that good things for kids are good things for everybody. So where can they find the website?
Well, I want to say, Lars, we're both grown-ups, you and I, and we can have a discussion. I think that people could take that in this community, take our example, And the website that you're mentioning is metalcowboy.com. I've had a successful career as a writer and performer, and you can go there to see the camps that we had running. You can see some of the other programs we've done, and go to metalcowboy.com and you'll get a feel for it. And the other thing is just speak up. Let's not just we get the society we put up with and we don't advocate for. So I would say do what you can to see if we can help and make that a safe corridor again.
I just add to that, hold all those public officials to account. They ran for the job. They wanted the job. They said they'd want to be decision makers. Well, make some darn decisions. Joe, thanks a lot, and I hope you get a chance to get the kids out on the road this summer.
I appreciate it, Lars.
You bet. Back in just a moment. That's Joe Kermasky, the Metal Cowboy, or Mark Twain on two wheels. You've got the Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
To find an answer, sometimes all you have to do is look in your own backyard, where you could find up to 70% savings on your heating and air conditioning bills by replacing your system with a water furnace geothermal heat pump that uses the constant temperatures in your ground. And for a limited time, in 2016, you can take advantage of a 30% tax credit on a water furnace geothermal heat pump. Geothermal heat pump technology has been around for decades, but many homeowners have never considered it. If you're using propane, heating oil, or air-to-air heat pumps, you need to learn more about water furnace, because the savings can be dramatic. Take a moment to go to Mill Creek Heating at millcreekhtg.com and learn about a system that will far exceed the life of the traditional HVAC unit. If you are considering a new heating and air conditioning system, you need to consider a water furnace geothermal system. Your water furnace geothermal dealer is Mill Creek Heating. Find them at millcreekhtg.com. Water furnace, smarter from the ground up.
I just wish this bag under my eye would go away. If that sounds like you every morning, you're not alone. Bags and puffiness under the eye are a problem for millions of American men and women. Until now. Introducing the new Genucell Serum with plant stem cell technology from Chamonix. Susan writes in, I've been using Genucell for a couple of months. The puffiness around my eyes is gone. Even the crow's feet and small lines have disappeared, and they haven't come back. I love your product. I use it under my eyes, around my cheekbones, and on my eyelids. Not only Susan, folks, I use it, and I love it. And with its instant effects, you'll see results in the first 12 hours or your money back. I guarantee it. Call now and save big on Genucell's risk-free introductory offer. Call 800-525-6553. 800-525-6553. Call now and you'll get the amazing Esotique face cream as a special gift simply by placing your order. 800-525-6553. Ruger just announced a new pistol and Northwest Armory has them in stock. The Ruger American pistol, designed through a voice of the customer process based on input, feedback, and testing by retailers, firearms experts, and military and law enforcement. The Ruger American pistol is built to perform in the harshest conditions, has a recoil-reducing barrel cam, short take-up trigger with positive reset, Novak low-mount carry sights, and modular grip system to adjust to the palm swell and trigger reach, and ambidextrous slide stop and magazine release. It has a safe and easy takedown, no tools or trigger pull required. It's available in 9mm and 45 ACP. The 9mm holds 17+1. The 45 ACP holds 10+1. The Ruger American pistol, made in the USA, and one of the best features is the price. Northwest Armory selling the Ruger American in either 9mm or 45 ACP. Same low price, $439.99. Northwest Armory, Southeast McLaughlin and Tigard store on Southwest Pacific Highway. Get details, nwarmory.com.
Each franchise independently owned and operated. Offered on selected Signature Series product at participating franchises only. Some restrictions may apply. Ask for details.
Hi, I'm Carol Greenlaw.
And I'm Mitchell Perry.
And this is a Budget Blinds Design Minute. Today we're talking about Budget Blinds energy-efficient window coverings.
Did you know about a third of a home's total energy loss occurs through windows and doors?
Insulating cellular shades can make a big difference.
Oh, plain insulating shades? Can you say boring?
Not anymore.
That's right, Carol. Budget Blinds has changed all that.
Budget Blinds has a gorgeous variety of window treatments.
Stunning, a huge selection.
That are also energy efficient.
Uh-huh. The best of both worlds. And right now, you can get them and get up to a $250 rebate during Budget Blinds Spring Style event.
And Budget Blinds sends a style consultant to your home for free to help you get the perfect look. And they do all the measuring and installation.
Call Budget Blinds today for your free in-home consultation. They qualify for up to a $250 rebate during Budget Blinds Spring Style event going on now. Call 1-800-470-7565. That's 1-800-470-7565. 1-800-470-7565.
It's Eric G. from Around the House. The integrity of your foundation is a specialty of my friends at Western Construction Systems. They are experts at helping realtors navigate foundation issues when they come up at a home inspection. They understand that when the foundation is having problems, everybody is having anxiety. The buyer, the seller, the realtor. Western Construction Systems can ease that anxiety and help everyone through the process with honest solutions to get the deal sold. Join the growing list of realtors that trust Western Construction Systems as a preferred contractor. So if you're a realtor or homeowner, trust me, Eric G., and schedule your free foundation inspection with the Western Construction Systems team. Go to westernconstructionsystems.com, check your station app, or call 503-362-5052. Oregon CCB number 94222, Washington license number WEST ECS 899M8.
In 50 feet, turn left. Why are you driving so slowly?
After a few drinks, I'm taking it slow.
Well, you're not fooling the cop behind you.
What?
Get ready to pay in 0.1 miles.
Getting pulled over for buzz driving could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzz driving, because buzz driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show. Mike writes in by email, and you can to the Suburban Ford email box, talk at larslarson.com. I'm listening now to your show about the homeless on the Springwater Corridor. I also work for, so don't use my name. I'll leave the name off. Parks used to pay pass-through money to the police to patrol the parks. A while ago, Parks ended the payments and started funding their Park Ranger program. Rangers are just security guards that do nothing. Apparently, from what I've heard, the police bureau has taken an attitude of patrol your own parks. I've heard this from several places. It makes sense since the police are having trouble with staffing. It might be worth looking into. It absolutely is worth looking into. I want to see people solve this problem. Let's go to Gary in Tacoma. Hey, Gary, welcome to the Lars Larson Show, and thanks for listening on KVI. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I was talking about this self-identity thing that they got going on in campus and all over the place.
Yeah.
What's going to happen when I decide to go to the licensing and get my ID or my driver's license and I start self-identifying? How are they ever going to identify me with whatever I tell them?
They're going to have a tough time. Do you know that, I don't know if Washington State does this yet, but pinned to the door of the studio is a copy of the official form that the Oregon DMV offers for change of gender identity. It's actually, and I've downloaded it right off the DMV website, where the state government is buying into this fantasy nonsense as well.
Right, and that's what my whole big deal. So when I get my census in the mail or some other government official form, I mean, I'm going to self-identify whatever I feel like that day.
Well, I'm wondering, I'll add to that. What's going to happen when a smart kid who wants to go to college or to trade school, and he's applying for scholarships and loans, and he finds out there are a whole lot more if you identify as a person of color? and he says, well, I identify as a person of color, and he marks himself down that way, and they hand him a scholarship. And then when he shows up at campus, they say, you're not a person of color. And he says, no, but I identify as one, and that's why you gave me the scholarship. This is the kind of nonsense that the folks who are trying to be politically correct with transgender are handing to us. Thanks for the call, Gary. Let's go to Dan. Hey, Dan, welcome to the Lars Larson Show.
Hi, Lars. I've called in a few times. Last time I called in, I had 20 people dumped in my front yard. Homeless people who are now on the Springwater Trail or somewhere thereabouts. But I have to say, calling your station and speaking with you, those transcripts ended up smack dab in the middle of the city people who were dealing with this on their desk.
Dan, I've not read them, and nobody who's listening has read them, so why don't we get to your point?
Well, now all these people on the Springwater Trail, my son is going into the military in 26 days, and they go to Washington to run, my two boys, because they just don't feel safe going down the Springwater Trail. Mm-hmm. Even after what I had to deal with across the street from my house when the mayor's office told me if I want privacy, I need to close my curtains. But it has gotten so bad, I did get rid of all the people packed across the street from my place.
How?
Well, some I asked nicely, and some were removed quietly. But they all left, and there is 5 that are drug-free, that they've been there for a couple of years, and as long as they're there, then they don't cause any trouble, and they've been just fine. But they were the ones that contacted me when all these drug addicts came in, and I ended up with woods full of needles and feces everywhere, and people.
What would you like the city? What would you like the city to do about it?
Well, number one, we need to take the Springwater Trail back, and if it needs to be done like I took our woods back, then so be it.
Well, no, but when you say when like you did it, what are you going to do? Go down and ask people quietly to leave, and they're going to tell you to go to blazes in some cases, because clearly these are people who are threatening folks who ride along the trail or walk along the trail. So how are you going to get rid of them?
When the community gets together, just my community did not back me on this. I was the only one in the neighborhood who said, you know what, this can't be. Because they all called the mayor's office. They're all older people. And I said, look, this just doesn't fly.
But you still haven't explained, how do you get rid of them? Do you go down and arrest them? Do you go down and take them into a psych hold custody? In other words, what mechanism do you use to remove people from a public piece of property where the political powers that be don't seem willing to do it?
Well, that's kind of the problem.
I know, and that's why I'm asking you. You say your solution would work. What's the solution?
Well, I'm not saying it works. I'm saying when I go down, you know what, I open carry when I go down. And everybody knew who I was, because when I went out to talk to these people, and no kidding, drug addicts, hardcore, completely whacked out, they knew I opened carry when I came out.
I know, but are you saying you threatened them?
Well, no.
Because that would be illegal.
Well, yes, but sometimes you need to use the same tactics they're using to stay there.
Interesting approach. Dan, thank you very much. Glad to get your phone calls and emails. It's a raft full today, including our quick poll. If somebody phones in a bomb threat as a prank at a school, should they face criminal charges? You've got the Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. A man convicted of rape and other charges for sexually abusing a child in Lane County has been sentenced to 43 years in prison. William Isaac Parker was sentenced Monday. The alleged abuse began when the girl was 11 years old. Yesterday, Parker accused the victim of lying and said he would appeal. Oregon-based Mercy Corps is headed to help with the relief efforts after a 7.8 earthquake hit Ecuador. Christy Delafield with Mercy Corps says it'll take time to know the scale of the destruction.
At least 350 people have lost their lives. At least 2,500 are injured, and 3,000 to 5,000 people's homes were destroyed.
Delafield says there's been a lot of rain that caused landslides when the quake hit, shutting down roads. An Albany man died in an all-terrain vehicle accident. According to Lane County Sheriff's Office, the 35-year-old man crashed his ATV into a log. It happened on Shotgun Creek Road. The Lane County Sheriff's Office says the man was separated from a group he was with when he tried to drive around a gate. He died at the scene. Bill London, KPNW.
The Powerball jackpot is over $200 million. Buy your ticket today and power your dreams.
Whether it's new or recycled office furniture, Oregon's most respected office furniture dealer is Office Furniture Direct in Portland, selling furniture throughout the state. Office Furniture Direct has clients up and down I-5 and is making trips into Eugene every month and can be your source for the best price and finest installation. Save money on quality office furniture at Office Furniture Direct at ofd-pdx.com.
Hi, it's Matt from Pressure Point Roofing. If you hire the cheapest contractor to do your roof, doesn't it make sense that you'll get the cheapest work, too? When you trust Pressure Point to do your roof, you'll get only the highest quality work with the best warranty in the business. We are the longest-standing Master Elite contractor in the state and take great pride in our work. We're clean, efficient, respectful, and professional. For roofing, windows, and siding, start at the top. Pressure Point Roofing.
Visit PressurePointRoofing.com today.
When you need painting, you want the best. Fitzpatrick Painting. Don't settle for less.
Specializing in house repaints, interior and exterior, and commercial buildings, Fitzpatrick Painting also provides a full line of carpentry services and so much more. Experience the difference. Find them at FitzpatrickPainting.com for your free estimate and more information.
Fitzpatrick Painting. Unsurpassed in customer service and quality.
The Belly Flattener New Biotics is in an epic battle with the competition to be the best belly flattening product on the market. To prove they're the best, they're giving away free trials to everyone who calls in the next 10 minutes. 1-800-900-8381. New Biotics has what it takes to win. It's scientifically formulated to flatten bloated bellies fast by cleansing pounds of rotting food and toxic sludge from your body. Made with natural ingredients, it even combats periodic heartburn and acid reflux. But to win, New Biotics can't just be the best. It's got to prove it's the best. That's why they're giving away free trials to anyone, male or female, who's looking for maximum belly flattening in minimum time. Again, New Biotics is in an epic battle to be the best belly flattening product on the market. To win, they're giving away free trials to everyone who calls in the next 10 minutes. So hurry. Call now for details. 1-800-900-8381. If lines are busy, try again. 1-800-900-8381. That's 1-800-900-8381.
Hi, I'm Carl Deichler, the CEO of Beachbody, and I'm here to tell you about an amazing new way you can start losing weight for free right now. You've probably seen our workout DVDs on TV like P90X, Insanity, and 21 Day Fix. We just launched a beta trial of our new digital video platform, Beachbody On Demand. So while we're testing out this new digital video service, I'm inviting you to use it for free for 30 days. That means you can lose 10 pounds, 20 pounds, even 30 pounds without paying a dime. Text the word SHAPE to 313131 and you can do 30 days of P90X, Insanity, or any of over 400 workouts for free. Now here's the catch. In return, all I ask is you let us know what you think of the service so we can make Beachbody On Demand the best fitness and weight loss site ever created. Just text SHAPE to 313131 and get started for free right now. Again, text SHAPE to 313131.
Message and data rates may apply. Membership fees apply after 30-day trial. Cancel anytime.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Lacera. Chipmaker Intel just announcing it's cutting 12,000 jobs, or about 11% of its workforce. Primary day in New York with Democrat Bernie Sanders rallying supporters in Pennsylvania.
To paraphrase Abraham Lincoln at Gettysburg, this is a campaign of the people, by the people, and for the people.
Republican frontrunner Donald Trump voting this morning in New York City.
It was a great honor, really. Who would have thought? This was just a great honor, and I think it's a great honor for New York. New York is a special place.
Donald Trump Jr., the only one of Trump's children able to vote for him. He cast his ballot for his father. Trump's daughter Ivanka and son Eric missed the deadline, and his other daughter Tiffany is registered where she goes to college. On Wall Street, the Dow gaining 49, the NASDAQ off 19. Fox News, we report, you decide.
Depend on us. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show, live on the Radio Northwest Network throughout the Pacific Northwest, from Idaho to the Pacific Ocean, from Canada, or Canada, all the way down to Northern California. Our quick poll question: when a student calls in a bomb threat at a school, as one did at Skyview High School today, and the high school was evacuated, should he be charged with a crime? I've had a lot of emails from people saying, no, it's just having a little fun, wiping out the school day, that kind of thing. I think there's a reason there's a law in the books that says you can't pull the fire alarm, you can't call in bomb threats, and especially in the post 9/11 era, how does it make any sense to do that? You want to jump on? It's 866-HEY-LARS. That's 866-439-5277. Emails go to talk@larslarson.com. I'm going to go to calls here in a second, but I want to tell you that there's a movie that I really love because I think it says so much about American politics and about people and schools and everything else. It's called Election. Matthew Broderick and Reese Witherspoon in one of her first roles was it not Katie Flick? Tracy Flick, that was her name. And she was running for a student body president. And this teacher, played by Matthew Broderick, absolutely goes nuts and decides to sabotage the election of a kid in a high school election. And you think, well, that's just pure fantasy. That doesn't happen in real life. Well, in about a half an hour, we're going to give you an example of where it appears to have happened in real life, where some administrators at the international school outside of Portland, which is a very elite public school, where students have to be pretty top students to get in and all that, they apparently decided to sabotage this kid's run for election. And you're going to love to hear how it happened. I'm willing to hear the other side of this, but I put in a call to the school administration this morning. Ms. O'Neill is the principal. I haven't had a call back from her, and I'm not exactly holding my breath because I'm not sure she's going to call back, but it should be interesting. Our quick poll today brought to you by Chinook Sales and John Deere, ChinookTractor.com, and our emails go to Suburban Ford email box, talk@larslarson.com. Let's go to Chase, who's calling in from Central Oregon in Bend, listening on KBND. Hey, Chase, welcome to the program.
Hey, Lars, thanks for having me on.
You bet.
I thought I had a solution, and I'm sure there'd be resistance to this, but I think you can get rid of a lot of the homeless population by just getting them a bus ticket and sending them to a place that's more habitable to them. Like, I believe different cities in California have a lot of things set up for homeless people, and the fact is most of them are never going to change, not with all the help in the world. They're drug addicts, or they have really low IQs, and they're just going to continue to be parasites on the rest of us.
I agree.
So even if the city won't do it and the state won't do it, heck, you could set up a private charity where you give them $100, a case of beer, and a bus ticket, and say, here, hit the road. They've ruined Bend. Bend used to be the nicest town, and it's grown a lot, and, new people and new things are great. But the homeless population in Bend is ridiculous. It's disgusting, and everyone's afraid to say or do anything about it because of this pathological alcoholism that's just infected Western civilization.
All right, two things. Number one, I agree with you, but it's every single city in the Northwest. Seattle, just a couple of months ago, had 2 people shot to death in a homeless camp by 3 homeless teenagers who were collecting on a heroin debt for their homeless mom. I mean, they're all living in these situations, a tent somewhere, and one was dealing heroin to the other ones. The debt had to be collected. The 3 teens are now accused of murdering these 2 people in cold blood because they couldn't collect on the heroin debt for mom. That's the kind, that kind of situation. And that same week, Portland had one guy found. He was homeless, but he had a car, and he had half a dozen firearms in the trunk of his car. Never was able to find out whether they were stolen or whether they, or some other circumstance. But I'd love to know where those guns came from and where they were going. But if you wonder why there are guns around for criminals, it's because we allow this kind of trafficking. And those kinds of situations are pretty hard for the cops to deal with because what is it they call money? Fungible, where if you're living in homeless housing and you can just pick up and move, it becomes very easy for it to be a place where people avoid the cops. They go down and live in a homeless camp somewhere. I'm with you. And Chase, the solution you suggest is a good one, because San Francisco, years ago, I don't think they do it anymore, they used to go down and find the people living on the streets. And literally, this is what they do. They'd walk up and say, hey, would you like to get off the streets? Because somebody has to actually want to do that. And if they got a yes, they'd say, is there someone somewhere in America, 100 miles away or 1,000 miles away, who will take you in and give you a place to live while you get on your feet and maybe get off the bottle or the needle or the pipe? And they got a yes from a lot of people. They would do 400 or 500 people a year this way. And if the person said, yeah, I got an uncle in Michigan, and okay, come back with us to the office. We'll call your uncle, and if he says he'll take you in, we will buy you a bus ticket. We'll put 20 or 25 bucks in your pocket so you have some money to eat on, and then we're going to put you on the bus. You know, we're not going to just hand you a bus ticket that you can cash in. And they did this with 400 or 500 people a year, and God knows how many lives they might have saved, because maybe that guy who was living on the streets and waking up every morning and either getting loaded or drunk or whatever suddenly says, you know, maybe I need to stop this and straighten my life out. That's happened to a lot of people who've been addicted to various things, and they stop, but they have to change their circumstances to stop. So it probably has saved some people from a life and probably a death on the streets. So the idea you're pushing is a great one. I just wish the cities would get on board with it. It could be run by a private organization, you're right, but it'd help a whole lot more if the police and the other city officials would back them up.
Well, I don't know if there's a set answer for it, if there's anything that'll fix it forever, but I do know that I care a lot more about my family and the productive members of society than I do these drug-addicted homeless people. And anyway, that's all I had to say. Thank you so much.
Chase, thanks very much. I appreciate the call. Let's go to Michael in Cresswell. Hey, Michael, welcome to the Lars Larson Show.
Hi, I enjoy your show every day.
Thank you.
I've been considering what you're talking about, transgenders.
Yeah.
My concern is there's a possibility of a lot of legal things from employers and offended individuals.
Yeah.
So I think that if you are transgender, that you should register yourself, be a qualified card, and that way, if you're caught in a bathroom,
a transgender license, maybe.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And that way you can legitimately be in a bathroom that theoretically you're not supposed to be in. Okay. And you should also be.
Could we call it the transaction card?
Yeah.
Get the transaction card. Free access to all women's bathrooms.
Right, and you should also be with your registration on the internet.
On the internet. And what if you decide you want to change from being, male to female to somewhere in between to something else? You could just go online and change your registration?
Right. Why not?
Well, I think a lot of people in a non-totalitarian state, we haven't quite reached totalitarian state, although Bernie Sanders has an idea for that. I think people might object to being forced to register because of your gender and or clothing and or sexual preference.
Well, the thing is, when I fill out a form, whether it's at the hospital or my driver's license or wherever, I have to tell you what my gender is.
Not anymore. Somebody actually sent me, I think I've got it right here, somebody sent me a form that the state now offers. Hang on a second. Now, wouldn't you know it, the forms are not always within my reach, but he said a friend of his is applying to be a hospital, I think hospital or nursing home administrator. Yeah, here's what it is. Licensed nursing home. So this guy is applying to be, or a friend of his is applying to be a nursing home administrator. Well, apparently you have to be licensed by the state. I'm not joking about this at all. And what it says is, it says at the top, executive appointments interest form. This is a form for an application or an Oregon Board or Commission, blah, blah, blah. And down below, it says, to assist us in meeting our affirmative action efforts, we would appreciate information about your gender identity and background. and then it says gender identity, and you can put in anything you want. It's just a blank spot. It's not male, female. It's write in whatever you want. And then there's a checkbox for LGBTQ. So you can check off any of that. And this is now making its way into the forms that are being used for official purposes in state government, believe it or not. Back in just a moment. Glad to get your calls at 866-439-5277. Emails go to talk@larslarson.com.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
The Oregon guard threads a pass to his big man. Slam dunk.
Precision counts, whether it's a big game on the line or your quality of life.
I had excruciating pain in my cheek and jaw, a condition called trigeminal neuralgia. My doctor recommended Sacred Heart Gamma Knife Center.
The physicians used highly focused, precise radiation beams to target the nerve. Game over for Mary's pain in just a few weeks. If you have severe facial pain, ask your primary doctor or specialist about Gamma Knife. Visit peacehealth.org/Gamma Knife to learn more.
Hear it from Craig Noel, General Manager at Sun Automotive.
Satisfaction guaranteed. Any repair, every time. You have my word on it.
I get the feel when I go into Sun Automotive that they appreciate my business. They give you a car wash coupon after every time you go in there. That's great. You can go get your car cleaned up. They vacuum it out for you. They really pay attention to detail, and I appreciate the personal service. Little things like giving you a ride back to work, but those things going above and beyond mean the world to me.
Sun Automotive Service Centers, where trust is a tradition.
If your company uses medium-duty trucks, it's not about how cool your drivers look in them. It's making sure they're keeping your drivers generating revenue for you daily. FMI Truck Sales and Service is now in Eugene. And if your business uses trucks, they've spent the last 30 years specializing on medium-duty work trucks. So, FMI knows what it takes to build the truck your company needs. Then after your truck is built, FMI will be there to support Isuzu's 5-year, 200,000-mile powertrain warranty and the 24-month, 60,000 miles of preventative maintenance that's included with your new Isuzu diesel truck. Eugene's FMI Truck Sales and Service knows your truck should be on the road working for your business, not sitting in a repair shop. Because it's all about driving revenue and not just a cool-looking truck. Give them a call at 541-393-6506 or come to the corner of West 11th and Bertelsen in Eugene. FMI Truck Sales and Service, where the coffee's always on and the popcorn's always fresh.
The most accurate forecast now on News Radio 1120. KPNW.
Weather brought to you by Pacific Air Comfort, your local factory authorized carrier dealer. Keeping your home comfortable all year long. Turn to the experts at PacificAirComfort.com. Well, another nice, warm, and clear day today. Look for 82 as a high. Then some clouds rolling in overnight with a slight chance of showers early in the morning with a low of about 54 degrees. Clouds, partly sunny with a chance of thunderstorms, 73 on Wednesday. Is it time to sell your house, and do you have work that needs to be done first, but you don't have the money? The bottom line is that when you improve your property, you get more money than other homeowners.
Over the years, Harpole Real Estate with Keller Williams Realty understands this better than any other agent or company because they outsell all other agents. Eric, Jeanette, and their entire team will put up their own money to make sure you get the most out of your house. Their enhanced listing will help clean up, repair, and upgrade your home to get you in the best position to maximize your home sale. Everyone's situation is different, so call for a free no-pressure consultation, 541-286-3030.
Unlike other agents, they offer flexible commissions and an exclusive enhanced listing, and you can cancel at any time. With agents in Lane, Douglas, and Lynn counties, call Harpole Real Estate, 541-286-3030. 541-286-3030, online at harpolehomes.com. Hi, this is Bill London. Hey, guess what's coming up this Thursday? It's another Thirsty Thursday, brought to you by KPNW, Western Beverage, and Widmer Brothers. And we are going to be out at Sam's on Wilson from 4 to 7 o'clock. Besides sharing some great brews, we're going to give you a chance to win season tickets to the Cuthbert Amphitheater for all of the shows. They're going to be there this season. So it's a great way to win and a great way to have some fun with friends. It's Sam's on Wilson. It's a Thirsty Thursday with KPNW.
If you're considering going back to school, ask yourself the following questions. Do you need the flexibility to take classes on your schedule? Do you have college credits you need transferred? Do you want to earn a quality degree from a world-renowned university? If you answered yes to any of these questions, Arizona State University is the perfect school for you. Arizona State University offers over 100 highly ranked degree programs 100% online. You'll earn the same degree as you would on campus, from wherever you are, on your schedule. Plus, ASU Online accepts most transfer credits. For information, call 1-800-705-8536. Learn for yourself why the Wall Street Journal ranks ASU 5th in the nation for producing the best qualified graduates, and why 90% of ASU grads are recruited within 90 days of graduation. Learn to grow, learn to succeed, and learn to thrive at Arizona State University. To learn more about ASU online degrees, call 1-800-705-8536. That's 1-800-705-8536.
Business owners, the May 20th auction for Honor Flight is just around the corner. Help us raise money for Honor Flight and focus attention on your products and services by participating in the auction. You get valuable on-air promotion, plus the full value of your items in advertising just when you need it. It's an easy way to get your message and products into the hands of thousands of our listeners. Call 284-3600. That's 284-3600, and ask for our sales staff for help. That's the radio auction live on KPNW Friday, May 20th.
I'm Lars Larson. Join me for the best in talk journalism during my national show, coming up tonight at 6:05 on KPNW. Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show. So for all of you who buy the nonsense coming out of Barack Hussein Obama's mouth about how the economy is going well, I hope you've heard the news that broke really in about the last couple of hours. Intel has confirmed a massive layoff. Now, this is a very successful tech company. They are going to eliminate 12,000 jobs across the company. 11% of the entire workforce at Intel. They said it begins with most of those losing their jobs will be notified in the next 60 days, and the restructuring should be complete by the middle of this year. It is among the biggest overhauls in Intel's history. It's even bigger than the 2006 restructuring that cost 10,000 jobs. Intel is Oregon's largest private employer, which makes it one of the Northwest biggest private employers. 19,500 people work at the campuses in Washington County. We don't know exactly, but it says they will distribute the 12,000 layoffs across the company. It is likely to eliminate about 2,150 jobs in the Northwest, and that is terrible. But it says something about where the economy is going, and it doesn't exactly match up with the president's words, does it? Let's go to John in Corvallis, and if you want to jump in, it's 866-439-5277. John, what's on your mind?
Well, Lars, you were discussing the issue with the public use path that was, I wasn't listening super closely because I have to work.
That's all right.
But it was a path where obviously there was issues with homeless people and other people making it unusable, making it a terrible environment.
Yep.
And there was people offering solutions. And I've heard, honestly, sounds silly maybe, but I've heard where businesses or other public, like out in front of a business, where scofflaws and miscreants would collect people playing classical music nonstop, loudly, really actually worked very well.
You think that might work? It might work. But what do you do? What do you do for a pathway that is miles and miles long?
I know. That's the issue. I couldn't tell if this was an issue where it was really concentrated in one area, because the guy whose house was nearby called. So I thought, well, if he just set up, a PA system, they could get him driven away from at least his area. I
want to tell you a secret. The executive producer of this show happens to be sort of a minor player in the Spandex Mafia. So he occasionally rides his bike to work and back. We don't talk a lot about it, so we don't want to embarrass him or anything. But Tony rides that path, and he says there are miles. Now it's not all continuous, but there are encampments throughout miles of this trail.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's
unfortunate. That's a very difficult problem.
Well, I don't think it's that difficult. If you look, in your own house, you have sort of common areas of the house, the living room, the kitchen, the dining room, and then you have your bedrooms, right? And if your kids decide to keep their bedrooms a mess, that's between you and, mom and dad. But mom and dad usually say, clean your junk out of the living room. And, if you're a guy who likes motorcycles and you start taking apart your motorcycle engine on your wife's kitchen table, she's probably going to tell you to move it back to the garage. We follow those rules in our personal behavior. When we have public areas of a city, like the areas under freeways and the areas in public parks, I would think we would enforce the same rule. But the only way to enforce it is actually enforce it. Have the police go along and say you're not allowed. I mean, the police will be happy to tell you can't park your car on a street. And there's 16 kinds of zones where you're only allowed to park at certain times of the day and only for so long and only if you pay money. And they enforce it vigorously. And then you have a group that numbers in the hundreds or thousands who've decided to just set up a campground all along a public area of a city. And again, it's happening in every Northwest city right now. And the police say, oh, that's just fine. You can go ahead and do that. And I think it's that level of tolerance of saying we're not going to do anything about it that allows people to do it. If all of a sudden you found out that the minute you set up camp, if the police were going to come along and say, you're going to remove your stuff, and if you don't, there's going to be a truck coming along soon, and we're going to load all your junk in the truck, and we're going to take it off to the landfill. And if you did that a few times, I think you'd communicate the message. It's like telling your kids, if you leave your toys laying around the living room, I'm going to put them in a big plastic bag and lock them in the garage, and you aren't going to see them for a month. The kids get the message real fast.
Absolutely.
So
definitely just a selective enforcement of rules.
I think it is. And it's suggesting that the most law-abiding, responsible citizens who rent a place to live, buy a place to live, pay their taxes, maintain their property, and do all. And it's a little hypocritical then, because I know the city will roll up to a property owner and say, your house is in poor repair, we're ordering you to fix it up. And they'll enforce the law even when you own or rent your house. But if you're a bum, a drug-dealing bum, a violent bum, an antisocial bum who engages in antisocial behavior. I would include using the side of a public pathway for a toilet as antisocial behavior, and I don't think I'd get a naysayer on that one, that they say, oh, you guys can do that. But the law-abiding, well-behaved citizens, they'll be told every day of the week that they have to comply with every single rule out there, and that is just base hypocrisy. You got the Lars Larson.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
You are a business owner.
I am a business owner.
You want to grow.
That's true. I do want to grow my business.
But you need help.
Especially with how I'm going to grow my business.
So you call U.S. Bank.
Good idea. They'll know how.
Our custom solutions give you what you need to expand.
That's just what I need to expand.
Add a production line.
Wow, can you believe that production line?
Give you operating capital.
Can't operate without operating capital.
And help your business grow even more.
I think I'm going to need a bigger office.
With a business banker there by your side every step of the way.
Maybe I should start another business.
Visit your local U.S. Bank branch or usbank.com/quickloan today. U.S. Bank, the power of possible. Equal housing lender. Credit products offered by U.S. Bank National Association and are subject to normal credit approval and program guidelines. See your banker for details. Deposit products offered by U.S. Bank National Association, member FDIC.
The Bloomberg Market Report, sponsored by Pacific Continental Bank, serving your business and community in Eugene for over 40 years.
This is the Bloomberg Market Minute. New benchmarks for the Dow and S&P for 2016. The Dow extending its hold on 18,000.